Section 1 of Swanhilde and Other Fairy Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by The Story Girl. Swanhilde and Other Fairy Tales by Wilhelm Hauff. Translated by Carolyn, Norris, HORWITZ. Section 1. Swanhilde, Part 1. 1. The Seven Swabians. Near the city of Zwickau, in southern Germany, lies the well-known Swan Field, so called because of the large swanery situated within it. On the gentle slope of a hill that overlooked this little lake, and amidst the high rocks, dwelt a pious hermit named Benno. He had taken this name from that of the celebrated bishop of Misnia. Nobody could say who Benno really was or whence he came. He had come there some years before, a strong, robust pilgrim, and settled down in the neighborhood of the Swanery. Here he erected with his own hands a comfortable hermitage and laid out a little garden in which he planted foreign fruit trees and fine grapevines. He raised also sweet melons, which at that time were held as a great delicacy. With these products of his garden he entertained all who came to see him. His great hospitality, as well as his exceeding good humor, made him beloved by all. Those who dwelt in his neighborhood went to see him in all their troubles, great or small, to receive comfort and counsel, which he always gave them gladly. So the years went by, until the time when the Marquis Frederick revolted against the Emperor Albrecht I, and the Swabian army laid waste the eastern coast of Germany. Already age had stripped the venerable Benno's head of its natural covering. What hair yet remained upon it was quite white. He stooped, he leaned heavily upon his cane, and had no longer in the spring strength to weed and dig his garden. He therefore wished to procure an assistant and companion, but it was hard for him to find one who suited his fancy, for age had made him mistrustful and whimsical. An unexpected event gratified his wish, and found him a helpmate on whom he could lean as on a staff. The inhabitants of Misnia had by fraud and in a great battle completely vanquished the Swabians and slaughtered them by hundreds. A panic seized the Swabian army. The call was given, "Let those who can save themselves." Everyone, after the battle, who had 2 feet left, thanked God for his preservation, and made the best possible use of these members to escape from death. Many fled into the adjoining woods, and the remainder concealed themselves in the meadows. 7 Swabians, the remnant of one faithful company of spearmen, swore to abide faithful to each other, never to be divided, but in unity to live or die. They succeeded, luckily, in escaping from their pursuers. They were all strong young men, whom no foot soldiers could have outrun. At last, however, they were completely fagged out by their long-continued flight. As the night came on, they consulted together as to where they were most likely to find some place of shelter and concealment. They did not consider themselves secure in the open fields. They therefore determined to go to a village close at hand, and there to carefully conceal themselves, for they rightly conjectured that the Misnian troops had chosen that village for their encampment. The 7 heroes were, therefore, very cautious, and hid themselves in the immense, unused oven of the village inn. Now, an oven is, indeed, not the most comfortable of beds. Before their great defeat, they would certainly not have been content with such quarters for the night, but by this time they were ready to make the best of a necessity. Their extreme fatigue soon brought sleep and rest to their weary limbs and troubled minds. The unfortunate companions slept as soundly as if they were on the most luxurious beds, with naught to trouble or disturb them. But alas, before the 7 sleepers awoke, they had already been discovered by a peasant woman. Already the news of the victory had spread throughout the land. In her great joy at the result of the battle, this woman had mixed a large cake, which she intended to bake early in the morning. So when she came to the oven and observed the soldiers quartered there, she perceived at once by their tattered coats that these strange guests were fugitives from the vanquished army. With all haste she ran to the village and told the news to her neighbors. At once a great troop of peasant women gathered together, armed with spits and oven forks, to besiege the oven and its contents. They first held a council as to whether the enemy should be attacked with their weapons or by fire, for they were all determined that the 7 Swabians should die. After some debate, they decided to use their weapons. The strange weapons of attack in the hands of the village women instilled in them the spirit of revenge. The whole crowd rushed in with violence upon the hero's hiding place, and heedless of the laws and rites of hospitality, the defenseless fugitives were awakened from their refreshing sleep by heavy blows and thrusts from the oven forks. By this unfriendly morning greeting, they realized their great danger, and poured forth their expostulations and entreaties from the oven, praying most earnestly for their lives. But the inflexible women would not hear of mercy, and stabbed and beat the poor prisoners, helpless and imprisoned in the oven, until one of them lay still in death, and his unhappy companions were motionless in their curious dungeon. Then the women secured the stove door on the outside and marched triumphantly back to their homes. 6 of the soldiers had really, after this oven skirmish, remained shut up, but the 7th one, who was more ingenious and determined than the others, contrived to escape from their fate. Searching for some way of escape, he took his flight up the chimney, climbed to the roof unperceived, thence slid down and was free. With all the strength he possessed, he ran to the nearest woods and wandered about in continual fear of pursuit and death until the sun had set. At last, from fatigue and hunger, he sank down under a forest oak, and when, after a short time, the cool evening breezes had refreshed him, and in a measure revived his strength, he raised his eyes and saw at a little distance from him a devout hermit, who before a ruined wooden cross was saying his prayers. This pious sight gave him courage. With humble reverence he approached the worthy man, knelt down behind him, and when the monk had finished his devotions, he extended to the stranger his blessing. When, however, he saw the pale and disfigured face and tattered clothes, the monk concluded that he was a shield-bearer of the vanquished army, and entered into conversation with him. The honest Swabian related to him his sad story with unaffected candor, without concealing his great fear of death, for he had always thought of the destroying angel with extreme terror. The good-natured hermit grieved for the innocent Swabian blood which had been shed, and he offered the stranger shelter and protection in his dwelling. To the frightened fugitive, the entrance to the gloomy grotto appeared like a bomb-proof. Not only the rocky vaults, but even the chapel, the larder, and the hermit's cellar, which was indeed a natural cave, all appeared in his eyes in the shape of a large oven. One cold shiver after another crept over him. But the kind old man soon encouraged him. He brought the poor fugitive water to wash his feet, set before him good bread and some garden fruit for his evening meal, moistened with wine the dry tongue, which clave to the roof of his mouth, and prepared for him a couch of soft moss. Friedbert, for that was our Swabian's name, slept soundly until the next morning, when he was awakened by the pious Benno for prayers. By the time breakfast was over, he had forgotten all his fear and grief, and could not find words enough to thank his kind host for all he had done for him. 2. The Hermit's Story. After 3 days of the hermit's hospitality, it seemed to Friedbert, the Swabian, time to leave the hermitage, and yet he longed with all his heart to remain in this secure and peaceful retreat until the land was again quiet. Benno, on his part, found the worthy Swabian possessed of so much good sense, so faithful and of such service to him in household duties, that he wished him to live there always. And so, the wishes of both agreeing, it was determined that Friedbert should remain with the hermit. He accordingly changed his soldier's dress for a monk's habit, and acted as a lay brother in the hermitage, to take care of his aged protector, to attend to the garden and cooking, and to minister to the wants of pilgrims. About the time of the solstice, when the spring yields to summer, Benno never failed to send his faithful servant daily to the swanery, to notice and bring him back word if any swans were to be seen on the pond, to observe their motions, and particularly to note the number together at one time. The old man was always much interested in the report. These accounts of the swans seemed to cheer him greatly, but when, at the usual time, Friedbert brought back the news that no swans were to be seen on the pond, the aged man shook his head sadly, and remained for some days downcast and melancholy. The faithful Swabian was much grieved, and still more surprised at this change in the old man. He therefore visited the swanery constantly, that he might bring him better news. One day, as Friedbert stood near the pond in the twilight, he saw some swans hover over the water. This he immediately reported to Benno, who at the news gave signs of the greatest joy. He had a far more sumptuous supper prepared than usual, and set wine upon the table. Both drank freely, and the good wine gave new strength and spirits to monk and soldier. The worthy Benno threw off entirely his sad gravity, and became cheerful and talkative. He refilled his brother's glass to the brim, and this done, he spoke to him in the following words.
"My son, you have now served me faithfully for 3 long years. It is time, therefore, you should receive some pay. But first, I will tell you the story of my life and my adventures at the Swan Pond, which ripples and dances before our eyes in the breezes and the moonlight like a silver sea. In my youth, I was an impetuous, dauntless knight. My native land was in Switzerland, and I was a descendant of the Earl of Burke. For a murder which I rashly committed, I travelled to Rome, to be shriven by our Holy Father the Pope. He laid upon me as penance the command that I should join a crusade to the Holy Land and fight against the Saracens, with the strict injunction that I was never to return home, and that all my property was to be handed over to the Church. I took passage on a Venetian ship, and left port in good spirits, for fighting was but pleasure to me. But a contrary wind took possession of our sails. The sea grew rough. Our little ship became a plaything in the hands of the waves, and was dashed against a projecting rock near the island of Naxos with such force that she went to pieces. As I was a good swimmer, I managed to reach shore, where I was received kindly by the inhabitants. I then went to Crissa, to the palace of Prince Zeno, and was welcomed there under the assumed name of a French knight. There I saw the prince's daughter, Helena, and soon forgot my vow to join the crusade. All my energy, all my powers were centered on one thing, namely, to please the young princess. My love for her grew stronger every hour. I showed her 1,000 little attentions, and did all in my power to make the charming Helena return my love. By careful inquiry, I learned that on court days she always wore drapery and ornaments of the color of my helmet, plume, and scarf. She loved songs and music, and also lively round dances. She herself danced most charmingly. I often joined her, for a short time, when she was walking alone by the riverside, or when she strolled by the dim light of the soft blue evening sky in her flower garden. But her father, Prince Zeno, was positively opposed to my wooing, and as I would not desist from pressing my suit, I was one day seized by his bodyguard and dragged away. Near the sea coast, on a high projecting rock, stood a strongly built tower, not more than a stone's throw distant from the island, and only accessible by means of a drawbridge, which was always guarded by soldiers. I was pushed into this dismal dungeon down a gigantic ladder, which, as soon as my feet had reached the ground, was drawn up. Perfect darkness reigned in this death-like hole, and a damp, earthy closeness almost stupefied my senses. I soon perceived that I was in the jaws of death, for as I sought a place in which to lie down and die, I stumbled over some human bones which lay scattered on the ground, and on a half-mouldered basket. In despair, I laid me down on the hard stones and cried unto death that he would free me from this living grave. But he sent this time his brother, Sleep, who for a time made me forget my sorrow. When I awoke, I saw, to my amazement, a light shining in the midst of the darkness. When I approached it, I found it to be a burning lamp fastened in a basket which seemed to have been let down from above by means of a rope. I examined the basket and found in it all kinds of choice food and some bottles of wine, also an oil jug with which to feed the lamp. The light at once revealed to me all the horrors of this frightful dungeon, so that the satisfying of my appetite was dearly paid for by the loathsome sights which by the light of the lamp met my eyes. I, however, gathered together some of the empty baskets which lay on the ground, and formed out of them a table and seat. I then fell to on the contents of the basket and made a hearty meal. After some days, so it seemed to me, for time in that subterranean cage had leaden wings, I heard a noise above me. The ladder with the numberless steps came rolling down, and I saw a man descend on it, whom I took for either a fellow-sufferer or an executioner. My joy was equal to my surprise when I recognized a friend of mine, the physician of Prince Zeno. He had pleaded so hard for me that the prince had granted him my life, with the condition that I immediately left the island of Naxos forever. We ascended quickly from the dungeon to the daylight, and when I took leave, with heartfelt thanks of my rescuer, he imparted to me, as a great secret, the intelligence that Princess Helena was descended from a race of fairies, and possessed the power to become, once every year, a swan. Or, said he, as she expresses it, to put on her swan disguise. She then flies to a far-off pond, whose mysterious virtue preserves her beauty. Now, continued the physician, would it grieve you much to travel to this far-off place, and dwell near the wonderful pond, and there make to the beautiful Helena your confession of love, which she would hardly listen to in Naxos? If this pleases you, I will direct you how to find this pond. Therefore, pay great attention. Far off in the German Empire, at the western end of the great chain of mountains, in the more level part of the mountainous district, the waters of some little streams meet and form a pond, which is called by the inhabitants of that region the Swan Pond. Here Helena delights with her companions to fly and swim in the form of swans. It will not be difficult for you to change these wonderful swans into their natural forms, for their feather robes are fastened on by a feather crown on the head. If you stand on the shore in the early morning hours before the rays of the rising sun have reached the water, or in the evening when the sun has just sunk in the horizon, and his fading light yet reddens the heavens, mark well if any swans are to be seen. If it be that they are at that time leaving the water, or the bushes on the shore, you will soon perceive in a neighbouring meadow, rich with flowers, a company of beautiful ladies walking up and down, laughing and talking together. Your sharp eyes will soon discover for you whether or not the charming Helena is among the group. If she be there, tarry not, but go and take possession of the feathered robes which you will find on the shore. You will then have them in your power, for without their winged plumage they cannot fly away. When the physician had finished speaking, I was amazed at what he had said, and knew not whether to believe him, or to think that he had told me a falsehood. His honest, straightforward manner, however, convinced me that he had spoken the truth. When I had thought in silence for some minutes, I answered him with full trust in all that he had told me. "Noble friend, conduct me at once to the ship. I will try the adventure you have proposed to me. I will, if needs be, cross the whole world until I find the pond where the greatest wish I have on earth may be realized." Thereupon, I took passage at once and sailed through the Hellespont to Constantinople. There I put on a pilgrim's dress and travelled in company with a real pilgrim who was just returning from the Holy Land. At the first mountain I parted with my companion, and wandered about for a long time, until I found the long-sought Swanery. Here, in its neighbourhood, I built this hermitage. It was soon visited by many good people, who, believing me to have just returned from the Holy Land, sought from me the blessing and comfort of a holy man. Soon after I had settled down here, I built that reed hut on the shore, and used at times to lie concealed there, looking out over the water, to spy out in secret the arrival of the swans, for I was certain that the physician had told me the truth. My watchfulness was at last rewarded. About the middle of the summer, I saw swans swimming on the pond. Their forms seemed quite natural, but their loving, affectionate ways to each other seemed more like young maidens than swans. But I could never obtain a glimpse of the object I so longed to see. 3 summers I watched in vain, with impatient hope. The 4th summer came. I watched diligently from my hiding-place, and one morning, just at the first dawn of day, I heard a flapping of wings above me. Soon after I saw wandering along the shore of the pond a party of maidens, and as the daylight increased, I saw distinctly among them the form of the beautiful Helena. Oh, my heart beat loudly within my breast. My joy and surprise overruled my better judgment, and I quite forgot the instructions of the physician. Instead of securing the feathered robes and thus obtaining full power to detain the maidens, I raised my voice in the ecstasy of my delight, and cried out loudly, "Helena of Naxos! Do you not recognize your faithful knight, whom love has driven here to dwell by this wonderful pond in hopes of again meeting you?" The maidens seemed greatly terrified at this unexpected call. They raised a great cry of alarm, rushed into the reeds, and soon after, reappearing in the form of 7 swans, flew high up in the air and disappeared. I now lamented my foolish impetuosity. I rent my dress, tore out my hair, and showed in many other insane ways my frantic grief, until my wild excitement lost itself in grim despair. I went sadly back to my lonely cloister, and there thought of nothing but of my sorrow and bitter regret. Many years now I have lived here without any news of Helena, or her visits to the pond, for which I have so anxiously waited. All I can think is that the Fairy of Beauty was driven from the pond by my thoughtlessness. In time, the maidens came again and again to the pond, and in that rested all my hope. I watched carefully and with pleasure their every movement. But the noble Helena was never among them. Under this false hope, time has bent my back and marked deep furrows on my brow. Even now the movements of the swans interest me as much as ever, for they always remind me of the adventure of my youth and of the happiest dream of my life. Yet I do not wish, Friedbert,
continued Benno to his attentive listener,
that you, a robust youth, should dream away your life in this desolate place. The short time that yet remains to me on earth you may abide with me. But when you have done for me the last service which earthly hands can do, and laid my bones in the grave which I myself many years ago hewed in the rocks, then you shall go out into the world, and by honesty and virtue earn your bread by the sweat of your brow. But before you go, you may try your luck and see if here, by this pond, you can win a swan maiden for a faithful, loving bride.
The morning had already begun to dawn when the communicative old man finished his story and stretched himself out on his bed of dry leaves and sought at last to take his night's rest. But no sleep came to Friedbert's eyes. He sat himself down before the hermit's door and watched the rising sun. In fancy he saw a swan in every swallow that flew above him. After the night's exertion, Father Benno laid down upon his bed. He fell asleep, and that night he died. He was buried by his faithful companion, amid great lamentations from all the good people of the neighborhood. They truly mourned from their hearts the loss of the venerable monk, and ever after regarded his grave as a sacred spot. All were clamorous to obtain some small relic of the hermit. Friedbert cut in small pieces the monk's old cloak and hawthorn staff to divide among them as keepsakes. In time, the crowd dispersed. Friedbert, now owner of the hermitage, could indulge in his own thoughts without interruption. He watched with great pleasure the days becoming longer, the nights shorter, and midsummer drawing near. He went diligently to the pond from the time of the summer solstice, and in the morning and evening hours hid himself in the reed hut. At last, one evening, he made the long-wished-for discovery. 3. The stealing of the swan's plumage. 3 swans came flying from the south with noisy flapping of their wings. 3 times they circled round above the pond as if to observe that all was safe. Then they plunged into the water and swam merrily along, leaving deep silver ripples behind them in the clear tide at every stroke of their wings. They began to sport and play in the water like children, chasing each other round the pond in turn. When they had finished their games in the water, they swam to the shore and disappeared in the high reeds. The watchful and eager Friedbert soon saw reappearing from among the reeds 3 beautiful young maidens, clad in costly robes, ornamented with gold and silver. As they stood there for a minute, with their arms entwined around one another, they formed the prettiest picture he had ever gazed upon. They wandered over to the neighboring flower meadows. They sprang merrily here and there with joyful shouts of pleasure, picked the prettiest flower blossoms, laid themselves down in the soft grass, and wove sweet-smelling garlands and wreaths. Soft strains of music were wafted by the breezes to Friedbert in his concealment, and his spying eyes soon saw the fairy-like maidens, decked all over with garlands of fresh flowers, moving lightly to and fro in a merry dance. Although lost in admiration at this beautiful sight, yet Friedbert plucked up his courage at the right minute and hastily left his hiding-place. Unperceived, he slipped down through the bushes to the spot where the young maidens had laid their plumage. When he came in sight of the feathered robes, his heart leapt for joy. With an eager hand, the bold robber seized the handsomest of the swan robes and hastened with his booty to the hermitage, full of impatient expectations as to what fate had laid out as his destiny. As soon as he had hidden his treasure in an iron chest, he sat down on a rustic bench, just outside the hermitage grotto, to continue his observations. The maidens at last, tiring of dancing and play, went hand in hand across the meadows toward the pond. When they had disappeared in the reeds, there arose a cry of horror, and immediately 2 swans flew out from the reeds in a frightened manner, and soaring high up in the air, flew rapidly away. Friedbert soon heard a slight noise, as of a timid footstep in the sand. Its motions betrayed fear. When the cunning young hermit saw that he was being observed, he assumed a careless attitude as if he saw and heard nothing. As he casually raised his eyes, there stood before him the charming, captured maiden, with an expression of deep distress upon her countenance. She opened her mouth with anxious, entreating gestures, and the young hermit heard a sweet, melodious voice, which was pleasant to his ears, but not one word that the maiden uttered could he understand, for the language in which she spoke was strange to him. He, however, easily guessed the purport of her words to be an earnest supplication for the restoration of the stolen swan robe. The roguish hermit purposely misunderstood her gestures, and only endeavored to make her understand that she had nothing to fear in that sacred hermitage. He set before her the finest fruit, and did everything in his power to assuage her grief. But the distressed maiden seemed to care for nothing. She sank down in a corner, and appeared utterly overcome with her affliction. The sympathizing Friedbert took her grief so to heart that he could not restrain his own tears. The beautiful foreigner felt somewhat comforted by this apparent sympathy. She spoke freely to him of the stolen robe, and begged his pardon for her former suspicion of him. She tried very hard to find some means of making the cause of her grief intelligible to her host, for Friedbert seemed to have no idea of what she was saying, or what was the cause of her sorrow. The night passed in the hermitage very sadly. But as the morning light ever brings comfort and relief to those in grief, so now the rosy finger of dawn dried the tears which the fair maiden had been shedding all through the night. Friedbert did everything that he thought would best please his beautiful guest. She partook but slightly of the tempting breakfast which he set before her. Then she went out to search again on the shore of the pond for the lost swan robe, for she thought perchance the wind might have blown it in among the shrubbery. The obliging Friedbert accompanied her in the search, although he well knew that it was a useless trouble. The unsuccessful search indeed brought the tears afresh into the eyes of the fair one, but her companion did his utmost to soothe her grief. She became by degrees more resigned to her fate. Her sad eyes grew brighter, and she expressed delight in the companionship of the hermit, for whose kindness she was very grateful. The sly young hermit noticed all this with great pleasure, and by every little attention exerted himself more and more to win for himself her good opinion. Little by little they both learned, by signs and by speech, to understand each other well, so that they grew more and more companionable. Friedbert learned from the maiden that she was of noble birth, being the youngest daughter of Prince Theodore and the beautiful Helena of Naxos, and that her name was Calist. He begged her to allow him to call her Swanhilde, and she had no objection to offer. Indeed, she seemed to be rather pleased with the soft sound of the name. "Tell me, good hermit," said she one day, "what is the secret history of this pond, and why did my mother always warn her daughters against flying hither? Did she ever in this place have the misfortune to lose her swan robe? She used to send us every year to the waters of the Nile, but my elder sisters wished, at least once, to take their airy journey toward the north. Youth and thoughtlessness made them forget the maternal warning. They believed the fresher air and cool breezes of this region would be more refreshing to them than the hot atmosphere of the Egyptian deserts. During the first journey, in which they disregarded their mother's wishes, all passed off well. And after she died, we thoughtlessly took this journey yearly, until I, unfortunate one, have become the victim of my elder sister's indiscretion. Ah, where does the cruel magician conceal himself, who, taking pleasure in the misfortune of others, spies out an unsuspecting maiden and robs her of her only means of returning home? Tell me, who is this wicked wretch, that I may force him to give me back my own? It cannot be of any use to him, and yet it is of so much importance to me." Friedbert was rejoiced not a little at the mistaken idea of the angry Swanhilde, who thought that some magician had committed the theft, and he took pains to strengthen her in her delusion. He invented for her a story of a disguised prince, who was, he said, reported to inhabit the Swanfield, and who, taking a malicious delight in others' grief, found great pleasure in stealing the plumage of the swan maidens, and then mocking and ridiculing them in their helplessness. He at the same time gave her to understand that he had learned how some years ago a swan maiden had lost her plumage on that very spot, but she had found it again, and so it had soon been forgotten. His attentive listener seemed comforted by this story, but the lack of all the pleasures and comforts of life in this deserted place did not suit the lovely princess, and her young heart pined to go out into the busy world. The sly Swabian did not at once consent to this wish. At last, however, he determined to leave the hermitage with her. He gave her to understand that for the sacrifice it would be to him to return to the noise and bustle of the world, nothing could repay him but the great charms and vast wealth which she possessed. As she seemed to silently consent to this, he the next day gathered together all his portable property, attired himself again as a soldier, and set forth with his beautiful betrothed on the way toward his home. End of Section 1. Section 2 of Swanhilde and Other Fairy Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by The Story Girl. Swanhilde and Other Fairy Tales by Wilhelm Hauff. Translated by Carolyn, Norris, HORWITZ. Section 2. Swanhilde, Part 2. 4. The Frustrated Nuptials. There was a little town in Swabia called Egglingen. In this little town lived Friedbert's mother, who was a widow. She hallowed the memory of her dead husband and cursed the Misnians, who had, she thought, slain her son. Whenever a maimed soldier, returning from the Misnian war, stopped before her door to ask for alms, she would always give him a groschen and inquire if he knew anything of her son. If he happened to be a loquacious fellow of an inventive mind, he would perhaps make up some story about her son, how he had fought bravely in the battle and had fallen as a hero, or how he had sent a farewell to his mother with his last breath as he lay on the field of bloodshed. Then the good mother would bring the impostor into her house and set wine before him, as a friend of her lamented son, her eyes brimming over afresh at the thought of her boy's last hours. In this way 4 summers had passed over her, and the autumnal winds had set in, when the little town was awakened one day by the arrival of a messenger, announcing that Friedbert had not been slain in battle, but was even then returning from foreign lands well equipped, that he had met with many wonderful adventures in the neighborhood of Misnia, and was now on his way home, bringing with him a most beautiful bride, who was the daughter of a great prince and possessed vast treasures. The report spread everywhere. The fact was that Friedbert had acquired great wealth by inheriting all Father Benno's savings, and also by the large sums of money which some of the people had paid him for little relics of the old hermit. As he travelled on towards Swabia, from place to place he increased his train. He bought horses and mules with handsome trappings, attired himself and the beautiful Swanhilde in elegant robes, hired servants and attendants, and travelled on as proudly as a prince. When the inhabitants of Egglingen saw, in the far distance, the procession leaving the gates of Augsburger and travelling toward their town, they all assembled at the town gate with huzzas and shouts of triumph. Friedbert's sisters and their husbands, together with all the members of the town council and the other chief people of Egglingen, went out to meet their newly found fellow townsman. They welcomed him with drums and fifes and all kinds of music and rejoicing, as if he had risen from the dead. The fond mother embraced her son with joy unbounded. She invited all her friends and acquaintances to a great feast of thanksgiving, and distributed alms freely among the poor. She could never weary of admiring the exquisite form of her future daughter-in-law, and loading her with caresses. Indeed, she quite tired the lovely maiden with her well-meant attentions. The beautiful princess of Naxos soon became the talk of the town and all the neighbouring country. Many knights and nobles rode thither, called the lucky Friedbert brother and cousin, sought his company and swore eternal friendship to him. But he kept the charming Swanhilde from seeing all these would-be admirers, and left her to the faithful care of his loving mother. At every opportunity, and with all the ardour he possessed, Friedbert pleaded with her for the fulfilment of his greatest wish, and the beautiful foreigner, having no hopes of ever being able to return to her native land, overlooked the great difference between their respective stations in life, and at last consented to become his bride. He presented her with costly bridal raiment. The day for their marriage was appointed. The fatted calf and the capons were slain, and the wedding feast prepared. On the day before the wedding, the bridegroom-elect rode through the neighboring country to invite the guests to the marriage feast. In his absence, the lovely Swanhilde occupied the time in arranging her wedding attire, for woman's vanity enticed her to try on the new dress to see if it were becoming to her. As there were many things about the robe which did not suit her fancy, she was obliged to seek the advice of her future mother-in-law. The talkative old mother came at once when called, and immediately poured forth a torrent of praises over the exquisite form of the graceful maiden and the beauty of the bridal costume. Yet Swanhilde was not contented with the robe. Especially did she find fault with the awkward set of the bridal veil, which she compared to a coarse waterproof. Said she with a sigh, that my wedding attire could be adorned by one of the veils of Naxos, which float in the air like the lightest snow cloud. Then would every maiden in the town envy me, and Friedbert's chosen one would be praised as the most beautiful of brides. Tears of grief trickled down the maiden's bright cheeks at the reference to her home, which she feared she would never see again. The good mother was very much moved at this, for she believed the tears of a bride to be a bad omen. She comforted Swanhilde by promising to give her a silver bandeau, which had once adorned her own head in her youth, and with which she could fasten on the veil in the Grecian style. She hastily opened an old chest which contained her jewelry, and began to rummage about in it for the silver bandeau. Swanhilde watched her movements with some attention. Suddenly she spied at the bottom of the chest her own shining white swan plumage. Quickly she pushed aside the old mother, dragged up her priceless treasure, dashed open the window, and as she threw the light feather robe around her slight form, she became a swan. Then she spread her wings and flew joyfully out of the window. The astonished old woman became motionless with horror at this transmutation, for Friedbert had entrusted to her care the swan robe without imparting to her its wonderful secret. He had only told her to keep it at the bottom of the chest for safety. The old woman fell on her knees and prayed for protection, for she thought the beautiful Swanhilde was nothing more than a sprite or some devil's trick. Friedbert, little dreaming of the sad news that awaited him on his return, came riding joyfully home towards evening. He alighted quickly from his horse, and hastening up the steps without waiting to unfasten his spurs, he entered the hall to greet his bride. But as he opened the door, his mother, wailing loudly, hastened to meet him, and recounted to him the sad and wonderful occurrence of the morning. He listened to his mother's narrative with consternation. When she had concluded, he rent his clothes, tore his hair, and acted as if he were distracted, weeping as if his heart would break. The bridegroom, without a bride, found his condition unbearable. There is scarcely a more painful situation than to be shipwrecked just before entering the harbor, when one believes he has traveled safely around the world. It is quite as painful a situation to lose on the very evening before the wedding day a most fondly loved bride. Had she eloped with a robber? Had she, by the advice of some hard-hearted monk, entered a cloister? The bridegroom was at a loss to answer, but he determined to hunt down the robber, whoever he might be, and rescue the fair captive from his grasp, or to bring her out through the fast-closed portals of the nunnery. But she had flown out of the window and high up in the air. Whither then should he hasten after her, or who could give him any clue? Friedbert, after meditating for some time, saw no other way to get possession of his truant bride than to traverse both land and sea until he found the hiding-place of his beloved. His impatient longing for Swanhilde made him reflect with great sadness on the vast distance between the Swabian land and the island of Naxos.
Ah!
He cried out in utter despair.
How can a miserable snail follow the light-winged lark, while the snail, unsteady and uncertain, toils along from one flower to another, never knowing where he will go next? Who can say surely that Swanhilde has flown back to Naxos, and even if she is now there, what good can that do me? Could I dare to aspire to the hand of the daughter of the prince of the land?
With these reflections, the broken-hearted bridegroom tormented himself for many days, until his unconquerable longing for his bride drove him at last to a hasty resolution. Saddling his best horse, he took with him a large sum of money for his travelling expenses, and after bidding his mother an affectionate farewell, he rode away from his home and galloped quickly over his native lands toward the far-off island. As he rode, he recalled to mind the way in which Father Benno had reached the island. Taking the same route as the latter, Friedbert likewise, after a long sea voyage, only without shipwreck, arrived safe and sound at the island of Naxos. Here Prince Theodore, Swanhilde's father, yet swayed the scepter. The beautiful Helena, his partner in joy and woe, had long since slept her last sleep. 5. Found again on the island of Naxos. Friedbert sprang on land with joy. He trod with boundless rapture upon the native soil of his truant bride, whom he hoped to find again in her father's palace. He tried at once to get some information concerning the beautiful Swanhilde's hiding-place, but no one could tell him whither the princess had vanished. This grieved him beyond measure, and he was uncertain whether he should return to his hermitage by the Swanery, or seek his lost prize on the banks of the Nile. While he was turning over in his mind what he had best do, a neighboring prince, who was soon to be married to Princess Irene, one of Swanhilde's sisters, arrived at the court of Naxos. Prince Theodore had prepared a magnificent marriage feast, and the ceremonies were to be concluded by a great tournament. This news revived in the Swabian hero all his war courage. Tormented as he was with melancholy and depression, he sought for some diversion. This relief he hoped to find in the coming contest. In the market of the city, and at all the cross streets, heralds proclaimed the day and hour of the tournament, and especially invited all foreign knights to attend and try their skill. Friedbert provided himself with a sparkling new suit of armor. He purchased at a high price a valiant steed, and on the stated day, at the appointed time, he appeared in the court, and without delay entered his name in the lists. In the first course, he broke the lance of his adversary with great skill. He kept his seat firmly in the saddle and earned by his bravery and tact the praises of all present, receiving congratulations from the newly married prince and princess. The tournament was followed by a series of charming dances. Although everything swam in a stream of pleasure and excitement, yet Friedbert did not allow himself to be carried away in the whirl of enjoyment. In the midst of the noise of the gay court life, with songs and mummings and lively dances, he bore on his face the marks of his deep grief. His longing for his beautiful bride remained undiminished, and the Grecian maidens adorned themselves in vain for the stranger knight. One day, the bride, Princess Irene, began to banter him about his indifferent manner. "Unfeeling knight, is your heart quite free and yet insensible to all love and affection, that the blooming faces of the beautiful maidens of my court make no impression on you? Why do you often wander off alone and so sadly, when you are everywhere invited to participate in all the gay festivities of the court? Pray tell me your trouble, that I may see if it is in my power to help you in any way, for I see that you have some great hidden grief."
"Your kind thoughtfulness, noble Irene,"
replied Friedbert,
"sees into the depth of my soul. You conjecture rightly that I bear in my breast the deepest affliction, and I know not whether I dare cherish the idea of my grief being turned into joy, or whether I must abandon all hopes forever. The lovely maiden whose charms hold me prisoner, mind and soul, moves not in the circle of your train. Nevertheless, I have found her in your father's palace, but alas, only in the form of what may be, perhaps, but the glowing imagination of an artist. And yet it seems to me incredible that any painter could produce such a work had not the master hand of nature first drawn those angelic features for him to copy from."
The princess was impatient to learn which picture had made so deep an impression on the heart of the young knight. "Follow me thither at once," said she, "that I may see if the charming features really belong to a maiden whom I know." In the castle there was an exquisite collection of paintings. Some were only fancies of celebrated painters, while others were family portraits. Among these was a picture of Swanhilde. When they entered the gallery, Friedbert rushed with ardent impetuosity to the beloved picture, and said, half lost in contemplation, "Behold, here, the chosen of my heart. Where can I find her? Upon your lips hangs my life or death. Speak, I adjure you. If all my past hopes are vain, so let me die at your feet. But if you can give me one ray more of that blessed hope, then reveal to me among what people or in what land is this angel of beauty, that I may travel thither to seek out the joy of my heart, and by toil and deeds of fearless bravery win her affection, cost what it may." The princess seemed much embarrassed by this disclosure. Her face became grave, and she spoke as follows. "Thoughtless man, how can you give your heart to a maiden in a picture without knowing if she be alive or not? And if living, whether she is of a companionable age for you and could return your love? Your imagination has indeed this time not quite led you astray, for this lovely face is neither a fancy of the painter nor yet a beauty of past ages, but it is the face of a young maiden who is very near and dear to me. Alas, once she lived in this castle. my dearest sister. But now she is miserable, a slave to misfortune. She could never return your affection, for she has already given her heart to a worthless wretch who is separated from her by many 100 miles, for she had the courage to escape from the snare that he had set for her. She nevertheless loved him, and now mourns over her ill fate in the solitude of a cloister. Friedbert feigned to be terribly shocked at this communication, but secretly rejoiced that he had discovered his bride's retreat, and yet more that he had received from the sister's lips the unexpected assurance of the princess's love for him. He entreated the kind-hearted Princess Irene to relate to him the story of her dear sister's misfortunes. She yielded to his request with a half-true and half-invented story, but Friedbert, knowing it already, could without much trouble separate the truth from the fiction. "My sister," said she, "was wandering about on the coast of the sea, driven beyond the safety of the walls around her father's palace by curiosity to visit some unknown spot. Hidden behind a sand mound on the curve of the shore, a pirate boat lay at anchor. The merry girl never thought of danger. Suddenly a pirate sprang out from the boat, hastily overtook the frightened girl, and carried her in his arms to his boat, in which he at once sailed out into the broad sea. He tried by 1,000 little attentions and flatteries to win her affection, and so at last succeeded in stealing her heart. She forgot her noble birth, and was on the very point of becoming united to the crafty pirate in the sacred and indissoluble bond of matrimony. Just then the wind blew a small ship close to the pirate boat. My sister thought of her native land and of the bitter tears which were being shed for her at home. Yielding to the impulse, she cried out loudly to be rescued from the pirates, and by the help of those on board the ship, she escaped from her captors. But the strong affection for the pirate, which had already taken possession of her heart, was implanted deeply there and could not be rooted out. The separation from him, though her own act, caused her pain and regret. All her former joyousness vanished. Her bright eyes lost their luster, and distress and regret are now fast sinking her into her grave."
"Then,"
exclaimed Friedbert,
"so shall her grave be also mine. My life is in my own hands, and who is he that shall hinder me from dying with the lovely princess? I beseech of you only one favour, namely to see that my body is buried next to hers, that at least in death we may be together. Yet allow me first the comfort of acknowledging to her that she is the light of my eyes, the chosen of my heart."
The Princess Irene was so moved by these words that she could not restrain her tears. She promised to comply with his request, and provided him with a scroll to the abbess of the nunnery, begging her to allow the bearer of the same a private interview with the Princess Calist. Friedbert mounted his steed immediately. Wavering between doubt and hope, he spurred the animal to his fastest gallop, to learn as soon as possible how his former bride would receive him. All things taken into consideration, he had reason to believe she had forgiven him for the robbery of her swan robe. With a beating heart, he entered the cell of the lovely maiden. She sat on a low stool just opposite the cell door. Her curling hair fell in soft ringlets over her shoulders, only loosely fastened back by a narrow silk band. Her head rested on her lily-white arms. She seemed to be in the deepest distress. She was evidently not aware that anyone was approaching her cell, but as Friedbert prostrated himself at her feet, she raised her tearful eyes and recognized her lover. He seized her fair hand with rapture and implored her, with all the ardor of his nature, to forgive him for the stealing of her plumage. The assurance and proof that he had followed her from Swabia to the distant island of Naxos, and from there to the cloister, gained for him full forgiveness, and the beautiful princess promised to share the rest of her life with him. To have won the victory after so many hardships and disappointments plunged the enraptured Friedbert into transports of delight. He could scarcely realize the blessed truth that Swanhilde was indeed his for life. Half beside himself with joy, and in company with his beloved bride, he hastened back to her father's palace. The Princess Irene was amazed beyond expression that her sorrowing sister had so very suddenly given up her resolution to pass the rest of her life in seclusion, entirely cut off from the society of men. She embraced her tenderly, and with fervent joy welcomed her back to her home. Friedbert had, by his knightly bearing and pleasant manners, won the universal esteem and affection of the people of Naxos. Prince Theodore, Swanhilde's father, overlooked therefore all difference of rank and birth, and willingly gave his consent to the marriage of his daughter to the Swabian. More than all, Friedbert could depend upon his own good sword. This was ever ready and in hand to defend against any man his name and birth. Friedbert remained on the beautiful island of Naxos. His old mother was escorted thither by an ambassador. Thereafter she spent her days with her noble son, and there he lived with his noble wife many happy years. The lovely Swanhilde always thought with delight and gratitude of the bold robbery of her swan plumage. It had brought her, she declared, to such a happy and loving union. End of Section 2.
Section 3 of Swanhilde and Other Fairy Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joshua Locke. Swanhilde and Other Fairy Tales by Wilhelm Hauff. Translated by Carolyn Norris HORWITZ. Section 3. The Shepherd Boy and the King's Daughter. There was once a poor little shepherd boy who had no one to take care of him but his stepmother, and she was a very wicked woman. All day long he had to watch her flock of sheep, and the only food she gave him was a small crust of bread in the morning and one at night. One morning the stepmother went out without leaving him his usual scanty breakfast. He was so hungry that for some time he cried bitterly. But at midday he dried his eyes and drove his flock up to a hill where he always took shelter from the sun under the shade of some great trees. It was usually very cool on this hill, for there was always a heavy dew on the grass until late in the day, but now the ground was dry and the grass trodden down. This seemed strange, and the boy wondered who could have trodden down this fresh grass. At the same time, he saw on the ground something that glittered in the sunlight. He sprang towards it, and behold, there lay a pair of tiny glass shoes, half hidden in the soft grass. From that moment he was happy. He forgot his hunger, and played all day with the little glass shoes. Towards evening, when the sun went down, the shepherd boy collected his flock and started homeward. When he had gone a little way, he met a very tiny boy, who greeted him with a friendly, "Good evening." "Good evening," returned the little shepherd. The little one asked, "Have you found my shoes, which I lost this morning in the green grass?" The shepherd boy answered, "Yes, I have, but, dear little boy, let me keep the shoes. I thought, if I found them, they were mine. I wish to take them home to my stepmother, and then, perhaps, she will give me something to eat, for I am very hungry." But the tiny boy begged very sweetly, "Please give me back my shoes, and some other time I will serve you in return." So the little shepherd gave back the wee glass shoes, and the tiny boy was delighted and ran on his way rejoicing. The shepherd boy then called his sheep together and started for home. When he reached his yard, it was already dark, and his stepmother scolded him roundly for being late. "In the kitchen there's a little soup which I left," she said. "Go eat it, and then pack off to bed, that you may get up early in the morning." The poor boy dared not reply to these hard words. He hurried through his scanty meal, and then crept off to his bed of hay on the floor, where he fell asleep. But all through the night he dreamt of the tiny boy and the wee glass shoes. Early next morning, before the sun appeared in the east, the boy was awakened to his stepmother's call. "Up with you, idler," she cried. "It is broad day, and the sheep cannot wait hungry while you waste your time in sleep." He arose at once, received his bit of bread, and drove his flock to the meadows. When he went to the green hill, which was always so fresh and cool, he was surprised to find, as on the day before, that the dew had disappeared and the grass was trodden down. While he sat there wondering what could have caused this change, he saw something glitter in the soft grass. Hastily springing forward, he found it to be a tiny red cap hung all around with little gold bells. Again he was happy, and forgot his hunger, and played all day with the little red cap. In the evening, before the sun had set, the little shepherd gathered together his flock and started to drive them home. On his way, he met the tiniest and most beautiful little maiden, who greeted him with her sweet voice and said, "Good evening." "Good evening," returned the little shepherd. Then the wee maiden asked, "Have you found my cap which I lost in the green grass this morning?" "Yes, I have," answered the little boy. "But, dear little maid, let me keep the cap. I wish to give it to my wicked stepmother. Then, perhaps, she will give me something to eat when I go home." But the little maid begged very sweetly and said, "Please give me back my cap, and another time I will serve you in return." So the boy gave the wee maiden her cap, and she was very happy, gave him a friendly nod, and ran on her way. Then the boy collected his flock again and drove them home. When he reached the yard, it was quite dark, and his stepmother had been expecting him for some time. She was, therefore, very angry, and said, "Pray, why must you always be so late that I have to sit up and wait for you? In the kitchen there is something left for you to eat. Go quickly, eat, then pack off to bed, that you may be up early in the morning." The poor little boy made no reply to this unkind command. He ate what was left for him, and crept to his bed of hay. But all through the night he dreamt of the wee maiden and her tiny red cap. Early next morning, before the day had dawned, the stepmother awakened the boy with her usual call. "Get up, you idler, and be off, that the sheep might not be hungry." The boy sprang up and prepared to drive his flock to pasture, but before he started, he asked his stepmother for a bit of bread. The wicked woman answered, "No, you good-for-nothing idler. You're not worth the bread you eat." So the little boy had to go forth without any food, which was very hard for him. When he had reached the green hill where he always rested during the heat of summer, he noticed that the ground was even drier than on the last 2 days. and the grass was trodden down in large circles. He then remembered what he had heard long ago of the little elves who danced in the summer nights on the dewy grass, and he thought that the circles of trodden-down grass must be where they had been dancing. As he sat thinking of this, his foot struck against the little bell which lay hidden in the grass. The little bell rang out so clearly and so sweetly that all the flock came running hither, as if in obedience to its call. So the little shepherd boy was made happy again. He played with his newly found treasure until he forgot all his troubles. Even the sheep forgot to eat while listening to the sweet sounds of the little bell, and so the day passed more quickly than he had thought was possible. When evening came on and the sun began to sink behind the woods, the shepherd boy called his flock together that he might hasten home before it grew dark. But the sheep did not come at his call. They would not leave off eating, because they had just found a spot of the finest grass. Then the boy thought, perhaps they will come sooner at the sound of the bell. So he rang his tiny bell quite loudly as he went along. At the sound of the bell, all of the flock began to run to him and followed him without once stopping to eat. Then the little boy rejoiced greatly at having found such a treasure, for he saw how useful the bell would be to him. As he went on, he met quite a tiny old man, who gave him a friendly nod and said, "Good evening." "Good evening," answered the boy politely. The old man asked, "Have you seen my bell, which I lost in the grass this morning?" "Yes, I have," answered the little shepherd. "Please give it back to me," said the little old man. "No," replied the boy, "I will not be so stupid again. The day before yesterday I found a pair of glass slippers which a little boy begged from me. Yesterday I found a little red cap which I gave to a wee maiden, and now you want to take the little bell which is so useful to me to call together my flock. Others are rewarded for their finding, but I never receive anything." The tiny old man begged hard for his little bell, but finding his pleading all in vain, he said, "Give me back my bell, and I will give you another one to call your sheep together. Moreover, you can wish 3 wishes." This seemed to the boy a good exchange, and he gave up the bell to the little old man. "If I may wish what I will," said the little boy, "then I wish, first, to be a king, and then I wish to have a great kingdom, all my own, and then I wish to marry a most beautiful princess to be my queen." "Well," said the old man, "truly you wish no small wishes, but bear carefully in mind all that I say to you. In the night, when all are asleep, you shall leave your house and go until you come to the king's court, which lies toward the north. Here is a bone whistle for you. If you are in need of help, blow upon this. If you are again in perplexity, blow the second time upon it. But if a third time you are in great danger, then break the whistle, and I will come to your assistance as I have promised." The boy thanked the old man for his present, and the elf king went his way. The little shepherd went home rejoicing at the thought that he would not have to watch his wicked stepmother's sheep any more. When he reached his home, it was quite dark. His stepmother had awaited his return for some time, and this night, instead of food, he received blows. But as he crept to his bed of hay, he comforted himself with the thought that he would soon leave the house, to return no more. He laid down, but slept only a short time. Soon after midnight, and long before the first cock had crowed, he arose, crept quietly from the house, and began his journey toward the north, as the elf king had bidden him. Without food, he wandered over mountains and through valleys. Twice the sun rose, and twice the sun had set, while the boy was on his way. On the third day, he came to a king's court. He had never dreamed of seeing one so great and large, but the little shepherd went into the servants' hall and asked for employment. "What kind of work can you do?" asked the steward. "I can watch sheep." "Ah," said the steward, "the king just now needs a shepherd, and it will go well with you if you do not, like all your predecessors, lose daily one sheep from your flock." "Oh," returned the boy, "I have never yet lost one from the flock where I was shepherd." So he was hired at the great king's court to watch the king's sheep. But no wolf ever took a lamb from his flock, and he was treated well by all the king's servants and attendants. One evening, when the little shepherd was driving his flock home, he saw a beautiful young maiden standing at an open window, listening to his shepherd's song. His heart beat, and his cheeks flushed at the sight of the lovely maiden, but he concealed the fact as best he could. Every day, as time went on, when the boy led his flock out in the morning, or drove them home at night, singing his merry shepherd's songs, there stood the maiden at the window, listening to his sweet, clear voice. He did not know that she was indeed the king's young daughter. It happened, however, one morning, when the boy was driving his flock out to pasture, that he met the maiden. She had with her a snow-white lamb, and she asked him to take it out in the meadow with him, and protect it from the wolves. The little shepherd was so filled with joy at having the beautiful maiden speak to him, that he could not answer her, neither could he speak a word. But he took the lamb with him, and his greatest pleasure was to protect and pet the little creature. The lamb soon became so attached to him that it fawned on him as a favorite dog fawns on its master. From that day, the little boy often saw the young princess. In the morning, as he drove his flock out, she sat at the open window to listen to his merry shepherd's songs, and in the evening, when he drove them home again, she would go into the court to caress her pet lamb and speak a few words to the little shepherd. As time passed, the little shepherd boy grew to be a strong, robust youth, while the king's daughter bloomed out as the loveliest rose, and became the most beautiful maiden that could be found. Nevertheless, she came every evening, as before, to watch the flock as they were driven home. But one bright day, the princess was not found. She had disappeared. No one knew whither. Then there was mourning and lamentation throughout the king's court, for everyone had loved the beautiful maiden. The king and queen were almost distracted. Throughout his whole kingdom the king had it proclaimed that whoever would find and restore to him his daughter should receive the princess as his bride, and half the riches of the kingdom. So there came kings' sons, and knights, and champions from the east and west, who arrayed themselves in iron armor, and set forth, with followers well armed, in search of the missing princess. But few came back from their search, and those who did return to the court had neither seen nor heard anything of the princess. The poor king and queen felt that they have suffered a loss which nothing could ever compensate them, and the shepherd, as he drove the flock to and from the meadow, never for a moment had the princess out of his thoughts. One night, when asleep, it seemed to the shepherd as though the little elf king stood by his bed and said, in the north, there is your future queen." The youth was so rejoiced that he sprang up in his sleep and awoke, and lo, there stood the little old man, who nodded and said, "To the north, to the north." Thereupon he vanished so quickly that the shepherd was not certain whether it was the elf king himself, or only a phantom. When it was broad day, the shepherd went up to the palace hall and requested to speak to the king. All the servants wondered greatly at such a request, and the steward said, "You have now been shepherd for the king's flock so long that you can have your wages raised and your fare improved without speaking to the king in person." But the shepherd insisted on his first request being granted, and gave them to understand that his business with the king was of quite a different nature from what they supposed. So his request being taken to the king, he was sent for to come to his royal chamber. And the king, when the shepherd was brought before him, bade him speak out and say why he had desired to be brought into his presence. The shepherd answered, "I have served you faithfully for many years, and now I crave permission to go forth and seek the princess." Thereupon the king grew angry and said, How do you, who can do naught but drive the flock to the meadow, think of accomplishing that which kings' sons have failed in?" But the shepherd replied that he would find the princess or lose his life in the search. Then the king remembered the old proverb, that under a rough coat there often beats a brave, warm heart. Checking his anger, he bade the steward furnish the shepherd with money, a horse, and whatever else he needed. The shepherd, however, said, "I expect neither gold nor horse. Give me only your permission to go, and some food for the way." He then took leave of the king, who wished him good luck, but all the servants and attendants laughed at his foolish enterprise. The youth wandered toward the north, as the elf king had bidden him. After he had traveled over mountains and through dense woods, he came suddenly to a wide sea. In the middle of this sea, on a green island, there was a great castle, larger than the one from which the youth had come. He went around on the seacoast and viewed the castle from all sides. While examining the outside of the castle, he saw a lovely maiden standing at an open window. Her thick golden tresses hung loosely over her shoulders, and she waved to him a silken cord that much resembled the one by which he used to lead the princess's lamb. His heart beat loudly. He was certain that this was none other than the princess herself. He immediately began to think how he should get across the water to the king's castle, for there was no boat in sight. At last it occurred to him that he could now prove whether or not the little elves would help him. He pulled out his little bone whistle and blew one long note through it. "Good evening," said a little voice behind him at the very same instant. "Good evening," returned the youth, and as he spoke he turned in the direction from which the voice came. There stood the tiny boy whose wee glass shoes he had once found in the grass. "What can I do for you?" asked the little elf boy. The shepherd answered, "I pray you take me across the sea to yonder castle." The elf boy replied, "Then get on my back and hold on tightly." At once the elf boy changed into a great eagle, which flew up in the air. But the shepherd held himself firmly to its back, and in a few moments they had reached the island on which the castle stood. Then the shepherd went to the chief hall and asked for employment. "What kind of work can you do?" asked the steward. "I can take care of the flock," replied the shepherd. "Well," returned the steward, "that is just what the giant wants. Perhaps it will be with you as all the others who have tried, for if you lose one sheep, it will cost you your life." The shepherd thought this rather a hard bargain, but he consented to try his luck. Thereupon the steward wished him well, and said that he might begin work next morning. So early the next morning he collected the giant's flock, and led them into the meadow, singing his songs and ringing his bell, as was his custom. The princess sat at the open turret window, and listened, but signed to him that he was not to let it be known that he saw her. In the evening, when the shepherd returned with his flock from the meadow, the giant met him and roared out fiercely, "You must pay with your life for the sheep that is lost." But the giant counted in the flock, and no sheep was missing. With this he was much pleased. "That is good. You shall be my shepherd as long as you live," he said. Then he went down to the sea coast, loosened his great magic ship, and as was his custom every evening, sailed 3 times around the island. While the giant was sailing, the king's daughter came to the window and sang, "Tonight, dear shepherd, we will fly. When bright stars shine in the sky, come thou here and set me free, and myself and my crown I'll give to thee." By this, the shepherd understood that he was to come there that night and rescue the princess. He went off without being noticed by anyone, and when it was quite dark, and all were fast asleep, he crept quietly to the tower, stood directly under the turret window, and sang, "'Neath your window, in the starlight, your shepherd waits to set you free. Hasten down, O gentle princess, that I, your rescuer, may be." The princess whispered, "I am bound with golden chains. Come and break them." As the shepherd could think of no other means, he pulled out his whistle and blew one long note. At the same instant, a voice behind him said, "Good evening." "Good evening," answered the shepherd as he turned around. There stood the little elf maiden whose tiny red cap he had once found in the grass. "What can I do for you?" asked the wee maiden. "I pray you," returned the shepherd, "that you will take the princess and myself away from this island." The little maiden said, "Follow me." Then they went to the tower in which the princess had her apartments. The great castle gate flew open of itself as the little elf approached, and as she touched the chains which bound the princess, they broke in pieces. They all three went down to the shore, and the little elf maiden sang, "Fish, be quick, swim up on the water. For you there's great honor in store. You shall carry the king's young daughter, and the future great king ashore." With these words, the little elf threw herself into the water, and there appeared at once a great fish splashing about in the waves. The fish said, "Seat yourselves on my back, but the princess must not be frightened at what happens, for if she is, then my power is at an end." The shepherd and the king's daughter did as they were bidden, and the fish carried them quickly through the waves. But while all this was happening, the giant awoke. Looking out through his window, he saw the shepherd floating across the water with the princess. "Ho, ho," said the giant. "You shall not escape me so easily, my lady, you and your gallant rescuer." Thereupon he took the form of an eagle and flew after them, but when the fish heard the flapping of the eagle's wings, it dived deep under water. At this, the princess was so frightened that she screamed aloud. At once, the fairy fish lost its power, so the eagle pounced upon his prey and carried off both the youth and the maiden in his talons. When the giant had again reached his castle, he had the shepherd thrown into a dark hole far underground, but the princess was placed in the tower and well guarded, that she might not again escape. The shepherd lay in his dark dungeon and gave himself up to despair. He thought that now there was no hope of his ever freeing the princess. And moreover, he had thrown away his own life. Suddenly, he remembered what the Elf King had said. "If the third time you are in great danger, then break the little whistle and I will help you." Therefore, as the shepherd never expected to see the light of day, he pulled out his little bone whistle and broke it in two. "Good evening," rang out a voice behind him. "Good evening," returned the shepherd thankfully as he turned around. There stood the little Elf King with a bright lamp in his hand, and he asked, "What can I do for you?" The shepherd replied, "I wish to free the princess and carry her back to her father's palace." Thereupon, the little man beckoned to the shepherd to come with him. They went through fast-barred doors and through many stately rooms until they came to a great hall, the walls of which were covered with all manner of weapons, swords, lances, and axes. Some shone like polished steel, and others sparkled like the finest gold. The Elf King now kindled a fire on the large hearth and said, "Take off your clothes." The little shepherd did as he was told, and the little man threw the old garments into the fire. He then went to a large iron closet and brought forth fresh linen, and a complete suit of armor, which sparkled like pure gold. "Put those on," said the Elf King, and the youth did so. Now, when the shepherd was clothed from head to foot in a fine suit of armor, the little man fastened the sharp sword to his side and said, "It is destined that the giant shall fall by this sword, and this armor will withstand any steel." They then returned to the deep dungeon, but the shepherd was as light at heart as a bird, and he thanked the Elf King with great joy for all the help he had given. And so they parted. The next morning there was great noise and rejoicing throughout the giant's court, for on that day the giant was to celebrate his nuptials with the young princess, and he had invited all his friends for a great feast. The princess was arrayed in costly robes, a crown was upon her head, and bracelets and other jewelry adorned her neck and arms. All of these the giant's mother had once worn. But the bride wept without ceasing, and her tears were so hot that they burned like fire. She cried most bitterly as the time approached for her wedding ceremony, for she knew that the shepherd was first to be killed. About midday, when all the guests were assembled in the court, the giant sent his servants to bring forth the shepherd, that he might be slain before their eyes. But lo, when they entered the dungeon, the ragged captive was gone, and in his place there stood a strong knight, well armed with sword and lance. At this sight the servants were so terrified that they took to their heels. But the shepherd followed them closely, and soon reached to the court, where all the wedding guests were assembled to witness his death. When the giant saw the knight in his sparkling armor, he grew furious and roared out, "A curse upon you and your hateful magic!" As he spoke, his eyes were so piercing, so glared with rage, that they seemed to see through and through the armor. But the shepherd was not frightened in the least. He called out, "Here, O wicked giant, shall you fight with me for the beautiful princess?" And as he drew forth his sword, it flashed out as a flame of fire. At the sight of the sword, the giant trembled and turned pale. But the shepherd went straight upon him, and with one mighty blow, severed the tyrant's head from his body. And thus the giant died. Now, when the wedding guests saw that their host was dead, they took fright, and each one hurried off to his own home as fast as he could. The princess then ran up to the hero and thanked her dear shepherd for saving her life. The two went at once to the sea-coast. There they loosened the giant's great ship from its anchor and sailed away from the island. When they reached the king's palace, there was great rejoicing that the king and queen had recovered their only daughter, whose absence they had so long mourned. A great marriage feast was prepared, and the shepherd received the beautiful princess as his bride. The two lived happily for many years, and in peace and joy saw their children's children gather about them. And the little bell and the broken whistle are kept to this day as precious relics. End of section 3. Section 4 of Swanhilde and Other Fairy Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joshua Locke. Swanhilde and Other Fairy Tales by Wilhelm Hauff. Translated by Carolyn Norris HORWITZ. Section 4. The Caravan. One day, many years ago, a large caravan was traveling across the desert. Over the vast plain, where naught save sand and sky were to be seen, came, from the distance, the tinkle of the bells of the camels, and the jingle of the silver trappings of the horses. A thick dust cloud went before and proclaimed the approach of the caravan, and when a current of air parted the cloud, sparkling weapons and magnificently gorgeous raiments flashed before the eye. Thus did the caravan appear to a man who came riding toward it from another point. He was mounted on a beautiful Arabian steed, decked with a tiger skin, from which hung vermilion straps, having little silver bells attached. On the head of his horse, a beautiful plume of heron feathers waved gracefully to and fro. The rider's bearing was majestic, and his attire corresponded in elegance to the trappings of his steed. A white turban, richly embroidered in gold, adorned his head. His cloak and trousers were of deep red. A curved sword with a costly handle hung by his side. His turban was drawn low over his face. This, and the black eyes which flashed forth from under bushy eyebrows, together with his long beard and hooked nose, gave him a wild and dangerous appearance. When the rider was within about 15 paces of the vanguard of the caravan, he struck spurs to his horse, and in a few seconds arrived at the head of the procession. Now, to see a solitary rider in the desert is an unusual event, and the guards of the caravan, fearing a sudden attack, leveled their spears against him. "What would you do?" cried the rider, astonished at being received in so hostile a manner. "Do you think one single man would attack your caravan?" At this the guards were ashamed and swung down their spears, but their leader rode up to the stranger and asked him what he desired. "Where is the master of the caravan?" asked the rider. "It does not belong to one master," answered the guard, "but to several merchants who are traveling to their homes by the way of Mecca. We are escorting them through the desert because here the wandering rabble often alarm and rob travelers." "Well, conduct me to the merchants," requested the stranger. "That I cannot do yet," returned the guard, "because we must go on without delay, and the merchants are, at least, a quarter of an hour further behind. If, however, you will ride on with me until we encamp for our midday rest, I will comply with your request." To this, the stranger made no reply. Instead, he unbound from his saddle a long pipe, and as he rode on by the side of the leader of the guards, he sent out from this huge clouds of smoke. His companion knew not what to think of the stranger. While he did not directly ask him his name, he tried to open a conversation with him. But to all his remarks, such as, "You are smoking a very fine tobacco," or, "Your steed has a noble step," the stranger replied with a short, "Yes, yes." At last they arrived at the place where they were to take their midday rest. The leader posted his men as sentinels, while he remained with the stranger until the caravan came up. 30 camels, heavily laden, drew up first, led by armed guards. After these, mounted on 4 horses, came the 4 merchants to whom the caravan belonged. All, excepting one, were men of advanced years, with grave, staid faces. This one appeared very much younger than the others. The procession was closed by a number of laden camels and pack horses. Tents were at once pitched, and the camels and horses placed around in a circle. In the middle of this circle there was a large tent of blue silk stuff. Thither the chief guard conducted the stranger. As he passed through the curtain of the tent, he saw the 4 merchants seated on cushions embroidered with gold, and black slaves were offering them their choice food and wines. "Whom have you brought us?" cried the younger merchant. Before the guard could answer, the stranger made reply. "My name is Selim Baruch, and I am from Baghdad. While on a journey to Mecca, I was taken prisoner by a gang of robbers. 3 days ago, I freed myself from my captivity by stealth. The great prophet caused me to hear the bells of your caravan in the far distance, and that is how I have come hither. Allow me to travel in your company. In doing so, you will bestow your protection on no unworthy object, and when you come to Baghdad, I will amply repay your kindness, for I am the nephew of the Grand Vizier." The elder of the merchants hastened to reply. "Selim Baruch," said he, "you are welcome to our shelter. It affords us great pleasure to serve you, but before all else, sit down and eat and drink with us." So, accepting this kind invitation, Selim Baruch sat down by the merchants and partook of their refreshments. After the repast, the slaves removed the plates and brought long pipes and Turkish sherbet. For a long time the merchants sat, gazing at the blue clouds of smoke as they curled around, dispersed, and finally vanished by degrees in the air. At length the younger merchant broke the silence. "Thus, for 3 days we have sat," said he, "on horse and at table, without anything to help us pass away the time. It seems to me terribly tedious, for I am accustomed after meals to see dances or to hear songs and music. Do you know of anything, my friends, that would help to while away the time?" The 3 elder merchants made no reply. They seemed to be in deep thought. "If you will allow me," said the stranger, "I will make a proposition. I suggest that at each encampment we relate some adventure, or perhaps a fairy story. It may prove a source of much enjoyment." "Selim Baruch," said Ahmed, the elder merchant, "I think we may well adopt your proposal. It gratifies me exceedingly to know that my suggestion pleases you, and to show you that I desire nothing unfair, I myself will make the beginning." The merchants were very pleased. They formed a circle and invited the stranger to sit in the middle. The slaves refilled the goblets and replenished their master's pipes. Selim, refreshing himself with a generous draught of sherbet, parted the long beard from before his mouth and said, "Now then, hear the story of the Caliph Stork." The Caliph Stork. Hasid, Caliph of Baghdad, was reclining on his sofa. It was a beautiful afternoon. He had slept a while, for it was a sultry day, and now, after his accustomed nap, he felt quite bright and merry. He smoked a long rosewood pipe, and every now and then he drank a little coffee handed to him by a slave. After each sip, he stroked his beard in a well-satisfied manner. In short, it was evident that the Caliph was in a very good humor. This, then, was the season to visit him, for at such times he was always indulgent and affable. For this reason, his Grand Vizier, Mansour, in making his daily calls, chose this special hour. On this afternoon, according to his custom, Mansour entered, but looking very thoughtful. The Caliph, taking his pipe from his mouth, said, "Why do you look so very serious, Grand Vizier?" The Grand Vizier crossed his arms upon his breast, bent the knee before his master, and answered, "My lord, if I am looking serious, I did not know it. But there is, at the further end of the castle, a peddler who has such a beautiful wares that it vexes me because I have not more spare money." The Caliph was pleased to make a friend of his Grand Vizier, so he sent his black slave to bring the peddler to him. Very soon, the slave returned with the peddler. The latter was a small, thick-set man with an exceedingly brown face and in ragged attire. He carried a case in which he had all manner of wares, pearls and rings, richly inlaid pistols, glasses and combs. The Caliph and his vizier examined his merchandise. Finally, the Caliph bought handsome pistols for himself and Mansour, and a costly comb for Mansour's wife. As the peddler was replacing his wares, the Caliph spied a small drawer and asked if it contained anything which they had not seen. The peddler pulled out the drawer and disclosed to view a small snuff-box. It contained a black-looking powder and a paper, whereon were written strange words that neither the Caliph nor Mansour could read.
"I bought this box and paper from a merchant who found them in the streets in Mecca," said the peddler. "I do not know what they contain. They are yours for any trifling price you may give. I can make no use of them."
The Caliph was fond of collecting old manuscripts for his library, even when he could not read them. So he bought the paper and the box, and the peddler went his way. The Caliph thought, however, that he would like very much to know what the manuscript contained, and asked Mansour if he knew anyone who could translate it. "Most gracious lord and ruler," answered the vizier, "at the great mosque there lives a man called Selim the Learned, who understands every language. Let him come. Perhaps he knows this mysterious tongue." So the learned Selim was brought into the master's presence. "Selim," began the Caliph, "it is said that you are very learned. Study this writing a minute, and see if you can read it. If you can, I will give you a new feast dress. If you cannot, you shall receive 20 lashes on your back, and 25 on your soles of your feet. For if you fail, you have been wrongly called Selim the Learned." "Thy will be done, my lord," he answered. For a long time he studied the manuscript. Suddenly he cried out, "By the beard of the Prophet, my lord, it is Latin." "Then if it is Latin, tell us what it means," commanded the Caliph. And Selim read, "Man, whoever thou art, that findest this snuff-box, praise Allah for his favor. Herein is a marvelous thing, for whoever shall inhale a pinch of the powder in this box, thereupon pronounce the word Mutabar, can transform himself into any animal, and also understand its language. If he wishes to be changed back into his human form, let him bow himself 3 times towards the east, and pronounce the same word. But beware, whilst thou art transformed, that thou dost not laugh, else the magic word will vanish entirely out from thy mind, and thou wilt always remain an animal." The Caliph was well pleased with Selim's ability to read the manuscript. He, however, exacted that promise that he would tell no one of the secret, gave him a beautiful robe, and dismissed him. To his Grand Vizier he was more confiding. "I call that a good purchase, Mansour. How I enjoy the anticipation of being transformed. Early tomorrow, come to me. We will then go together to the fields, snuff a little of the powder, and find out what is spoken in the air, the water, and the fields." The Caliph had scarcely dressed and breakfasted next morning when the Grand Vizier came to him as he had commanded, to accompany him in his rambles. The Caliph put the box containing the magic powder in his girdle, and telling his attendants to remain behind, he and Mansour set off by themselves. They went first through the Caliph's great garden, where they searched in vain for some live thing by which to prove the magic powder. The Vizier, at length, proposed that they go in the vicinity of a pond, where he had often seen many birds. Among them were storks. Here was a biped that had always attracted his attention because of its solemn demeanor and loud clacking. The Caliph thought the Vizier's suggestion a very good one. When they reached the pond, they saw a stork walking demurely about in search of frogs and insects. They also spied another, high up in the air, flying in the direction of the pond.
"I will wager my beard, most gracious lord," cried the Vizier, "that those long legs will hold a fine discourse together. How would it do for us to become storks?"
"Well spoken," replied the Caliph, "but we must first consider how we can again become men." After bowing towards the east 3 times, and saying, "Mutabor, shall I again be Caliph, and you Vizier? Only by heaven's will, having not laughed, otherwise we are lost." As the Caliph spoke, the second stork hovered lower and lower about his head, and finally alighted on the ground. Quickly drawing the box from his girdle, the Caliph took a generous pinch of the powder and offered it to his Vizier. Following his master's example, both cried in one voice, "Mutabor!" The word was scarcely spoken before their legs began to shrivel up and become thin and red. Then their arms turned to wings, and their necks stretched out from their shoulders. Each was of an enormous length. Their beards vanished, and their heads and bodies became covered with soft feathers.
"Truly, you have a very pretty beak, O Grand Vizier,"
the Caliph remarked, gazing at his companion.
"By the beard of the Prophet, I have never seen so wonderful a transformation."
"My humble thanks," returned the Grand Vizier. "And if I may venture a remark, your Highness appears even more beautiful as a stork than as a Caliph. But if it is your pleasure, I would like to join our comrades and learn if we can understand the true stork language." By this time, the second stork had pruned his feathers and gone to meet his mate. So the 2 new ones hastened toward them. What was their astonishment to hear the second stork say,
"Good morning, Miss Longlegs. Out in the meadow so early?" "Yes, dear clapping bird. I have caught myself quite a breakfast. Would you relish a little piece of bird? Or perhaps a frog's leg?" "Many thanks, but I have no appetite this morning. Besides, I'm here on the meadow for quite another purpose. I dance before my father's guests, and will take refreshments there." And the young stork strode off through the fields with a ridiculously odd motion. The Caliph and Mansour watched her with surprise. She stood on one foot in a most picturesque posture, and fanned herself gracefully with her wings. The Caliph and the Vizier were greatly amused. They laughed long and loud. Indeed, they seemed quite incapable of checking their mirth. The Caliph, however, was the first to recover himself.
"That was indeed pastime," he cried. "A pastime not to be bought with gold. Oh, what a pity that the silly birds have allowed themselves to be frightened away by our laughter. If not, they surely would have sung."
But no sooner had he said this than the truth flashed across the mind of the Vizier. They were forbidden to laugh during their transmutation. He confided his fear to his master.
"By Mecca and Medina, exclaimed the Caliph. Then it was sorry sport if I must remain a stork. Think! What is the magic word? I cannot recall it.
3 times we must bow towards the east, said the vizier, and thereupon say moo moo moo. They turned towards the east, and bowed so low that their beaks nearly touched the ground. But alas, the magic word had fled. As often as the Caliph bowed himself, his vizier cried out, Mum. But the magic word, mutabar, refused to cross his lips. So poor Chasid and his grand vizier Mansur were obliged to retain their stork forms. What to do, they did not know. In great distress, the enchanted ones wandered through the fields. They could not go back to the city, for if they made themselves known, no one would believe their story. The inhabitants of Baghdad have a stork to rule over them. Never. For many days they moved slowly about and fed themselves scantily with wild fruits. On account of their long bills, they could not eat without difficulty. Eider ducks and frogs they shunned. Such tidbits they were afraid would injure their digestion. One comfort only remained. They could fly. So they often went to the roofs of Baghdad to learn what was happening there. On the first day, they witnessed a great commotion in the streets. The 4th day of their enchantment, as they sat on the roof of the Caliph's palace, they saw a magnificent parade. The music of drums and fifes filled the air. There was great display and show. Upon an elegantly equipped steed, surrounded by gorgeously attired servants, sat a man clad in a gold-embroidered scarlet mantle. Half of Baghdad seemed to follow him. Presently, the shout arose, Long live Mirza, Caliph of Baghdad! The storks exchanged glances. Ah, now, I know why I have been transformed, said the Caliph. Listen, this Mirza is the son of my deadly enemy, Karshnur, the mighty enchanter. In an evil hour he swore vengeance against me, yet I do not despair. Come, thou faithful companion of my misfortune, let us travel to the great prophet's grave. At such a holy place, perchance, the magic spell will dissolve. So they at once rose up from the palace roof and flew in the direction of Medina. But flying proved not such an easy mode of travel after all, for neither of the storks were skilled in the practice of that art. Oh, my lord, I cannot hold out much longer, exclaimed the Grand Vizier with a sigh after 2 hours of travel. Your Majesty flies too rapidly, and see, it is growing dark. Had we not better seek a place of shelter for the night? Chasid respected his companion's request, and spying a little way down the valley a ruin which no doubt would give them shelter, they flew thither. They alighted on what seemed once to have been a castle. Beautiful columns jutted out from under the ruins. There were apartments in a perfect state of preservation. All seemed to testify to the former magnificence of the edifice. Chasid and the vizier went through the corridors in search of the best shelter the place afforded. Suddenly, the stork Mansur stopped. My lord and ruler, he said in a whisper, to be afraid of ghosts is foolish for such a grand vizier, still more for a stork. Yet truly I am alarmed, for right beside us I heard an audible groan and sigh. The Caliph stood quite still and listened attentively. Distinctly there came the sound of a low wailing. Without waiting longer, he started in the direction whence the plaintive tones proceeded. But the vizier, seizing him by the wing with his beak, besought him not to plunge himself into some new and unknown danger, but all in vain. Under the Caliph Stork wings beat a fearless heart. He tore himself from the vizier's grasp with the loss of a few feathers, and hastened on through a dark corridor. He soon arrived at a door which seemed only to lean against the doorway, behind which he distinctly heard groans and cries. He thrust back the door with his beak, but stopped rather quickly upon the threshold. He had come upon the ruins of an apartment dimly lighted by a small lattice window. On the ground he saw an immense owl. Tears were falling from its great round eyes, and with vehement voice it poured forth its complaints. But upon seeing the Caliph and his viziers, for the faithful Mansour had followed his master, it raised a loud cry of joy. Quickly wiping away the tears with its spotted brown wings, to the astonishment of both, it cried out in good Arabic, "Welcome to you, storks. You are an omen of my rescue. It is once prophesied that some great happiness should come to me through storks." Recovering from his surprise, the Caliph made a bow with his long neck, brought his feet into a more elegant position, and said, "Owl, after your words, I must believe that I see in you a companion in adversity. But alas, your hope that we can rescue you is vain. You will yourself recognize our helplessness if you hear our story." And the Caliph at once related their sad adventure. When he had finished, the owl thanked him and said, "Now listen to my story, for I am not less unfortunate than you. My father is the king of India. I, his only unhappy daughter, am named Lusa. The magician Karnur, who transformed you, has also plunged me into great misfortune. He came one day to my father and demanded my hand in marriage for his son Mirza. My father, who is a quick-tempered man, threw him down the steps. The wretch knew that if he ever met me again, it must be in another form. And so, as I was walking in my garden, he, dressed as a slave, offered me a drink, which changed me into this detestable shape. While overcome with horror, he brought me to this place, and cried in my ears with a tremendous voice, "Here you shall remain, ugly, despised by even the beasts, until you die, or until someone of his own free will takes you in this hideous shape to be his wife. Thus I have avenged myself on you and your proud father." That was many months ago. Alone and sad, I live here like a hermit. I am cut off from the world, and indeed a terror to the very beasts. Beautiful nature is lost to me, for I am blind in the day. Only when the moon pours its pale light over these buildings does the dense veil fall from my eyes. Having finished her story, the owl again wiped her eyes with her wings. The recital of her sorrows made her grief even more intense. The Caliph was greatly excited by the princess's narrative. "If I am not mistaken," he said, "I detect a striking similarity in our misfortunes. But where am I to look for the key to this riddle?" The owl replied, "My lord, I have the same presentiment, for in my earliest youth it was prophesied by a wise woman that a stork would bring me some great good luck. I think I know how we can save ourselves." The Caliph was astonished at this and asked her to explain her meaning.
"The magician who has made us both unhappy," replied the owl, "comes once every month to these ruins. Not far from this apartment there is a banquet hall. Here he is joined by many of his companions who meet to feast and tell each other of their shameful deeds. I have often watched them there. Perhaps in that room he may speak the magic word that you have forgotten." "Oh, dearest princess," exclaimed the Caliph, "when does he come? Where is the banquet hall? Tell me, I pray you."
The owl was silent for a moment. Then she said, "Take it not unkindly, but only on one condition can I fulfill your wish."
Speak out, cried Cassid. "You have but to command, and I will obey."
"I, too, am anxious to be released," said the owl, "but that cannot be unless one of you consent to marry me." The storks were greatly embarrassed at this proposal. The Caliph drew away from the owl and motioned her companion to follow him.
"Grand Vizier," he said, when they were outside the owl's door, "this is a stupid affair, but you can easily take her."
"So easily," answered the vizier, "that when I went home my wife would scratch my eyes out. Besides, I am an old man, you are young and unmarried. Here is an opportunity to give your hand to a beautiful young princess." "Yes," sighed the Caliph, drooping his wings sadly, "but who told you that she is young and pretty? This is what is called buying a cat in a bag." They talked for some time. The Caliph found that his vizier would rather remain a stork than marry the owl, so he decided to fulfill the condition himself. The owl was delighted. She told them that they could not have come at a better time, for without doubt the magicians would assemble that very night. So she set out to guide the storks to the banquet hall. It took them a long time to go through the dark passage, but at last a bright stone in a half-broken down wall cast forth its rays. Arrived at this point, the owl advised them to keep perfectly still. From the gap in which they stood, they could overlook a large room. It was beautifully furnished. Many colored lamps burned on its walls. These supplied the light of day. In the center of the room stood a round table covered with choice food. Couches were drawn around the table, and on these couches reclined 8 men. The storks recognized in one of these the peddler who had sold them the magic powder. When asked to tell the company of his latest deeds, the peddler at once related, among others, the story of the Caliph and his vizier.
"What magic word have you given them?" asked one of the magicians. "A right difficult Latin word," replied the peddler. "It is pronounced mutabor."
Upon hearing this, the storks were nearly beside themselves with joy. They turned and ran so quickly toward the entrance of the ruin that the owl could scarcely follow them. When they had reached the door, the Caliph exclaimed, "Rescuer of my life and the life of my friend, as an everlasting token of gratitude for what you have done to us, receive me as your husband." Then he turned towards the east. 3 times the stork bowed their long necks towards the sun, which had just risen from behind the mountains. "Mutabor!" they cried. In a thrice they were changed. For some time both Caliph and vizier laughed and wept in each other's arms. Their joy seemed to know no bounds. But who shall describe their amazement when at length they turned around? A beautiful lady, richly attired, stood before them. Blushing charmingly, she gave her hand to the Caliph.
"Do you not know your owl?" she asked,
for it was indeed the owl, retransformed into the princess. The Caliph's eyes were dazzled by her beauty and grace.
"It is the greatest good fortune of my life that I was transformed into a stork,"
he cried. The three at once set off together on their journey to Baghdad. In the pockets of their clothes, the Caliph found not only the box of magic powder, but his purse as well. And at the nearest village, he purchased whatever was needed for their journey. Making no unnecessary delay, they soon arrived at the gates of Baghdad. The return of the Caliph was cause for great rejoicing, for he had been given up as dead. And when people were told the cause of their beloved ruler's absence, their hearts burned with hatred against the impostor Mirza. They hastened to the palace and took the old enchanter and his son prisoners. By order of the Caliph, Kakhnur, the magician, was sent to the ruined castle, the apartment in which the princess was confided, while an owl was assigned to him, and in that very room he was hung. With the son, Mirza, however, the Caliph dealt more kindly. His father's arts were unknown to him, so he was allowed the choice of either death or of snuffing the magic powder. The son chose the latter. The box was given to him by the Grand Vizier. He inhaled one good, generous pinch, and at the Caliph's magic word, he was changed into a stork. After the transformation, the Caliph had him confined in an iron cage and ordered the cage to be placed in his garden. Caliph Chasid lived long and happily with his beautiful wife, the Princess Lusa. The afternoon hours were his pleasantest ones. The Grand Vizier always visited him then, and they never tired of recounting their stork adventure. If the Caliph was in a particularly good humor, he would try to imitate the movements of a stork. His personations were very amusing, as with stiffened legs and arms extended to represent wings, he would make an effort to fly. But the most ludicrous part was when he bowed towards the east, at the same time crying to the princess and her children. This representation was ever a fresh delight. If, however, the Caliph continued his personations beyond a certain limit, the vizier always threatened to tell the Princess Lusa what happened outside the owl's door. When Selim Baruch had finished his story, the merchants declared themselves well pleased. Truly, the afternoon has passed without our perceiving it, said one, drawing aside the tent cover. The evening wind is blowing cool, and we can proceed on our journey. His companions agreeing, the tents were taken down, and the caravan was soon on its way again. They rode nearly all night. During the day, the heat on the desert was oppressive, but the nights are refreshing. At length, coming to a comfortable place of encampment, they pitched the tents, and each sought the rest he so much needed. The merchants extended to the stranger every kindness. Had he been an invited guest, they could not have proffered greater hospitality. The heat was so intense next morning, upon arising, that, after consulting together, they thought best to remain where they were during the day. After finishing their morning repast, they drew closer together again. The younger merchant, turning to Ahmed, the oldest, said,
Selim Baruch made us spend a very pleasant afternoon yesterday. Will you not relate one of your many interesting adventures, or some good fairy tale?
Ahmed considered a moment. Finally, he said,
Dear friends, you have proved yourself faithful companions on this our journey, and Selim, also, I feel deserves my confidence. Therefore, I will relate to you an adventure from my own life, one that I would not tell before everybody."
So saying, he told the story of the haunted ship. End of section 4.
Section 5 of Swanhilde and Other Fairy Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Zarina Silverman, Los Angeles, California. Swanhilde and Other Fairy Tales by Wilhelm Hauff, translated by Carolyn, Norris, HORWITZ, Section 5, The Haunted Ship. My father owned a little store in Balsora. He was neither poor nor rich, but was one of those kind of people who do not like to venture very far for fear of losing the little already obtained. He educated me plainly and strictly. So thorough was he in my instruction that I was enabled at an early age to help him in his business. Just as I had reached my 18th year, and he had made his first large speculation, he died. Probably of regret for having trusted goods worth 1,000 gold pieces on the sea. I had, soon after, to consider him happier in death, for in a few weeks the news reached us that the ship to which my father had entrusted his goods had been lost. My youthful spirits, however, were not depressed by this misfortune. Without loss of time, I turned into money everything that my father had left. Then I went out into the world to seek my fortune. I was accompanied by Ibrahim, one of my father's old servants, who refused to be separated from me and my destiny. We set sail from the harbor of Balsora with a favorable wind. The ship on which I had taken passage was bound for India. When we had traveled about 15 days on the usual route, the captain predicted a storm. His manner was very serious, for his knowledge of the channel was not sufficient to enable him to meet a storm with safety. He at once ordered the sails to be furled, and for a long time we were carried along by the force of the current. The night came on clear and cold, and the captain began to think that he had been mistaken in his calculation. But all at once a ship which we had not seen before passed close by us. Wild shouts of exultation arose from her deck. I was somewhat surprised to hear such sounds of revelry, and especially in those anxious hours before the storm. The captain, who was standing beside me, turned deathly pale. "We are lost!" he cried. "Yonder sails the Death Ship!" Before I had time to ask him what he meant by this extraordinary remark, the sailors came running towards us, wild with affright. "Have you seen it? The Death Ship?" they asked. "It has just passed by us." Words of comfort were read from the Koran, and the captain himself took the helm. But alas! it was all in vain. The storm began to rage in all its fury. Within an hour the ship had sprang a leak. We were fast sinking. The lifeboats were quickly let down, and scarcely had the last sailor left the ship when she sank entirely out of sight. I was a beggar in a little boat out on the great wide sea, but the worst was yet to come. The storm continued to rage, and the little boat became unmanageable. I clung to my old servant, and we promised never to leave each other, come what would. At last daylight appeared, but with the first gleam of dawn, a sudden gust of wind struck our boat and capsized it. I have never seen any of the ship's crew since that night. For the moment I was stunned. The unexpected blow completely overpowered me. When, however, I recovered from the shock, I found myself in the arms of my faithful old servant. Having freed himself from the overturned boat, he had managed to support me as well as himself above the waves. By the time the storm had abated, nothing was to be seen of our ship, but we clearly discerned, not far off, another, which the waves were driving towards us. As she came nearer, I had no difficulty in recognizing the craft. It was the same ship that passed so close to us the night before, the one that threw the captain into such a terror. At the sight of this vessel, I felt a mighty fear creep over me. The captain's exclamation of dread and horror, which had been so fearfully fulfilled, and the deserted appearance of the ship terrified me. Yet we had no other hope of rescue. So we called out loudly for help. But although we came near to the ship and repeated our cries, no one appeared on deck, no one answered our call. From the prow of the ship, and a little to one side, a long rope was let down into the water. We swam toward the rope with all our strength, and at last succeeded in grasping it. I called out loudly, but all was silence on board the ship. By means of this rope we climbed aboard. Being the younger and more active, I reached the deck first. Oh, horror! What a sight met my gaze! The floor of the deck was red with blood, and about it lay 20 or 30 dead bodies in Turkish attire. At the mast stood a man richly dressed. His saber was in his hand, his face was pale and distorted. A large nail, driven through his forehead, fastened the dead man to the mast. Fear chained my feet to the ground. I scarcely dared to breathe. When Ibrahim reached the deck, he was equally horrified. Finally, we ventured to go further in the ship, having, in the agony of our minds, implored the great prophet's protection. At every step we looked about us to assure ourselves that no living person had escaped our notice. Save myself and servant, there was no living human being within reach. We were alone on the great sea. We reached the cabin steps. Here we stopped involuntarily and looked at each other. Neither dared to utter his thoughts. "Oh, master," my faithful servant found voice to say, after a long silence, "something terrible has happened here. Yet even if the ship's hold is full of murderers, I would rather trust myself to their favor or displeasure than to pass another moment among these dead men." And I fully agreed with him. So we took heart and descended the steps, though in fear and trembling as to what fate awaited us there. Everywhere was death-like silence. When we reached the first cabin door, I put my ear to the keyhole and listened. No sound was to be heard. I opened the door and looked in. The room presented a very disorderly appearance. Coats, weapons, and a variety of tools were scattered about in wild confusion. Nothing was in its place. The crew, or at least the captain, must, only a little while before, have been drinking, for wine was spilt over everything. We went from room to room, and from cabin to cabin. Everywhere we found great quantities of silks, pearls, and sugar, and all of the most costly kind. At first I was in an ecstasy of delight, for I thought if there was no living man on the ship, except myself and servant, all these valuables would belong to me. But Ibrahim said that in all probability we were many miles from land, and even if we were not, we could not manage the ship without help. After refreshing ourselves with the food and wines, which we found in abundance in the cabins, we again ascended to the upper deck. But at the sight of so many dead men, we shuddered. We therefore determined to rid ourselves of them by throwing them overboard. But our courage failed us indeed when we found that none of them could be moved from his resting place. They lay on the floor as if spellbound. To remove them, we would have been obliged to take up the planks of the deck, and we had not the proper tools for such a work. We could neither loosen the captain from the mast, nor disengage the sword from his stiff hand. We spent the day in sad reflections upon our situation. When night came, I allowed old Ibrahim to lie down and sleep, while I kept watch on deck, for I hoped, during the night hours, to spy out a friendly sail. When, however, the moon came out, and I calculated by the stars that it was nearly the first hour, an irresistible sleep overpowered me. Involuntarily, I fell backwards and dropped behind a cask that stood on the deck. But after all, it was more of a stunned feeling than sleep. I could hear distinctly the waves beating against the side of the ship, the wind rattling and whistling in the sails. All at once I thought I detected the sound of voices. Then the tread of men's steps was to be heard. I tried to raise myself, that I might better tell from whence the noise proceeded, but an invisible power held me firmly down. I could not even open my eyes. The voices grew more and more distinct. They sounded as if a jolly crew were running about the deck. Among them, I thought I heard the powerful voice of a commander. There came also sounds as of the hoisting and lowering of sails. By degrees, however, I lost consciousness and fell into a deep sleep. During this stupor, I was sure that I heard a great clashing of weapons. When I awoke, the sun was high in the heavens and shining full in my face. At first I was amazed. Then the recollection of the storm, the ship, the dead men, and what I had heard during the night rushed before my mind with vivid remembrance. Upon looking around, I saw that everything remained the same as it had been the day before. The dead men lay there undisturbed. The captain still stood fastened to the mast. I laughed at my dream and started off in search of my old servant. I found him in the first cabin, looking very much dejected. "Oh, master," he cried out at sight of me, "I would rather be lying at the bottom of the sea than to pass another night in this bewitched ship." Upon inquiring the cause of his fright, he said, "When I had slept a few hours, I awoke and heard a sound as of men running to and fro over my head. At first I thought it must be you, but there were at least 20 running about. Moreover, I heard cries and whoops. At last heavy steps came down the stairs. After that I knew little more, for only now and then, for a few seconds at a time, did I have the use of my senses. But in those seconds I saw the same man who was nailed to the mast sitting at that table, singing and drinking. The man in a scarlet cloak, who lay on the floor near the mast, sat next to him and drank with him. You can well imagine, my friends, the horror and alarm I felt after listening to old Ibrahim's adventures of the night. My imaginations then were no delusion. I had heard the steps and voices of the dead men. The thought of traveling in such company was not a pleasant one. Upon finishing, old Ibrahim was lost in thought. "Ah, I have it now," he cried at length, and began repeating a verse that he had learned from his grandfather. This old man had been both wise and experienced. He had likewise been a great traveler. This verse, Ibrahim said, would, if repeated, ward off any ghost or protect us from the wiles of the enchanter. He also asserted that the unnatural sleep which had overpowered us during the night could be averted if we prayed zealously from the Koran. This suggestion of my companion consoled me, for it was in anxious expectation that we saw the night approaching. Opening into the cabin was a small closet, and there we determined to conceal ourselves. We bored holes in the door sufficiently large to obtain a view of the entire cabin. Then we fastened the door as securely as we could on the inside, after which Ibrahim wrote the name of the prophet in each of the 4 corners. Thus, in terror, we awaited the coming of the night. About 11 o'clock, a feeling of irresistible drowsiness crept over me. By the advice of Ibrahim, I prayed earnestly from the Koran, and as if in answer to my prayer, the inclination to sleep seemed to leave me. All at once, everything seemed to be alive and active overhead. The ropes creaked, steps went to and fro on the deck, and voices could be distinctly heard. We listened for some time in an agony of suspense. Finally, we heard steps coming down the cabin stairs. Ibrahim began at once to repeat the verse his grandfather had taught him as a charm against ghosts and magicians. "Come ye from the highest air, or from depths of grim despair? Come ye out from death's last sleep, or did ye all from fire leap? Allah is your Lord and King, to him ye must obedience bring." I am free to confess that I had very little faith in the power of this verse, and when the cabin door flew open, my hair actually stood on end. In walked the large, powerful-looking man whom I had seen nailed to the mast. The nail was still driven through the middle of his forehead, but he had his saber by his side. Behind the captain came another man. He was clothed in costly apparel. I recognized in him one of the dead men I had seen lying on the deck. The captain, for such undoubtedly must have been his rank, had a pale face, a long black beard, and wild, restless eyes, which seemed to survey the cabin critically. I could see his face quite distinctly as he looked toward the door of the closet in which we were hidden. Apparently he did not suspect that there was anything wrong about the closet door. Both men sat down at the table which stood in the middle of the cabin. Each spoke in an unknown language, and in a loud tone of voice. As their conversation continued, their voices became still louder and more eager, until at last the captain brought his clenched fist down on the table with a blow that shook the whole cabin. With wild laughter, his companion sprang up and beckoned the captain to follow him. The latter arose, drew his saber from his side, and the two left the cabin together. We breathed more freely when they had gone. But our fear was not at an end, however. Louder and louder grew the noise on deck. We could hear men running to and fro, screaming, laughing, and whooping. At length there came an alarm so terrific that we thought the deck with all the sails was coming down upon us. It was followed by clashing of weapons and screams. Then followed a sudden and deep stillness. After remaining for some hours in the closet, we ascended to the deck. Everything was just as we had left it. Not a man had changed his position. And thus we passed many days on the ship. Her course was always due east, in which direction, by my calculation, the land was not far off. But although the ship went forward for many miles during the day, she seemed at night to go backward the same distance, for we always found ourselves in the same place when the sun arose. This we could not explain, unless the dead men each night sailed the ship back in a full wind. To prevent this happening again, we took in all sail before the night came on, and employed the same means for securing them as we had used on the closet door. We wrote the name of the prophet, and also old Ibrahim's verse on parchment and bound it around the lowered sails. Then we waited anxiously in our little closet for the result. That night the Phantom crew seemed to rage more furiously than ever, but in the morning we found the sails just as we had left them. From that time, during each day, we hoisted as much sail as was necessary to run the ship smoothly, and each night we rebound the sails with the parchment. At the end of 5 days, we had traveled a considerable distance forward. On the morning of the 6th day, we descried in the distance a small stretch of land, and we hastened to thank Allah and his Prophet for our wonderful rescue. This day, and the night following, we steered the ship towards the coast. On the 7th morning, we were rewarded by a sight of a city on the distant land. Immediately we cast anchor, and to our great joy found that it touched bottom. At once we lowered a small boat which stood on the deck, and rowed with all our strength towards the city. A half-hour's steady pull brought us into a river which emptied into the ocean, and from this point we steered straight for the shore. Arriving at the city gate, we learned, upon making inquiries, that we were in India, not far from the place to which was bound the ship in which I had taken passage at Baghdad. We went at once to a caravansary, for we had need of refreshment after our adventurous journey. There I inquired where I could find a wise and learned man. I also gave the host to understand that I would like to see one who was somewhat versed in the art of magic. He directed me to a plain-looking, unpretentious house in a retired street, and told me to ask for Muley. As I entered the house, I was met by a little old man with a white beard and a long nose. He asked me what I wished. I told him that I wanted to see the wise Muley. He informed me that he was the one I sought. Straightway I told him my story, and asked him to advise me as to what I should do with the dead men, and what means I should employ to get them off the ship. The old man went on to say that the people on board the ship, owing to some crime or outrage which they had committed on the sea, had probably been bewitched. Were they brought to land, he believed the enchantment would be broken. This, however, could not be done unless the planks on which they lay were taken up. By all justice and right, thought I, the ship and all the goods on it belong to me. I have, as it were, found it. Therefore, I shall keep the story quite secret. I will give Muley a little present, out of my abundance, and he, with his slaves, will help me to dispose of the dead men. Accordingly, I promised Muley to reward him handsomely if he would assist me. This he agreed to do, and we at once set out upon our way towards the coast. 5 slaves accompanied us. They carried saws, axes, and whatever else might be required in the work we were to undertake. The wise Muley could not say enough in praise of our fortunate thought. The binding of the sails with the verse and the prophet's name was, he said, the only means by which we could have been saved. It was quite early in the day when we reached the side of the ship. We all set to work with a will, and in an hour's time 4 of the dead men lay in our little boat. One of the slaves rowed back to land for the purpose of interring the bodies. But upon returning, he told us that the dead men had spared him the trouble, for as soon as he had laid them on the ground, they crumbled to dust. We went steadily on, sawing the planks and sending the bodies to land. Before night, all had been taken up. There was no one left on board except the man who was nailed to the mast. We tried to draw the nail out of the wood, but all in vain. No force could move it a hair's breadth. What to do I did not know. We could not cut down the whole mast to bring him to land. But Muley's knowledge came to our aid. He told one of his slaves to row to land and bring a pot of earth. When the slave returned, Muley spoke some magic words and sprinkled the earth on the dead man's head. Immediately his eyes opened. He took a deep breath, and the wound of the nail in his forehead began to bleed. We drew the nail gently out, and he at once fell into the arms of one of the slaves. "Who has done this for me?" he asked, seeming to have recovered a little. Muley pointed to me. I came forward. "Many thanks to you, unknown stranger," said the captain. "You have saved me from a long continued torture. For 15 years my body has been on this ship, sailing over the waters, and my spirit was condemned to return each night to my body. But now that my head has been touched by earth, I can go to rest with my fathers." I begged him to tell us the cause of all this, and he spoke as follows. "15 years ago, I was a powerful and highly esteemed man, and lived in Algiers. The desire for gain led me to fit out a ship and become a pirate. I had been engaged in this pursuit for quite a while, when once, among my other plunder, I took a dervish on board, very much against his will. I and my companions were rough men, and we did not regard the holy office of the man. On the contrary, I made jest of him. One day he, in righteous anger, reproved me for my sinful way of living. That night, after I had been drinking very freely with my first mate, my anger mounted higher and higher within me at the recollection of what the dervish had said to me. I would never have allowed even a sultan to speak so to me. My anger increasing, I rushed up to the deck and thrust my dagger into the dervish's heart. As he was dying, he wished that I and my crew should not be able to die or live until our heads were laid on the earth. Then he died. We threw his body into the sea and laughed at his curse. But that same night his wish was fulfilled. Part of my crew revolted against me. A most furious struggle followed, until all on my side were killed and I was nailed to the mast. But all the mutineers also died of their wounds, and soon my ship was naught but a huge grave. My eyes were set, my breathing stopped, and I thought I was dying, but it was only a kind of torpid state into which I had fallen. The next night, at the same hour in which we had thrown the dervish into the sea, I and all my companions awoke from the stupor. Life returned to us, but we could do and say nothing except what had been said and done the night before. Thus we have sailed for 15 years, not able to live not able to die. For how could we reach the land? With frantic pleasure we always sailed in the storms, with full sails, because we hoped at last the ship would be dashed to pieces on a rock, and that we could then lay down our weary heads in rest at the bottom of the sea. Our efforts did not succeed, but now I will die. Yet once more I thank you, my unknown rescuer, and if riches can repay you, receive my ship and cargo as a token of my gratitude." When the captain had thus spoken, he bowed his head and expired. His body, like those of his companions, instantly crumbled into dust. We gathered up the dust, put it in a little chest, and buried it on land. I employed some workmen from the city, who put my ship in good repair. After I had exchanged the goods which I found on board with the merchants of the city to my great advantage, I hired sailors, paid my friend Muley handsomely, and shipped for my native land. I took, however, a roundabout course, and stopped at many islands and seaports, and brought my goods to market. The prophet blessed and prospered my enterprise. In 9 months I reached Balsora. I was now twice as rich as the dead captain had made me. My fellow townsmen were astonished at my riches and good fortune. They would believe nothing else but that I had found the diamond valley of the celebrated traveler Sinbad. I left them in their belief. From that time on, all the young people of Balsora, before they were 18 years old, wanted to go out into the world, like me, to make their fortunes. I now live in peace and happiness. Every 5 years I make a journey to Mecca, to offer my thanks and praise to Allah in that holy place for the great blessings he has been pleased to bestow upon me, and to pray for the captain and his crew, asking Allah that he will take them to his paradise. The next day and night the caravan traveled on without a stop. When, however, they again made a halt, Selim, the stranger, went up to Muley, the youngest of the merchants, and said, "You are by far the youngest of us, and besides are always bright and merry. No doubt you know some droll story or adventure. Bring it out, that it may make us forget the heat of the day." "Well, I might relate something that would amuse you," replied Muley. "Yet modesty becomes youth in all things. Therefore my older traveling companions must have precedence. Zaleukos is always so grave and reserved. Shall he not tell us first what makes him so serious? Perhaps his anxiety or trouble, if he has any, might be lessened if he would impart it to us, for we would gladly help our brother." Zaleukos was a Greek merchant. He was a man of middle age, handsome and strong, but very grave. Although he was not a Mussulman, yet he was beloved by all his traveling companions. He had won their esteem and trust by his refined and open manners. He had but one hand. Some of the merchants were of the opinion that it was this misfortune that made him so grave and reserved. To Muley's suggestion, Zaleukos replied, "I am much honored by your expressions of sympathy. No one of you can lessen my trouble, although you have the best of intentions. Yet, as Muley seems to reproach me for my gravity, I will tell you something which will justify me in your eyes, if I am more serious than others. You see that I have lost my left hand. I was not always so. I lost that missing member on the most terrible day of my life. If it was by any fault of mine, or if since that painful day I do wrong in seeming grave, you shall judge when you have heard the story of the severed hand." End of section 5.
Section 6 of Swanhilde and Other Fairy Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Swanhilde and Other Fairy Tales by Wilhelm Hauff, translated by Carolyn Norris HORWITZ. Section 6. The Story of the Severed Hand. I was born in Constantinople. My father was a dragoman at the city gate. Besides this, he carried on a profitable trade, with sweet-scented essence and silk stuffs. He gave me a good education. He instructed me partly himself, and also had me taught by one of our priests. At first he intended me to superintend his store, but as I displayed greater talent than he had expected, he placed me under the instruction of one of his friends who was a physician. For a physician could make his fortune in Constantinople if he were somewhat more learned than the ordinary mountebank. Very many Frenchmen came to our house. One of them persuaded my father to let me travel in his country to the city of Paris. There, he asserted, one could best learn the arts, and at the least expense. He said he would without charge take me back with him when he returned. My father, who had himself traveled when he was young, consented. The Frenchman told me to be ready in 3 months' time. I was beside myself with joy, and could scarcely wait for the hour when we should set sail. At last the Frenchman settled his affairs, and was ready for the journey. On the evening before we were to start, my father led me to one of his private apartments. There I saw several beautiful robes. Some weapons also were lying on the table. But what most attracted my notice was a great pile of gold. I had never seen so much together before. My father clasped me in his arms and said, "See, my son, I have prepared clothes for you for the journey. These weapons are yours. They are the same which your grandfather gave me when I first set out on my travels. I know you can wield them, but never use them unless you are first attacked. Then, my boy, strike back valiantly. My fortune is not large. See, I have divided it into 3 parts. One is yours, one is for my maintenance and comfort, the third is to me a sacred portion. It must not be touched," he added. "It is to serve you in the hour of necessity." As my old father spoke, tears filled his eyes, perhaps from a foreboding of what might happen, for I never saw him more. We had a good voyage, and soon reached France. 6 days' journey by land brought us to the great city of Paris. Here my French friend hired a room for me, and advised me to use my money, which amounted in all to 10,000 francs, very carefully. I lived 3 years in this city, and learned all that a thorough physician ought to know. It is but the truth, however, to say that I did not enjoy myself there. The customs of the people did not please me. Then, too, I made but few good friends there. These few, however, were all noble young men. The longing to be at home again at last became strong within me. All the time I had been away, I had heard nothing of my father, and I seized the first favorable opportunity to return to my home. A French embassy was about to start from Paris on its journey to the court of Turkey. I persuaded the ambassador to employ me as surgeon to himself and retinue, and so traveled comfortably to Constantinople. I found my father's house shut up. The neighbors were astonished when they saw me, and told me that my father had been dead 2 months. A doctor whom I had known well in my youth brought me the key. Alone and forlorn, I went into the desolate house. I found everything as my father had left it. Only the gold, which he had promised me to leave untouched, was missing. I asked the doctor where it was. He replied, "I was a good friend to your father, and he left me all his money as a proof of his gratitude." Remembering the words of my father at parting, this was to me incomprehensible. Yet what could I do? I had neither evidence nor witness against the doctor, and I could only rejoice that he had not also taken my father's house and goods as a legacy. This was the first misfortune that befell me. From that time on, however, there came blow upon blow. My reputation as a physician did not increase, for I was ashamed to advertise and recommend myself, and above all I missed the influence of my father, who would have introduced me to the richest and most distinguished of the citizens. But now no one thought of poor Zaleukos. Also, I could find no sale for my father's goods, for since his death his customers had gone elsewhere, and it is slow work to find new ones. While I was thus brooding disconsolately over my sad situation, a new thought struck me. I had often seen among our people Frenchmen who traveled through our land, seeking for their goods a market in the different cities. The people were always eager to buy from them, because their goods came from foreign lands. In this way the foreigners could make nearly 100%. Immediately my resolution was taken. I sold my father's house, and gave part of the money that I received for it to a trustworthy friend to keep in reserve. With the rest I bought the things which were most rare in France, such as shawls, silk stuffs, salves, and oils. I took passage on a ship, and started on my second voyage to France. It seemed as if good fortune came to me again as soon as I had passed the castles of the Dardanelles. Our voyage was short and pleasant. I traveled throughout France, and found everywhere, in the large and small cities, willing customers for my goods. My friend in Constantinople kept me supplied with a fresh stock, and I became wealthier day by day. At last, when I had made so much money that I thought I could venture on a larger enterprise, I traveled with goods into Italy. I must, however, mention one thing which brought me not a little money. That is, I used my knowledge of medicine to help me in increasing my fortune. When I came to a city, I had it published abroad that a celebrated Greek physician had arrived, who had already made many wonderful cures. And truly my salves and medicines have brought me many zechins. At last in my travels I reached the city of Florence in Italy. I intended to reside there for a long time, partly because I was pleased with the place, and partly because I wished to recover from the fatigue of the journey thither. I hired a warehouse by the city gate. Not far from it I secured also 2 handsome rooms, which were connected by a balcony to an inn. Immediately I sent out my cards that advertised me as a physician and merchant. I had scarcely opened my warehouse when the people came pouring in, and although my prices were a little higher, yet I sold more than did other merchants, because I took pains to make myself agreeable to my customers. I had already spent 4 days very pleasantly in Florence. One evening, after I had shut up my warehouse, and according to my custom each evening was rearranging the stock in my salvatory, I found in a small box a note which I did not recollect having placed there. I opened it. It proved to be a request that at exactly 12 o'clock that night I would be on the bridge which is called the Ponte Vecchio. I was greatly puzzled over this note. I knew no one in Florence. Finally, I concluded that someone wished to take me secretly to see a sick person. Such a summons had often come to me before. I determined to go to the bridge. I took the precaution, however, to carry along the saber which my father had given me. As it drew near midnight, I started on my way. I soon reached the Ponte Vecchio. The bridge was forsaken and dreary, but I resolved to wait until the one who had summoned me should appear. It was a cold night. The moon shone brightly, and, lost in thought, I gazed down upon the waves of the Arno as they sparkled in the moonlight. The clock in the nearest church steeple struck 12. I turned my head, and there, right before me, stood a large man. He was wrapped in a red mantle, one end of which he held in front of his face. At first I was somewhat frightened, his approach had been so sudden. But I soon recovered my composure, and immediately said, "If you have sent for me to come here, speak out, and tell me what service I can render you." The disguised man turned himself around and said slowly, "Follow." But my courage was not sufficient to allow me to go alone with this unknown man, wherever he should choose to guide me. I therefore said, "Not so, my dear sir. Will you not first tell me where you wish to lead me? And also, can you not let me see a little of your face, that I may judge if you be friend or foe?" At this he seemed to take offense. "If you will not follow, Zaleukos, then remain where you are," he answered, and went on. Thereupon my anger was kindled. "Do you suppose," I cried out, "that I will allow myself to be trifled with in this way by every fool who chooses to mock me, or that I would have waited here this cold night for nothing?" In 3 springs I had gained his side, and seizing him by the cloak, I cried out loudly for help, while I laid my other hand on my saber. But the cloak remained in my grasp. The unknown man had disappeared around the next corner. By degrees my anger subsided. I had the cloak. That surely would aid me in finding out who this strange adventurer could be. Flinging the garment across my arm, I started toward home. I was scarcely more than 100 steps from the bridge, when some one touched me lightly on the shoulder, and whispered in French, "Be on your guard, master. There is nothing to be made to-night." Before I could face my informer, he was gone. All that I could see was a shadow gliding past the houses. That the message referred to the red cloak, and not to me, I could readily understand, but that threw no light on the subject. The next morning I pondered the matter well. At first I concluded to advertise the cloak, saying I had found it. But on second thought I knew that would be unwise. The unknown man could send one of his friends for the garment, and I would never get an explanation of the affair. While I was considering what to do, I examined the mantle more closely. It was made of heavy purple red Genoese velvet, trimmed with astrakhan fur, and richly embroidered with gold. The magnificence of the garment suggested a new idea, one I determined to carry out. I took the cloak to my warehouse and presented it for sale, fixing the price too high to find a purchaser. My motive was to take particular notice of the face and features of any one who should ask for a fur-trimmed cloak. For although after the loss of the mantle the unknown had fled so swiftly, his manner was so determined that I was certain I should recognize him anywhere. The extraordinary beauty of the cloak attracted the attention of all, but no one who came to examine the garment in the least resembled the unknown man. Neither were any willing to pay the high price I had set upon it. Upon asking one after another of my customers if there were no other such mantles in Florence, they all answered no, and declared they had never before seen so tasty and elegant a piece of work. That evening a young man came into my store. I had often seen him there, and indeed he had that very day offered a high price for the mantle. Throwing a purse of zechins on to the counter, he said, "Zaleukos, I must have your mantle, if paying the high price that you ask for it leaves me a beggar." And at once he began to count out his gold pieces. I was much troubled at this. I had displayed the mantle only in hopes that the attention of the unknown man might be attracted by it. Now this young simpleton had come, and was willing to pay the enormous price at which I had valued it. But what was I to do? I had to consent to sell it. In one way I was greatly benefited by the transaction, for by so doing I was handsomely paid for my night's adventure. The youth took the garment and started off. On the threshold he turned. Loosening a paper which was fastened to the mantle, he threw it toward me, saying, "Here, Zaleukos, is something which certainly does not belong to the mantle." I took the note, indifferent as to its contents. Opening it, I read, "Bring the mantle to-night at the same appointed hour to the Ponte Vecchio. 400 zechins await you there." I stood as if transfixed to the spot. I had thrown away my fortune, and failed in my first endeavor. I did not wait long, however. Hastily gathering up the 200 zechins I had taken in exchange for the garment, I ran after the man. "Take back your zechins, good friend," I cried, "and give me the mantle. I cannot possibly part with it." At first the young man took my request as a joke, but finding that I was in earnest, he flew into a passion. He called me hard names. Finally we came to blows. I was fortunate enough, however, in the struggle to drag the mantle away from him, and then tried to hurry off with it. But he called on the police for help, and they took us both before a judge. The judge was much surprised at the cause of our dispute, and gave the mantle to my opponent. I offered the young man 20, 50, 80, and at last 100 zechins, beside his 200, if he would give me back the mantle. The money had the desired effect. He took the 300 zechins, and I went off with the mantle, although I knew that all the men in Florence took me for a fool or madman. But the opinion of the people was of no consequence to me. I knew what they did not, that I would gain 100 zechins by the bargain. I awaited the night with impatience. At the same hour as before, I went to the Ponte Vecchio. With the last stroke of the steeple clock, the figure came from out of the darkness. It was seemingly the same man whom I had seen the previous night. "Have you the mantle?" were his first words. "Yes, master," I answered, "but it cost me a full 100 zechins." "Be content," said he, "here are 400 zechins." He went with me to the wide rail of the bridge, and counted out the gold pieces. The 400 zechins were mine. They glittered magnificently in the moonlight, and their luster made my heart glad. Ah! Little did I guess that it would be my heart's last joy. I put the gold in my pocket. I had a great desire to see the face of this generous stranger, but he wore a heavy mask, from out of which gleamed a pair of piercing black eyes. "I thank you, sir, for your bounty," I ventured to say. "And now what else can I do for you? I tell you, however, first, that it must not be anything wrong." "It was unnecessary for you to say that," he answered, as he threw the mantle around his shoulders. "I need your help as a surgeon, yet not for a living person, but for a dead body." "How can that be?" I cried in astonishment. "I came hither with my sister from foreign lands," he replied, and at the same time beckoned me to follow him. "I live here with her at a relative's house. My sister died suddenly yesterday, and her kinsfolk wish to bury her tomorrow. According to an old custom of our family, all must rest in the vault of our ancestors. Nevertheless, many who die in foreign lands are embalmed and buried in the place where they die. I have granted our relatives here her body, but I must at least take my father the head of his daughter, that he may see her face once again." To fulfill this wish was to me something terrible, yet I dare not turn back, for by so doing I might offend this unknown man. I therefore told him that I could go in as the embalmer, and bade him lead me to the apartment of his dead sister. I could not refrain from asking why all this must be done so secretly, and in the dead of night. He informed me that his relatives, who considered his intention a barbarous one, would be present during the day, and prevent him from having it done. But when the head was once taken off, there was nothing more to be said about it. He would not have sent for me, only a very natural feeling had deterred him from cutting off the head of his own sister, although she was dead. We had by this time arrived before a large and magnificent house. My companion pointed it out to me as the end of our midnight walk. We passed the chief entrance, and went in through a postern gate, which my unknown guide fastened carefully behind him. A narrow, winding flight of steps led into a dimly lighted passage. Along this we passed, and at the end of the passage we came to a room lighted by a lamp hanging from the ceiling. In this apartment there was a bed. On the bed lay a corpse. The unknown stranger turned his face away as if to hide his tears. He pointed to the bed, and bade me execute my work well and quickly. Then he left the room. I opened my case of knives, which as a surgeon I always carried with me, and approached the bed. Only the head of the corpse was visible, but that was so beautiful that I was seized with the most heartfelt sympathy. Her dark hair hung down in long tresses, the face was pale, the eyes were closed. I summoned all my fortitude. Taking my sharpest knife, with one stroke I cut through the jugular vein. Oh, horror! The dead one opened her eyes, but closed them again immediately, and with deep groans seemed to breathe out her life. At the same time a stream of warm blood flowed from out the wound. That she was now dead there was no doubt, for there was no healing such a gash. For some minutes I stood stunned by what had happened, and full of grief and horror. Had the stranger deceived me, or had his sister perhaps been entranced? The latter seemed to me the more probable, but I dared not tell her brother that a slighter cut would have awakened without killing her. Therefore I wished to detach the head entirely from the body. Once again she groaned, and writhing as if in terrible pain, expired. At this I was overwhelmed with horror, and ran shuddering out of the apartment. In the passage I found myself in total darkness, for the lamp had gone out. I could discover no trace of my unknown guide, and I had to feel my way along by the wall that I might reach the winding steps. I found them at last, and half falling, half sliding, I gained the bottom. Here also there was no one to be seen. The door, however, stood open, and I breathed more freely when I reached the street. I had scarcely dared to breathe at all in that house. Spurred on by terror, I soon reached my dwelling, and rushing into my room, buried my face in the pillows of my bed, striving to forget the dreadful deed I had done. But it was long before I fell asleep, and upon awakening in the morning the terrible scene returned to my mind, nor could I shake it off. It seemed most probable to me that the man who had been the cause of my committing this atrocious deed would not betray me. I therefore determined to go on with my business in my warehouse, and as far as possible to assume an unconcerned manner. But a new thought, which just then flashed into my mind, increased my anxiety. My cap and girdle were missing, so also was my case of knives, and I was uncertain whether I had left them in that terrible room, or had lost them in my flight. Alas, the former seemed the more probable, and if so, I would be detected as a murderer. I opened my warehouse at the usual hour. My neighbor came in immediately, as he was in the habit of doing each morning, being a sociable and communicative sort of person. "Ah, friend, what do you say to the terrible deed," he began, "that happened last night?" I pretended to know nothing about it. "How is it that you know nothing of the story with which the whole city is filled? Do you not know that the loveliest flower of Florence, Bianca, the daughter of the governor, was murdered last night?" "Ah, I saw her only yesterday, so happy, driving through the streets with her betrothed. To day was to have been their wedding day." Every word was a dagger in my heart, and how often was the torture renewed, for each one of my customers told me the story, and each related it in a more terrible manner than his predecessor. And yet no one could relate anything half so shocking as what I myself had witnessed the previous night. About midday an officer from the court came into my warehouse, and bid me step apart from the people. "Signor Zaleukos," said he, as he produced the articles which I had lost, "do these belong to you?" At first I thought to steadily disown them, but through the half open door I could see my landlord and others. They could easily bear evidence against me, so I determined not to make the matter worse by telling a lie, but confessed myself the owner of the articles in question. The officer bade me follow him. He led me to a large building, which I recognized as the prison. There he conducted me with but little ceremony to one of the cells. My situation was terrible. As I meditated in my solitude on the occurrences of the preceding night, the thought of having committed murder, although involuntarily, was ever uppermost in my mind. I could not conceal from myself the fact that the glitter of the gold had confused my mind, else I would not have fallen so blindly into the trap. 2 hours after my imprisonment, I was led out from my cell. I was conducted down a long flight of steps, and thence into a large court room. Around a long table, draped in black, sat 12 men. Benches were placed along the sides of the apartment. These were filled with the most distinguished citizens of Florence. The high galleries on either side of the room were densely crowded with spectators. When I had reached the draped table, one of the men arose in a sad, mournful manner. It was the governor. Addressing the assembly, he said that, as the father of the murdered one could not sit as judge, he resigned his place to the oldest of the senators. This senator was aged and bent with years. His temples were thin and prominent, and his hair pure white, but his eyes flashed like fire, and his voice was strong and steady. He began at once by asking me if I confessed to having committed the murder. I begged him to give me a hearing, and related boldly and in a distinct tone of voice what I had done and all I knew. I noticed that during my narrative the governor turned first pale and then red. When I had finished, his wrath broke out in words. "How, wretch!" he cried out to me. "So you wish to impute to another the crime which you have perpetrated to satisfy your avarice?" The old senator checked him in his interruption, reminding him that he had voluntarily resigned his seat as chief judge. Furthermore, he said, it was not yet proved that I had committed the crime out of avarice, for according to the governor's own testimony, nothing had been stolen. Indeed, he went further. He declared to the governor that he must give an account of his daughter's early life. Only by so doing could it be determined whether or not I had spoken the truth. He then adjourned the court for that day, that after learning from the governor the story of his daughter's life, he might hold council with the other senators. I was led back to my cell, where I spent a sad day. Most devoutly did I wish that the court might discover some connection between the murdered Bianca and the owner of the red mantle. The next day I entered the courtroom full of hope. A large pile of papers lay on the table. The old senator asked me if they were in my handwriting. I looked at them. The letters were in the same handwriting as the 2 cards which I had received, asking me to come to the Ponte Vecchio. I so informed the senators. They insisted, however, that I must have written them. The signature of each, they said, was undoubtedly a Z, and this was the initial of my name. The letters shown me contained threats to the murdered lady, and warnings because of her marriage which was about to take place. The governor must have given special orders with regard to me, for during my imprisonment I was treated with suspicion and severity. At first I hoped the truth of my story might be proved by the 2 notes from the stranger, which were in my apartments. But I was told that the rooms had been searched and no papers found. At the conclusion of that day's session, all hope had forsaken me. On the 3rd day I was again led into the court, and was told the verdict. I was found guilty of wilful murder, and was condemned to death. Ah! Thus had it come to pass. Bereft of all that was dear to me on earth, far from my native land, I, in the flower of my life, guiltless, must die on the block. On the evening of that awful day which had decided my fate, I sat in my solitary dungeon. All hope had fled. My thoughts were on the morrow and my death. Suddenly the door opened, and a man stepped in who gazed upon me for some time in silence. "So I have found you again, Zaleukos," said he. I had not recognized him by the dim light of my lamp, but the sound of his voice awakened in me old recollections. It was Baletti, one of those young friends whom I had known during my student life in Paris. He said he was on a visit to Florence, where his father resided, a much esteemed and influential man. On hearing my story, he had come that he might see me once more, and hear from my own lips what reason I could have had for committing such a deed. I told him my story. He seemed greatly moved. He besought me to tell him, my only friend, everything, not to go from life with a falsehood on my lips. I swore to him by the most solemn oath I could conjure, that my only fault in the matter had been my greed for gain. Blinded by the glitter of the gold, I had not considered the improbability of the unknown man's story. "Then you did not know Bianca?" said my friend. I told him that I had never seen her before. "A deep secret underlies the deed," said Baletty. He then informed me that the governor very strongly urged my condemnation; that it was rumored, he said, that I had known Bianca for some time. I had murdered her, so the story ran, out of revenge, and because of her betrothal to another. I reminded Baletty that this report was very likely due to the owner of the red mantle, yet I had no proof to show his share in the deed. Baletty embraced me with tears in his eyes. He promised to do all in his power that could in the least tend to save my life. But I had little hope. I knew Baletty to be a wise and learned man, and one well versed in the law. I also knew that he would try by every available means to save me, and still my courage sank. 2 long days I was kept in suspense. At last Baletty appeared. "I bring encouragement, Zaleukos," he cried, "though it is burdened with a penalty. You are not to die. You are to go free, but with the loss of a hand." I thanked him gratefully for my life. He then told me that the governor could not be persuaded to investigate the case further. Not to seem unjust, however, he had agreed that if in the chronicles of Florence a similar case could be found, then my punishment should be the same as the one inflicted therein. Baletty and his father had both of them searched day and night in all the old books of record, and had at last been rewarded by finding what they sought. The sentence thus discovered read, "His left hand shall be struck off, his goods confiscated, and he himself be banished forever." This then was to be my punishment too. My task was to prepare myself for the painful hour that awaited me. I will not picture the dreadful scene. Enough to say that, standing in an open market place, I laid my hand upon the block, and saw my own blood flow from it over foreign soil. When the terrible ordeal was ended, Baletty took me to his house. There I remained until my wound had partially healed. When I was able to depart, my old friend supplied me with ample traveling money. All the fortune I had toiled so hard to accumulate had fallen a booty into the hands of the law. I traveled from Florence to Sicily. From thence I left by the first ship for Constantinople. My only hope of support was the sum of money left with my friend. I also begged him to allow me to live with him. Imagine my surprise and astonishment when he asked why I did not take possession of my own house. He then went on to explain. A foreigner had bought in my name a house in the Greek quarter. The same man had also told the neighbors that I would soon arrive. Accompanied by my friend, I at once visited that part of the city. I was received with joy by all my old acquaintances. An old merchant handed me a letter. This same foreigner, he said, had left it in his care. I opened it and read: "Zaleukos, 2 hands are ready to work hard, that you may not feel the loss of one of yours. This house and all it contains is yours, and every year you shall receive so much money that you will be counted among the richest of your people. Enjoy your ease and forgive, if you can, one who is more unhappy than you." I could guess the writer. The merchant told me that it was a man whom he took to be a Frenchman. He wore a red mantle. This great show of liberality caused me to believe that the unknown man was not altogether without heart and feeling. Everything in my new house was of the best. There was likewise a warehouse stocked with goods far handsomer than any I had ever owned. 10 years have passed. I still continue in business, but it is more from the force of habit than because I have need of so doing. The land where I was so unfortunate I have never seen since parting with good Baletty. Every year since then I have received 1,000 pieces of gold. It brings me many comforts and much pleasure. I am truly grateful to the unhappy man for his liberality, yet it cannot atone for the sorrow and anguish of soul which I have suffered and must ever endure. For no matter how lively the scene, or how gay the pleasure, there is ever before me an awful picture. It is the face of the murdered Bianca. Zaleukos, the Greek merchant, finished his story. The others had listened with great interest, but the stranger especially seemed to be much affected by the sad narrative. Several times he had sighed deeply, while Muley took the story so much to heart that at one stop tears stood in his eyes. For some time they talked over the troubles through which poor Zaleukos had passed. Then the stranger said, "And do you not hate this unknown man who was the cause of your losing so useful a member of your body, this fellow who brought your very life into such great danger?" "Well," the Greek replied, "I grant I did in days gone by. There were times when my heart cried out to God for vengeance on the one who had brought this great sorrow upon me and embittered my life. But I found comfort in the faith of my fathers. I am a Christian, and that faith teaches me to love my enemies. Of one thing, moreover, I am certain: he is even more unhappy than I am." "Zaleukos, you are a noble man!" the stranger exclaimed, and he grasped the hand of the Greek. The leader of the guards now interrupted the merchants in their conversation. Hurriedly entering the tent, he informed them that it was no time for rest, as they were near to the place where caravans were frequently attacked. Indeed, he reported that the sentinels thought they saw in the distance a body of horsemen. At this news the merchants were much disturbed, but Selim, the stranger, seemed quite at ease. He remarked that the guards were so well armed that they had no cause to fear a troop of thieving Arabs. "Indeed, sir," replied the captain of the guard, "if that were all, we might take our ease without danger. But we fear that these may be the terrible Orbasan and his men. If so, it behooves us to be on our guard." The stranger asked who this Orbasan was, and Achmet, the oldest merchant, answered, "There are many reports among the people about this wonderful man. Some hold that he is a supernatural being because of his remarkable courage. He has often entered alone into combat with 5 or 6 men and overcome them. Others think him to be a courageous Frank, whom misfortune has driven to this country, but all agree that he is a notable robber and thief." "And yet that is not proven," exclaimed one of the merchants, named Lisa. "And even if he is a robber, he is also a most noble man. As such he has shown himself to my brother. The incidents I could relate to you. He keeps all his band under excellent control and discipline, and as long as he roams through the desert no other banditti dare show themselves. Besides this, he does not rob as other Bedouin do. He demands only a moderate sum of money from caravans, and in return ensures them his protection in the desert against other banditti. Those who pay this fee willingly may go on unmolested, for Orbasan is lord of the desert." So spake the travelers in the tent, but the guards who were stationed around the resting place began to grow uneasy. A considerable body of armed men rode toward them from the distance. They seemed to be riding straight for the camp. One of the guards went to the tent to announce that they would probably soon be attacked. The merchants consulted together as to what was to be done. Should they advance to meet the robbers, or await the attack? Achmet and Lisa preferred the latter course. The fiery Muley, however, and Zaleukos the Greek were in favor of doing the former. They called upon the stranger to come on their side. The stranger quietly drew from his girdle a small piece of blue cloth dotted with red stars. This he bound to the top of a lance, and ordered one of the slaves to hoist it on the top of the tent. "That is a pledge for our lives," said he. "When the horsemen see this sign, they will ride quietly off." Muley had no faith in the flag of truce, but the slave placed the lance as he had been ordered. Meanwhile all seized their weapons, and with anxious expectation awaited the approach of the horsemen. The would-be assailants, however, seemed to have been influenced by the flag on the tent, for they turned suddenly in their onward course, and rode rapidly away in another direction. The merchants stood for a few moments in perfect amazement. They gazed first at the retreating horsemen, and then at the stranger. The latter stood in the door of the tent quite unconcerned, looking off upon the plain as if nothing had happened. Muley was the first to break the silence. "Who are you, mighty stranger," he exclaimed, "that you by a sign can restrain the wild hordes of the desert?" "You value my art higher than its worth," answered Selim Baruch. "I provided myself with this signal when I escaped from my captivity. What its meaning is to them I do not myself know. Only this I know, that he who travels with this signal is under the protection of some mighty power." The merchants thanked the stranger and called him their benefactor, and truly the number of the horsemen had been so great that the caravan could not long have offered successful resistance. With light hearts the merchants now gave themselves up to rest. When at last the sun began to sink, and the evening wind arose over the sandy plain, they broke up the camp and went on their journey. The next day they pitched their tents, only one day's journey distant from the borders of the desert, and when they had again assembled in the common tent, Lisa began the conversation. "I told you yesterday," he said, "that the dreaded Orbasan is a noble man. Allow me today to relate to you the story of my brother's adventure." End of section 6.
Section 7 of Swanhilde and Other Fairy Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jeff Burke. Swanhilde and Other Fairy Tales by Wilhelm Hauff. Translated by Carolyn Norris HORWITZ. Section 7. Fatme's Rescue, or the Story Told by the Merchant Leza. My father was the Cadi in Accra. He had 3 children. I was the eldest. A brother and a sister were my juniors by some years. When I was 20 years of age, one of my uncles sent for me. He made me his sole heir on condition that I remained with him until his death. I did not see my home again for some years, and knew nothing of the terrible fate which had overshadowed my house and how graciously Allah had guarded my family. My brother, Mustafa, was just 2 years older than our sister Fatme. They loved each other dearly, and together strove to do all in their power to lighten the burdens of our sick father in his old age. On Fatme's 16th birthday, my brother prepared a feast. He invited all her friends. He set out for them, in his father's garden, a handsome repast, and when the evening had come, he invited them to go on board a boat, which he had hired and decked in festive array, to give them a little row upon the sea. Fatme and her companions were delighted, for the evening was very fine, and the city, viewed from the water, formed a very beautiful picture. The girls enjoyed themselves so much on the water that they persuaded my brother to go farther and still farther from the shore. Rather unwillingly, Mustafa complied. He had but a few days before seen a pirate vessel cruising near where they then were, and he did not wish to risk capture. Not far from the city, a small island rose from the sea. Thither the maidens wished to go, to see the sunset from the water. As they rowed around the island, they saw some distance from them a boat filled with armed men. My brother, anticipating trouble, at once turned his rudder toward the land and rowed homeward with all his strength. But the strangers seemed to have noticed his fright. At once they rowed quickly after Mustafa's boat, pulled ahead of it, and kept between it and the land, for they had more oars than were in my brother's boat. The maidens, when they perceived what danger they were in, sprang up screaming and calling for help. In vain Mustafa tried to reassure them. In vain he begged them to keep quiet, lest by their running to and fro in their excitement the boat would be overturned. All his efforts were useless. At last, at the nearer approach of the hostile boat, the girls all crowded to the farther side of their boat and over it went. By this time, however, some men had been drawn to the shore by the tumult. These now observed the hostile boat. For some time our people had been on the lookout for a band of pirates, against whom they had cause for many grudges. Several boats at once put off from shore to see what was the cause of the disturbance, and discover to whom the strange boat belonged. They came up just in time to rescue the drowning maidens. In the confusion, however, the enemy's boat stole away unobserved, and the men in the rescuing boats were not certain that they had really saved all the maidens. Mustafa at once looked through the 2 boats. Alas, my sister and one of her companions were missing. At the same time they discovered in one of the boats a foreigner, whom no one seemed to know. Intimidated by threats from Mustafa, he acknowledged that he belonged to the enemy's ship. She lay at anchor, he said, about 2 miles eastward. His companions in the hostile boat had left him behind in their hasty flight while engaged in helping to rescue the drowning maidens. He also said that he had seen his companions carry off 2 of the maidens on their ship. The grief of my old father was terrible, but poor Mustafa was almost heartbroken. Not only was his beloved sister lost, and through his heedlessness, but her friend also had shared her sad fate. This girl had been betrothed to Mustafa by her parents. My father, however, had not yet given his consent to the union. The parents of the young girl were poor and of a humbler station in life. But my father was a stern man. When his grief had somewhat subsided, he sent for Mustafa. "Your foolhardiness," he said, "has robbed me of the comfort of my old age and the light of my eyes. Go hence, I banish you forever from my sight. My curse rest upon you and your descendants. Only when you bring Fatme to me again shall your head be freed from the curse of your father." My poor brother had not expected this. He had already determined to go in search of his sister and his betrothed, and only waited to receive the permission of his father. But now, alas, he went out into the world burdened with a father's curse. Although before bowed down with grief at the loss of his sister, and blaming himself as largely responsible for it, yet he could not now but feel that his father's severity was more than he had merited. He went to the captured pirate and asked him in what direction his ship was going. He learned that the robbers dealt in slaves, and that they generally disposed of their booty in the large marketplace at Balsora. When my brother returned home to prepare himself for the journey, his father's anger seemed in a measure to have abated, for he sent him a purse of gold to defray the expenses of his journey. Mustafa took a tearful farewell of his home and went on his way toward Balsora. And because just at that time there was no ship leaving our little city for Balsora, he took the journey by land. He had therefore to travel very rapidly that he might arrive at the city before the pirates had left. As he had a good horse, he hoped to reach that city at the end of the 6th day. But on the evening of the 4th day, as he was riding on his lonely way, suddenly 3 men rushed out upon him from a neighboring wood. He saw that they were strong and well armed, and that they doubtless would care more for his gold and his horse than his life. He therefore called out to them that he would yield up his horse and gold. They alighted from their horses, and securely tying both his feet to the girth of his horse's saddle, they placed him and his horse between 2 of the band. The third of them seized the bridle of his horse, and he was quickly led off without his assailants speaking one word. Mustafa gave himself up to gloomy despair. His father's curse seemed already to have fallen upon him in its full weight. How, even by giving his own poor life for their freedom, could he hope to rescue his sister and Zoraida, his betrothed, if he were robbed of all his money? Mustafa and his silent keepers had ridden about an hour when they turned into a side valley. The little valley had a goodly supply of tall trees. A soft, dark green turf lay underfoot, and a little rivulet rippled through the middle of the valley. Everything seemed to invite the weary one to rest. 15 to 18 tents were pitched in this charming valley. Many camels and fine horses were fastened to the tent pegs, and from one of the tents there floated the sweet strains of a guitar and the sound of 2 fine male voices. My brother felt as if the people who had chosen so beautiful a place for camping could not have any wicked intentions towards him. He followed without compulsion the directions of his guides, who, when they had loosened his bonds, motioned to him to descend. They led him to one of the tents, which was larger than the others. The interior was hung with tapestry and decorated with ornaments. Magnificent gold-embroidered pillows, elegant carpets, and golden censers would have elsewhere bespoken great wealth and luxury. But here they only told of robbery. On one of the pillows sat a little old man. His face was hideous, his skin was swarthy and shining. and a marked expression of Turkish cunning about the mouth and eyes made him most repulsive to look at. This little dwarf immediately attempted to assume a certain amount of dignity, and my brother conjectured at once that it was not for him that this tent was so elegantly adorned. The inquiry of his guide seemed to confirm his conjecture. "Where is the fearless?" one of the robbers asked the little man. "He has gone on a little expedition," he answered, "but he has commissioned me to take his place until he returns." "Then he has not done a very wise thing," the robber returned, "for it must soon be determined whether this dog shall die or pay ransom, and that the fearless can decide better than you." The little man drew himself up to his full height, that he might reach with the tips of his fingers the ear of his opposer, for it seemed he desired to revenge himself on the robber by a blow. When, however, he saw that all his efforts were useless, he began to abuse the robbers and call them names. And truly, the robbers did their part in turn, so that the tent resounded with strife. Suddenly, the curtains parted, and a tall, stately man entered the tent. He was young and handsome. His clothes and weapons, with the exception of a richly set dagger and a glittering sword, were plain and unassuming. But his flashing eyes and his majestic bearing awakened instant respect. "Who dares thus to begin strife in my tent?" he thundered out to the terrified offenders. At first there was perfect stillness, but at last the robber who had brought Mustafa thither related what had taken place. Thereupon the face of this traitor whom the robber called Fearless grew red with anger. "When could I have ever given you authority in my place, villain?" he cried in a terrible voice to the dwarf. The latter shrank so within himself from fear that he appeared even yet smaller than before as he slunk towards the door of the tent. One step of the Fearless was sufficient to make the little man dart from the tent with one tremendous spring. When the dwarf had disappeared, the three robbers led Mustafa before the owner of the tent, who by that time was reclining on the cushions. "Behold, we have brought unto thee him whom thou hast commanded us to capture," said one of the robbers. The Fearless looked for some time at the captive and then spoke as follows: "Pasha of Sulieika, thine own reason will tell thee why thou now standest before Orbasan." When my brother heard this, he prostrated himself before the chieftain. "Oh, my lord," he cried, "here surely is a terrible mistake. I am a poor unfortunate man, but not the Pasha whom thou seekest." All in the tent were much surprised at this speech, but the lord of the tent answered, "It availeth thee little to deny whom thou art, for I will bring before thee people who know thee well." He then ordained Zulema to be brought. An old woman was soon ushered into the tent. "Dost thou recognize in this captive the Pasha of Sulieika?" the chief inquired. "Indeed, well do I recognize him," she replied. "I would swear it by the beard of the prophet. This is the Pasha and none other." "Seest thou, knave, how thy cunning availeth thee naught?" began the Fearless angrily. "Thou art too far beneath me for me to deign to soil my good dagger with thy blood. But tomorrow morning at sunrise I will have thee tied to the tail of my horse, and so I will hunt with thee through the whole wood to where it opens behind the hills of Sulieika." Thereupon my poor brother's heart sank within him. "Ah, the curse of my hard-hearted father has indeed brought me to this awful and premature death," he exclaimed with tears in his eyes. "And thou, sweet sister, and thou also, Zoraida, art lost forever." "Your lamentations cannot help you," said one of the robbers to him, as he bound his hands behind his back. "You had better come from the tent, for the Fearless bites his lip and is looking at his dagger. If you would live one more night, come." Just as the robber was about to lead my brother out of the tent, they met three other men who were pushing in a captive. They brought him into the tent. "Here have we brought unto thee the Pasha, as thou hast commanded," said they, and dragged their prisoner before the chieftain. As the prisoner was led in, my brother had the opportunity of examining his face. At once he saw the resemblance between himself and this man. It was most apparent, except that the Pasha's complexion was darker and he had a black beard. The Fearless seemed much astonished at the appearance of the two prisoners. "Which is the right one?" said he, as he looked first at my brother and then at the other man. "If you mean the Pasha of Sulieika," answered the prisoner in a haughty tone, "I am he." The Fearless gazed at him for some minutes with his earnest, flashing eyes. Then he motioned to have the Pasha taken away. When the robbers had taken the latest captive away, the chieftain went up to my brother, cut off the bonds with his dagger, and motioned him to take a seat on the cushions. "I am very sorry, young stranger," said he, "that I took you for that monster, but ascribe it as a merciful ordering of heaven, which allowed us to capture that villain just at the same hour in which you fell into the hands of my brothers." Mustafa begged him, as his only boon, to allow him to go on his journey at once, because delay with him was a matter of life or death. The Fearless inquired what this urgent business was, and when Mustafa had told him all, the chieftain begged him to remain in his tent that night, for he and his horse would require some rest. In the following morning he would show him a way which would bring him to Balsora in half a day. My brother therefore consented. He was handsomely entertained, and slept soundly until the next morning in the robber's tent. When he awoke, he found himself alone, but behind the curtains of the tent he heard voices talking together, which seemed to belong to the lord of the tent and the little dark dwarf. He listened for a minute and heard to his terror that the dwarf was doing his best to persuade the chief to kill the stranger, because if he were set free, he would betray them all to the authorities. Mustafa saw at once that the little man bore him a grudge, because he had fared the worst in the fray of the day before. The Fearless seemed to be thinking for a minute. "No," said he is my guest, and a guest is sacred. Besides, he does not appear to me as one who would betray our hiding place." When he had thus spoken, the chieftain pushed back the tent curtains and entered. "Joy be with thee, Mustafa," said he. "Let us take our morning draught, and then thou canst prepare for thy journey." He handed my brother a goblet of sherbet, and when they had drunk, they mounted their horses. And truly with a lighter heart than had been his for some hours, Mustafa swung himself upon his horse's back. They soon left the camp far behind them and entered a wide road which led into the wood. The Fearless told my brother that the Pasha, whom his men had captured the day before, had once sworn that the band should never come to harm in his province. Yet a week ago, one of their bravest men had been captured, and this Pasha had put him to death in the most cruel manner. Since the treachery, he had been lying in wait for the Pasha, and now he must die. Mustafa did not venture to say anything in behalf of the unfortunate man. He was only too glad to get off himself with a whole body. At the opening of the wood, the Fearless stopped his horse and described to my brother the way to Balsora. He offered his hand for a last farewell and said, "Mustafa, you have, in a strange manner, been the guest of the robber Orbasan. I will not make you swear not to reveal what you have seen or heard. You have unjustly been made to feel the fears of death, and I owe you some compensation. Take this dagger as a keepsake, and when you need help, send it to me, and I will hasten to your assistance. Take too this purse. It may be of service to you on your journey." My brother thanked him for his generosity and willingly took the dagger. The purse, however, he refused. But Orbasan, pressing his hand once more, let the purse fall to the ground, and turning his horse, galloped off into the woods. When Mustafa saw that Orbasan had, apparently, no idea of returning, he dismounted and picked up the purse. But he was amazed at the liberality of his host, for the purse contained a large amount of gold. He thanked Allah for his preservation, commended to his care the noble robber and his band, and with a light heart went forward on his way to Balsora. Leza left off speaking and looked at Ahmed, the oldest merchant, interrogatively. "Well, if this be so," said Ahmed, "then I will have a better opinion of Orbasan, for truly he acted handsomely toward your brother." "He acted like a true Muslim," exclaimed Muley. "But I hope you have not finished your story, for we are all anxious to hear more of your brother's adventures, and whether he ever rescued Fatme, your sister, and the fair Zoraida. If it does not weary you, I will with pleasure tell you more, for my brother's story is indeed marvelous throughout and full of adventures." At noon on the 7th day of his journey, Mustafa entered the gate of Balsora. As soon as he had reached the first caravansary, he asked when the slave market, which was held there each year, would begin. To his horror, he received the answer that he had come just 2 days too late. They told him that he had missed one of their finest sales, for on the last day of the market, 2 slaves had been offered for sale, whose exquisite beauty attracted the eyes of all. Men had fought together for the privilege of buying them, but they were held at so high a price that there was only one in the city who could afford such a purchase, and he was now their owner. Mustafa made more minute inquiries about these slaves and concluded that without doubt they were the unfortunate ones he sought. He also learned that the man who had purchased the 2 slaves lived about 40 hours' journey from Balsora. His place was called Thiuli Kos. He was distinguished and rich, but was quite an old man. He had been in earlier years the chief pasha of the Grand Signor, but he had now, with his accumulated riches, retired from public life. Mustafa's first impulse was to spring again to horse and hasten to the castle of Thiuli Kos, which was only a day's journey from where he was. But when he remembered that he could not safely take the long journey alone, still less venture to carry with him the purse, he thought of another plan which he soon carried out. The great resemblance between himself and the Pasha of Sulieika, which had so nearly cost him his life, suggested the idea of visiting Thiuli Kos under that name. Thus he could examine the castle and find out the best means of rescuing the 2 unfortunate maidens. For this purpose he hired horses and servants. For this, Orbasan's gold came in well. He arrayed himself and servants in elegant clothes and started on his way toward Thiuli Castle. In 2 days he came in sight of the castle. It was built on a beautiful plain and was surrounded by a wall almost as high as the building itself. Before going to the castle, Mustafa dyed his hair and beard black. His face he smeared with the juice of a plant which gave his skin a brownish hue, quite like that of the Pasha. Then he went to the castle and sent in a servant requesting lodging for the night under the name of the Pasha of Sulieika. The servant soon returned, and with him 4 slaves clothed in rich apparel. Taking Mustafa's horse by the bridle, they led it into the castle court. Here they helped him to dismount, whereupon 4 other servants conducted him up a wide flight of marble steps into the castle. In this fine old castle, my brother was treated with great consideration and hospitality. The best that the cook could produce was set before him. After he had partaken of the refreshments, he turned the conversation to the subject of the 2 new slaves. Thiuli, as the lord of the castle was called, extolled their beauty, but regretted that they always seemed so sad. He hoped, however, that would soon wear off. My brother was very much pleased with this beginning, and he laid himself down to rest that night with good hopes of rescuing the 2 maidens. He had slept about an hour when he was awakened by the shining of a lamp held over his face. He had raised himself on his couch and thought surely that he was dreaming, for there before him stood the little dark brown dwarf from Orbasan's tent, a lamp in his hand and his large mouth wide open with laughter. Mustafa pinched himself to ascertain if he were really awake, but the figure still stood before him. "What do you wish at my bedside?" cried out Mustafa, when he had somewhat recovered from the surprise. "Do not excite yourself, sir," replied the dwarf. "I know well for what you have come hither. Neither was your natural face concealed from me, though truly if I had not myself helped to hang that very Pasha of Sulieika, I would have been deceived by your disguise. But now I have come to make you an offer." "Tell me at once whence you came," exclaimed Mustafa in a rage at having been discovered. "I will tell you," answered the dwarf. "I could not agree any longer with the fearless, therefore I fled. But you, Mustafa, were the first cause of our disagreement. You must therefore give me your sister to be my wife, and I will help you to rescue her. If you refuse me this, then I will go to my new master and tell him something about the new Pasha." My brother was nearly beside himself with fear and rage. Now, just as he believed himself to be on the point of accomplishing the object of his journey, this wretch must come up and spoil it all. There was only one thing which could save his plan. He must kill the hateful dwarf. With this determination, Mustafa sprang out of his bed toward the dwarf, but the latter, perhaps anticipating this result, let the lamp fall so that it went out, and uttering fearful yells for help, he slipped off in the darkness. Now indeed would good advice have been precious. My brother saw that he must, for the time, give up the cause of the captive maidens and think of self-preservation. He went therefore to the window to see if he could not spring out. It was somewhat too high from the ground, and on the further side of the courtyard there was a high wall which must be climbed over. He stood for a moment in doubt what to do. Then he heard the sound of many voices approaching his room. Already they were at the door. Becoming desperate, he seized his dagger and clothes and swung himself out the window. The fall was stunning, but he found that he had broken no bones. He sprang up and ran to the wall which enclosed the yard, and to the astonishment of his pursuers, climbed over it, and soon found himself clear of all pursuit. He fled until he came to a small wood, where, exhausted, he threw himself down on the ground. Here he quickly considered what next was the best course to pursue. His horse and servants he had been obliged to leave behind, but the gold which he carried in his girdle he had saved. His inventive mind soon showed him another mode of rescuing the maidens. He went through the wood until he came to a village, where at a very low price he bought a horse that carried him in a short time to the city of Balsora. Arrived there, he inquired for the best physician in Balsora, and was recommended to an old and experienced man. Mustafa persuaded the old man, by means of a gold piece, to sell him a medicine that would produce a death-like sleep, which could be removed by means of another medicine. When my brother had possessed of these potions, he bought a long false beard, a black gown, some books and instruments, so that he might pass for a traveling physician. Loading an ass with these things, he set out for Thiuli Kos. He was certain this time of not being recognized, for the beard so changed his appearance that he scarcely knew himself. When he arrived at Thiuli Kos, he had himself announced as the physician Chakamanka Budi Baba. As he had anticipated, the splendid name gave him great importance in the eyes of the simple old lord, who at once invited him to dinner. He had been there less than an hour when the lord determined to have this wise physician examine the condition of the health of all his female slaves. Mustafa could scarcely conceal his joy at the thought that he would now see again his beloved sister, and with a beating heart he followed Thiuli to the seraglio. They entered a room which was elegantly furnished, but found no one in it. "My dear Dr. Chambaba, or whatever you are called," said Thiuli, "do you see that hole in the wall? Through that each of my slaves will, one by one, pass their arms, and you can then feel their pulses and see if they are in good health." Mustafa might look which way he liked. He could not see their faces, yet Thiuli expected him to tell the general health of each one. Thiuli drew out of his girdle a long paper, and began to call his slaves one by name. A hand was stretched through the hole in the wall at each name, and the physician felt the pulse. 6 had been called and declared in good health, when Thiuli read out the 7th name, Fatme, and thereupon a little white hand was stretched through the hole in the wall. Trembling with joy, Mustafa seized the hand, and with a grave, anxious expression on his face, declared her to be quite sick. Thiuli was very much concerned, and ordered the wise Chakamanka Budi Baba to prepare with all speed a remedy for the sick slave. The physician went out and wrote on a little sheet of paper, "Fatme, I can rescue you if you will take this medicine, which for 2 days will make you appear as dead, but I possess the means of bringing you again to life. If you consent to this, send me word that the medicine has not relieved you, and it shall be to me a sign that you have agreed to my plan." The physician then returned to the room where he had left Thiuli. He brought with him a little harmless medicine, went again to the wall to feel the sick Fatme's pulse, and at the same time pushed the note under her bracelet. The drink, however, he handed her openly through the hole in the wall. Thiuli seemed to be very much troubled at Fatme's sickness, and put off inquiring as to the health of the other slaves for some future day. When he and Mustafa had left the room, he said in a melancholy tone, "Chadi Baba, tell me frankly what you think of Fatme's condition." Chakamanka Budi Baba answered with a deep sigh, "Alas, my lord, may the Prophet send you comfort. She has a lingering fever from which she cannot recover." Thereupon Thiuli grew very angry and said, "What do you say, you cursed dog of a physician? Shall she, for whom I paid 2,000 gold pieces, die of a fever? Know this, that if you do not cure her, your head shall be hewn from your body." My brother now perceived that he had been too hasty, so he gave Thiuli some hope. There now entered a black slave who came from the seraglio to tell the physician that the medicine had done no good. "Do all in your power to save her, Chakamata Belda, or whatever you are called, and I will pay you all you ask," cried Thiuli, half beside himself at the thought of such a loss. "I will give her a drink which will free her from all danger," answered the physician. "Oh yes, by all means give her some remedy," replied the old lord. Mustafa went rejoicing to fetch his sleeping draught. When he had given it to the slave and showed him how much was to be taken at once, he returned to Thiuli and said he must now fetch some medicinal herbs from the sea, and hastened out of the gate. When he reached the seashore, which was not far distant from the castle, he pulled off his disguise and threw it into the sea, where it floated on the surface of the water. He himself, however, hid in the bushes. Here he waited until night, and then crept stealthily into the graveyard of Thiuli's castle. In less than an hour after Mustafa's departure from the castle, Thiuli received the news that Fatme was dying. At once he sent to the seashore to capture the physician, but the slave soon returned with tidings that the poor physician had fallen into the sea and been drowned. His long black cloak could be seen floating on the water, and once his venerable beard had even appeared above the waves. When Thiuli saw that there was no redress, he cursed himself and all the world, tore his beard, and beat his head against the wall. When, however, they brought him word that Fatme was dead, Thiuli ordered her coffin to be made immediately, for he could not suffer a dead body to remain in his house for an hour. He therefore had the bier borne to the graveyard at once. The bearers bore the coffin thither, set it down quickly, and fled, for they thought they heard, coming from some of the other graves, sighs and groans. Mustafa, who was hiding behind one of the graves, had himself uttered the groans and sighs to frighten off the slaves. He now approached the coffin and lit a lamp that he had brought with him. He produced a bottle which contained the restoring medicine and raised the lid of Fatme's coffin. But ah, what was his surprise to see, by the light of his lamp, a perfect stranger. Neither his sister nor yet Zoraida lay in the coffin, but one whom he had never before seen. It was some time before Mustafa recovered from this last blow of fate, but at last his anger gave place to pity. He opened his bottle and poured some of the medicine down the slave's throat. She breathed and opened her eyes. She seemed wondering where she was. She at length seemed to recall the whole occurrence. She sprang out of the coffin and knelt at Mustafa's feet. "How can I thank you," cried she, "O kind deliverer, for freeing me from that dreadful slavery?" Mustafa interrupted her flow of gratitude with the question how had it happened that she, and not his sister Fatme, had been rescued. She looked at him for a moment and then exclaimed, "Now for the first time I understand my rescue, which was before a mystery to me. This is the mistake. I am called Fatme in that castle, and you gave me the card and the medicine." My brother asked her to give him some news of his sister and Zoraida. Fatme informed him that they were both in the castle, but were called by two other names, Mirza and Nur Mahal. When Fatme, the rescued slave, saw how sad and downcast my brother looked at this intelligence, she promised to show him a way by which he could save both the maidens. Encouraged by this idea, Mustafa's hope revived, and he begged her to tell him what she meant. She answered him as follows. "For 5 months I have been Thiuli's slave. I have been planning from the beginning some means of freeing myself, but without assistance I could not carry out my plans. In the inner court of the castle you have perhaps noticed a fountain, which throws its jets of water out of 10 tubes. This fountain attracted my attention. There was a similar one in my father's garden, the waters of which were forced up through a broad canal. Now, to learn whether this fountain was so constructed, I praised its beauty and power before Thiuli and asked him the name of the architect. 'I constructed it myself,' he answered, 'and what you see here is the least part of the work, for the water comes from a bay at least 10,000 paces distant and flows here through a wide canal, the shallowest part of which is 4 feet deep. All this I planned myself.' After I had heard this, I often wished earnestly that if but for a few minutes I had the strength of a man, that I might raise one of the huge stones in the wall by the side of the fountain. Then I might have fled whither I would. I will now show you the canal through which you can enter the castle and free those whom you seek. But you must have with you at least 2 men to overpower the 2 slaves that guard the seraglio at night." When the slave had finished speaking, Mustafa, although twice disappointed in his hopes, yet again took courage and hoped, with Allah's help, to carry out the slave's plan. He promised to see her safely to her own home if she would help him to enter the castle. But one thought somewhat dimmed his hope. Where could he secure 2 or 3 faithful assistants? He suddenly remembered Orbasan's dagger, and the robber's promise to hasten to his assistance in any time of need. He therefore started off at once with Fatme the slave in search of the robber chief. In the same village where he had disguised himself as a physician, Mustafa now, with almost the last of his money, bought a horse. He lodged the slave with a poor woman in the village until he should return. He then hastened to the hills where he had first met Orbasan, and in 3 days he reached his destination. Entering the tent of Orbasan unannounced, he was cordially welcomed. Mustafa related his unsuccessful attempts to rescue his sister. The grave Orbasan could not forbear laughing now and then at the strange adventures, and especially at the name Chakamankaburi Baba. But as the behavior of the dark dwarf was described, he grew furious, and swore to hang him with his own hands on whatever spot he should find him. He promised my brother to accompany him with his men to Thiuli Kos Castle, as soon as Mustafa had rested from the fatigue of his hasty journey. Mustafa remained that night in Orbasan's tent, but with the earliest morning light they started on their journey. Orbasan took with him 3 of his strongest and bravest men, well mounted and well armed. They rode rapidly, and in 2 days reached the little village where Mustafa had left the rescued slave. From here they rode with the slave to the wood, from which they could see a short distance away the castle of Thiuli. There they dismounted and waited for the night. As soon as it was dark, guided by Fatme, they crept along the side of the bay until they reached the opening of the canal. Here they left the slave Fatme and one of the robbers with the horses, and proceeded to follow the canal. But before they separated, Fatme repeated to them her directions, namely, that when they came to the fountain in the inner castle court, they would see 2 towers, one on the right side and one on the left. If they would enter at the 6th door, counting from the right-hand side, they would find Mustafa's sister Fatme and Zoraida guarded by 2 black slaves. Well provided with weapons and crowbars, Mustafa, Orbasan, and 2 others descended into the canal. They sank about up to their girdles, but went forward nonetheless actively. Within half an hour, they reached the fountain and at once set to work with their crowbars. The stone wall was thick and firm, but it could not long resist the united strength of 4 men, and they soon made an opening large enough to slip through into the court. Orbasan passed through first and helped the others to follow. When they were all in the court, they looked around to make sure of entering the door described by the slave Fatme, but they were not certain which it was, for as they counted toward the right side of the tower, they found one door which was walled up, and they could not tell whether Fatme had counted this door or not. But Orbasan did not stop long to consider. "My good sword shall open to me every entrance-way," he whispered, and went up to the 6th door, the others following. They opened the door and found 6 black slaves lying asleep on the floor. They were about to go softly out again, seeing that they had entered the wrong door, when a figure in the corner raised itself up, and in a well-known voice called for help. It was the dwarf of the robber's tent. Before the slaves knew what had happened, Orbasan strode up to the dwarf, tore his girdle in 2, gagged his mouth, and bound his hands behind his back. The chieftain then turned on the slaves, 3 of whom Mustafa and the 2 robbers had already bound, and now with Orbasan's help, the remainder were secured. They pointed their daggers at the breasts of the slaves and asked where Nur Mahal and Mirza were. They received the answer that they were in the adjoining apartment. Mustafa entered the room. There, to his delight, he found Fatme and Zoraida, who had been awakened by the noise. By his direction, they hastily gathered together their jewels and clothing and followed Mustafa. In the meanwhile, the 2 robbers proposed to Orbasan that they should take with them all the valuables within their reach. But Orbasan forbade it, saying, "No one shall have cause to say of Orbasan that he breaks into houses in the night to steal gold." Mustafa and the 2 rescued maidens slipped quickly through the hole in the wall and down into the canal, whither Orbasan promised to follow immediately. When the others had descended into the canal, Orbasan and one of the robbers took the dwarf and led him out into the courtyard. Here they tied around his neck a thick cord, which they had brought with them for the purpose, and hung him on the highest point of the fountain. When they had thus punished the knave for his rascality, they descended into the canal and followed Mustafa. With tears of joy and gratitude, the 2 rescued maidens thanked the chieftain. Orbasan, however, bade them tarry not, but hasten on their journey. "For," said he, "Thiuli will probably send out and search for you in all directions." The next day, Mustafa and the maidens parted from the noble Orbasan with many words of thanks and gratitude. Fatme, the freed slave, was escorted to Balsora. From there, she was sent by ship to her own home. After a short and pleasant journey, Mustafa, Fatme, and Zoraida arrived at my father's house. The old man was nearly frantic with joy at the return of his dear ones. The day after their arrival, he prepared a great feast in which the whole town took part. Before a large assembly of friends and townspeople, my brother had to relate his adventures, and the whole assembly unanimously praised in the highest terms both his and the noble robber's bravery. When my brother had finished his story, my father arose and led Zoraida to Mustafa. "Now," said he, in a joyous voice, "do I raise my curse from off your head. Take this beautiful maiden as the reward which by your untiring zeal you have earned for yourself. Receive my blessing, and may the men of our city never fail, while the city lasts, to imitate your example of brotherly love, wisdom, and zeal." The caravan had now reached the end of the desert. The weary travelers greeted with rapture the soft green turf and the trees with their thick green foliage. Near the opening of the desert, in a beautiful valley, stood a caravansary. The merchants therefore agreed to take a day's rest in this tempting place. This was desirable both for themselves and also for the sake of their tired animals, that they might lay in new strength for the remainder of their journey. The day was spent in outdoor amusements, but when supper was over, they called upon the youngest merchant to tell them of some adventure, or to relate some story to while away the evening. Muley, thus called upon, replied that his life had been without any adventure worthy of record, but he would tell them with pleasure the story of the false prince. End of section 7.
Section 8 of Swanhilde and Other Fairy Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Foon. Swanhilde and Other Fairy Tales by Wilhelm Hauff. Translated by Carolyn Norris HORWITZ. Section 8. The Story of the False Prince. There was once in Alexandria a tailor's apprentice named Labakan, who was learning his trade under one of the masters of the craft. It could not be said of Labakan that he was unskilled with his needle. As a rule, he could do fine work. Neither could it justly be said that he was lazy, and yet he was altogether different from his companions. There were times at which he would sit sewing for hours without the slightest intermission, turning out finer work than could any of his companions. But at other times, and alas, these times occurred more frequently, he sat motionless, as if in the deepest meditation, his eyes staring straight before him, but fixed on no particular object. At such times he had in his face, and indeed in his whole bearing, something so proud and forbidding that his companions and his master never remarked upon it in his presence, more than to say to one another, "Labakan has on his proud fit again." On holidays, when other people were going quietly home after the public service, Labakan would stride from the mosque dressed in handsome robes which he had, with great trouble, made for himself. With grave and haughty mien he would walk through the principal squares and streets of the city. If any of his companions saluted him with "Good day, Labakan," he would give a slight wave of his hand, or perhaps a short nod of recognition. When his master at such times would say to him in ridicule, "I declare, Labakan, a prince has been lost in you," he would brighten up, and answer quite complacently, "Have you also noticed that?" or "So I have long thought." Labakan had gone on in this way for some time, but his master bore with his foolery because the lad was, in the main, a young man of good habits and a skilled workman. One day when Selim, the brother of the Sultan, was visiting Alexandria, he sent to the master tailor an order for a court robe, which he wished to have made entirely by one person. The master tailor gave the job to Labakan because he could turn out the finest work. In the evening of the day on which the robe was finished, the master and the other apprentices had left the shop to take a little exercise after their day's work. Labakan was filled with so sudden and irresistible a longing for riches and splendor, that to gratify this he returned to the workroom where Selim's court robe hung. He stood before the garment for some time, lost in thought. At last, dazzled by the glittering of the embroidery, or fascinated by the beautiful combination of colors, and the quality of the silk, he gave way to a temptation he could not resist. He threw the robe over his own shoulders. It fitted him as perfectly as if it had been made for him. "Am I not as good a prince as anyone?" he asked himself as he paced up and down the room. "Has not the master himself said to me often that I was born to be a prince?" With the robe he put on also a kingly manner. Indeed, he could not help thinking that he was the son of a king. As such, he determined to leave a place where the people were so simple as not to discover beneath the cover of his humble trade his noble birth. He would travel through the world. The magnificent robe seemed sent to him by some good fairy. He could not refuse such a present. His mind was soon made up. Putting into a bundle all his small possessions, he left the tailor's shop and went joyfully out of the gate of Alexandria into the darkness of the night. Wherever he went, the new prince excited much wonder and surprise. His magnificent robe, his solemn manner and majestic bearing were not at all suited to the character of a foot traveler. When asked why he did not ride, he would answer, "For reasons of my own." But when he saw that this going about on foot only made himself a laughing-stock, he bought for a small sum an old horse just suited to his needs. Its steady pace, its gentleness, and lack of tricks never brought him into danger. For although he assumed the air of a skillful rider, yet horsemanship was certainly not his forte. One day, as, mounted upon Murva, so he had named his horse, he rode slowly along, a rider overtook him and asked permission to ride in his company, because he said the way would seem so much shorter when one had someone to converse with instead of riding along in silence. The stranger was a handsome young man, merry and agreeable. He soon opened a conversation with Labakan, commencing with the usual questions as to whence he came and whither he was bound. It seemed that he, like the tailor apprentice, was traveling out into the world with no particular plans for the future. His name, he said, was Omar. He was the nephew of Elfi Bey, the unfortunate Bashaw of Cairo. Just now he was traveling to execute a commission, which his uncle, the Bashaw, had disclosed to him on his deathbed. Labakan was not so communicative as to his own affairs, and gave the young man to understand that he was of noble birth and was traveling for pleasure. The young men found pleasure in each other's society and rode on in company. On the second day of their journey, Labakan asked his companion Omar about the commission which he had mentioned. The answer filled him with astonishment. Omar confided to him that Elfi Bey, the Bashaw of Cairo, had taken care of him from his earliest childhood. He had never known his own parents. When, however, Elfi Bey had been overthrown by his enemies, and after 3 unsuccessful battles had been carried from the field mortally wounded, the Bashaw had disclosed to his young charge that he was not really his nephew. He was, so said Elfi Bey, the son of a mighty sultan, who, disturbed by the prophecies of the astrologers, had sent the child from his domains, with the oath that he would not see him again until his 22nd birthday. Elfi Bey had not disclosed his father's name. He had bidden the young man seek out, on the 4th day of the coming month, Ramadan, on which day he would be 22 years of age, the celebrated statue of El Sawujah. This was 4 days' journey eastward from Alexandria. There Omar was to hand to the men whom he would find standing by the statue a dagger which the Bashaw had given him, at the same time saying, "Here am I whom ye seek." And if they answered, "Praised be the Prophet who has preserved you," he was then to follow them, and they would conduct him to his father the Sultan. Labakan was surprised beyond measure at this communication. Thenceforward he looked upon Prince Omar with envious eyes. It angered him to think how partial fate was to this young man. It was not enough that he already passed for the nephew of a great Bashaw, but he must now have conferred on him the greater title of the son of the Sultan. On the other hand, he, Labakan, whom everybody said was born to be a prince, was subjected to scorn, was of obscure parentage, and must work his own way through life. Thus unfavorably he compared his fate with that of the prince. He could not but admit to himself that Omar was a princely-looking young fellow. His eyes were bright and sparkling, his form was faultless, his nose shapely. His deportment was polite and easy. In short, so far as one could judge from appearances, he was all that any king could desire in a son. But Labakan thought himself fully as fascinating in every way as was Omar. He did not doubt that were he Omar, he would be as heartily welcomed by the Sultan as the true prince. These reflections occupied Labakan's mind all day. That night he fell asleep with them still on his mind. When early next morning he awoke and his eyes fell on Omar, who lay next to him, sleeping so peacefully, perhaps dreaming of his coming fortune, the thought suddenly struck Labakan to obtain, through cunning or violence, what unjust fate had denied to him. The dagger, the signal of the homebound prince, was sticking in the sleeper's girdle. Labakan drew it out softly, with the intention of plunging it into its owner's breast. But the manliness and innocence of this young companion, who lay there sleeping so trustingly and peacefully, pleaded with his conscience against so foul a deed. He therefore contented himself with taking possession of the dagger, and the prince's fast horse, on which he galloped off. When Omar awoke and discovered that he had been robbed of all his hopes, his faithless companion had already many miles the advantage of him. It was on the first day of the sacred month, Ramadan, when Labakan committed the robbery on the poor Prince Omar. He had yet 4 days in which to reach the statue of El Serujah. He knew that the hill on which the famous statue stood was not more than 2 days' journey from where he then was, but he hastened on with all speed, in constant fear lest the prince should overtake him. At the end of the first day, Labakan came in sight of the statue of El Serujah. It stood on a little hill in the midst of a great plain, and could be seen for miles around. Labakan's heart beat fast at this sight. He had found time enough, during the day's solitary journey, to reflect on the mean trick he had practiced. He was beginning to feel somewhat uneasy. But the thought that he was born to be a prince reassured him. His resolution was strengthened, and with never slackening speed he rode on, fixed in his purpose more confidently than ever. The region round about the statue of El Serujah was uninhabited. It was very rocky, and the false prince had some difficulty in riding over the uneven ground. At the end of the second day, however, he reached the appointed spot, and resting himself and horse under a palm tree, awaited with impatience his coming destiny. Toward the middle of the next day, he saw approaching toward the statue a long procession of horses and camels. The procession halted at the foot of the hill on which the statue stood. Magnificent tents were pitched, which glittered in the sunlight like the caravan of some wealthy bashaw or sheikh. Labakan conjectured that the great number of people he saw had journeyed thither in quest of him. He believed that they would gladly have welcomed him at once as their future master and lord. But he restrained his first impulse to come forward and announce himself as the prince. He knew that on the morrow the dream of his life would be gratified. The morning sun awakened the happy tailor to the most important era of his life. This was the day that was to raise him from his humble sphere to be the son of a mighty prince. But while bridling his horse, preparatory to riding to the statue, he thought with some compunction of the dishonest and unlawful means he had resorted to that he might obtain his end. He thought of the pain and disappointment of the defrauded young prince when he found that all his hopes and expectations were frustrated. But the die was cast, he could not undo what he had already done, and his selfishness whispered to him that he was stately enough in appearance to claim the mightiest king for his father. Encouraged by this idea, he mounted his steed, summoned all his strength and nerve to ride at full gallop, and in less than a quarter of an hour he had reached the foot of the hill. He dismounted from his horse, fastened it to one of the bushes which grew around the hill, drew out Prince Omar's dagger, and ascended the hill. At the base of the statue there stood 6 men around an old man of noble and kingly aspect. a gorgeous garment of cloth of gold, and turban richly ornamented with precious stones, bespoke his wealth and rank. Labakan went straight up to the old man, bowed low before him, and said, while offering the dagger, "Behold, here am I whom you seek." "Now praised be the Prophet who hath preserved you," answered the king, with tears of joy. "Come to the arms of your old father, my beloved son, my Omar." Labakan was much moved by this heartfelt greeting. With feelings of mingled joy and shame, he threw himself into the arms of the old sultan. But he was only to enjoy the triumph of his new position undisturbed for a moment. For as he raised himself from the arms of the old prince, he saw a rider hastening over the plain toward the hill. The rider and his horse presented a curious picture. The horse, which seemed either from stubbornness or fatigue unwilling to move, advanced at a stumbling gait, which was neither a pace nor a trot, while the rider urged him on with whip and spurs. At once Labakan recognized in horse and rider his own sorry steed Murva and the true Prince Omar. But having once yielded to the dictates of falsehood and deceit, he determined, if it were possible, to maintain his assumed right with the most persevering obstinacy. The other men now espied the rider in the distance. In a few moments, in spite of the stumbling gait of the old horse, the rider had reached the foot of the hill. He flung himself from the horse and hastened to the group before the statue. "Hold there!" he exclaimed. "Behold whom you have before you. Stay, and be not deceived by that basest of scoundrels. I am Omar. No mortal shall dare to assume my name." At this surprising turn of things, great amazement appeared on the faces of the bystanders. Especially did the old sultan seem sadly perplexed as he gazed inquiringly first at one and then at the other of the two rivals. But Labakan, with a feigned calmness, which, after a hard struggle, he succeeded in assuming, now spoke. "Most mighty prince and father," he said, "be not disturbed by yonder man. If I be not mistaken, he is a crack-brained tailor's apprentice from Alexandria, called Labakan, who rather deserves our pity than our anger." These words infuriated the young prince to such a degree that he was almost beside himself with rage. He would have rushed upon Labakan and closed with him in mortal struggle, had not certain of the bystanders thrown themselves between the two, while others seized hold of Omar and held him fast. "Truly, my dear son," said the old sultan, "the poor man is sadly out of his mind." Then turning to his servants, he said, "Bind him and fasten him on one of our camels. Later we may, perchance, in some way be able to help the poor fellow." The rage into which the young prince had fallen had subsided, and he now cried out to the sultan, his father, while the tears forced themselves into his eyes, "My heart tells me that you are my father. I charge you, for the love of my mother, to hear me out." "Now the Prophet defend us!" exclaimed the sultan. "Already he has commenced again to rave as madly as any maniac." And then, leaning on Labakan's arm, he hastened down the hill. There the party mounted upon fine steeds, and rode off toward the sultan's palace. The unfortunate prince, with his hands bound, was fastened securely on one of the camels, while two horsemen rode on either side and kept a strict watch on his every movement. The old prince was Saud, the sultan of Wekabitan. For many years he had lived without children, but at last, to his great delight, a son was born to him. It was then that the astrologers, whom he consulted as to the boy's fate, prophesied that until his 22nd birthday he was in great danger of being dispossessed of his rights by an enemy. On account of this prophecy, and for the sake of his boy's safety, the sultan entrusted the lad to the care of a faithful and well-tried friend, Elfi Bey, who was to take care of him until the appointed time. He himself had waited patiently for 22 years in fear and anxiety. All this the Sultan now told Labakan, his supposed son, and showed himself more than satisfied with the young man's graceful form and with his dignified bearing. As soon as they had come to the first village in the Sultan's dominions, they were greeted with shouts of joy, for the news of the prince's arrival had spread like wildfire through all the towns and villages. On all the streets through which they were to pass were arches of flowers and evergreens. The windows and doors of the houses were decked with gorgeous tapestry, and the people gave praise to the great prophet who had preserved for them so handsome a prince. All this filled the proud heart of the tailor with delight. Very different were the feelings of poor Prince Omar, who, silent and in despair, still followed in the procession, fast bound on the camel. Amid the general jubilee in which he should have been the chief actor, no one cared for him. Thousands upon thousands of voices shouted with cheers the name of Omar, but he to whom that name rightly belonged was hailed by none. Occasionally people asked one another who this could be that was so securely bound to the camel, and dreadful indeed did it sound to the ears of the prince, as his guards answered, "Oh, he's only a crazy tailor." At last the procession reached the capital of the Sultan's domains. Here all was in readiness to receive the prince with even greater splendor. The Sultana, a venerable old lady, awaited his arrival, with all her attendants, in the magnificent throne room. The floor was covered with the softest carpet, the walls were hung with gorgeous tapestry, looped back with gold cords and tassels and fastened by silver clasps. It was quite dark when the procession reached the palace, and the rooms were hung with colored lamps, their brilliancy turning the night into day. The clearest and most beautiful of the lamps were arranged at the furthest end of the room, where the Sultana sat on her throne. The throne was elevated on 4 steps. It was made of wrought gold, inlaid with amethysts. 4 principal emirs of the kingdom held above the Sultana's head a canopy of red silk, while the Sheikh of Medina fanned her majesty with a fan of costly plumes. Thus the Sultana awaited the return of her lord, with their dear son whom she had not seen since his infancy. But in special dreams she had seen him so distinctly that she would have recognized him among thousands. Now the noise of the approaching procession was heard. Trumpets and drums mingled their strains with the triumphant shouts of the multitude. The noise of the horses' hoofs rang loud in the palace court. Nearer and nearer came the sound of footsteps. The door of the palace was flung open, and leading his supposed son by the hand, the Sultan entered the apartment. Hastening along the great corridor, he approached the Sultana's throne. "Behold," said he, "I bring you him for whom you so long have pined." But the Sultana interrupted him in the sentence, exclaiming vehemently, "This is not my son. These are not the features which the Prophet has shown me in my dreams." Just as the Sultan was about to reprove her for her superstition, the door of the room was dashed open, and Prince Omar rushed in, closely pursued by his guards. Concentrating all his strength he had, with one mighty effort, resisted the united force of his captors, and now threw himself exhausted at the foot of the throne. "Here I will die. Let me be killed, cruel father, for I can bear this disgrace no longer." All were surprised at this interruption. The pursuing guards, hastening up, were about to seize and again bind him fast, when the Sultana, who had heard and seen all in speechless amazement, sprang from her throne, exclaiming, "Hold! Touch him not! For this, and no other, is my son. This is he whom, though my eyes have not seen, my heart knows right well." The guards had involuntarily stepped back from Omar at this command, but the Sultan, who had worked himself into a passion, ordered them to bind that madman. "I must now interfere," he said. "Here we do not pay attention to women's idle dreams, but to certain and unerring signs. I know this to be my son," pointing to Labakan, "for he has brought me the dagger, the token agreed upon with my friend Elfi Bey of Cairo." "He has stolen it!" cried Omar. "He has treacherously used my thoughtless confidence." But the Sultan heeded not the voice of his true son. He was accustomed, in all things, only to follow his own inclinations. He therefore had the unfortunate Omar confined in one of the palace cells. He then went with Labakan to his own apartment, very wroth with his wife, the Sultana, although until then he had lived with her in harmony and love for 25 years. The Sultana was much distressed at this sad ending of her joyful expectations. She was perfectly certain that an impostor had usurped the Sultan's heart, for the very face and form of the unfortunate Omar had in dreams often been shown to her as her son. When her grief and disappointment had somewhat subsided, the Sultana began to think of some means by which she could convince her husband of his error. This was certainly a hard thing to do. The youth who pretended to be their son had brought the appointed token, the dagger. He had also learned so much of Omar's early life from what the prince himself had told him that he could play his part well without being discovered. From the men who had accompanied the Sultan to the statue of El Seruja, she learned all the particulars of the meeting. She then held council with her most trusty attendants. One means and another were proposed and opposed. At last a shrewd old Grecian woman named Melexala spoke. "If I have heard aright, noble lady, the bearer of the dagger called him whom you hold to be your son by the name of Labakan, a crazy tailor." "Yes, that is so," answered the Sultana. "But what has that to do with the matter?" "What if this impostor," said the old woman, "had bestowed upon your son his own name? If that be truly so, then I have a capital plan to entrap the deceiver. But this I must tell to you in private." The Sultana walked apart with the Grecian slave, and Melexala whisperingly proposed her plan. The Sultana seemed so much pleased with the idea that she made ready at once to repair to the Sultan's apartments. The Sultana was a wise woman who knew how to proceed with her royal husband. She knew, moreover, how best to use her knowledge. She therefore appeared to the Sultan to have yielded to his judgment, and to now be willing to own as her son the one whom he had chosen. She only requested her husband to grant her one favor. The Sultan, who was very sorry that any difference should have come between his wife and himself, readily promised to grant her request. "I should like well," said she, "to try them both by a test of their skillfulness. Others, perhaps, would have them race, fence, or fight with lances and swords, but those are feats which anyone can perform. No, I will give them something to do which requires ingenuity. Each one shall make a cloak and a pair of trousers, and then we shall see which makes the better." The Sultan laughed and protested. "Ah, now you have, indeed, thought of something very clever. What, my son is to compete with your crazy tailor to see which can make the better cloak? No, that cannot be." But the Sultana reminded him that he had promised to grant her request. The Sultan was a man of his word and at last gave in, at the same time swearing that if the mad tailor made his cloak ever so beautifully, he would still never own him as his son. The Sultan went himself to his son to bid him humor the whim of his mother, who wished to see how well he could make a cloak. And now Labakan laughed in his heart for joy, for he thought, if it only rests on that, the Sultana shall indeed soon gladly claim me as her son. 2 rooms were prepared, one for Prince Omar, the other for the tailor. There they were to prove their skill. The Sultan had a large piece of silk stuff, shears, needles, and thread placed in each room. The Sultan was very curious to know what kind of cloak his son would be able to make. The Sultana was equally anxious as to the result of her plan. 2 days was the time appointed in which the two rivals were to do their work. On the 3rd day the Sultan sent for his wife, and when she had joined him, he sent to the 2 rooms for the 2 cloaks and their respective makers. Triumphantly, Labakan stepped in and displayed his cloak before the astonished eyes of the Sultan. "See, my father, see, my noble mother," said he, "is not this a masterpiece of work? I will lay a wager with the most skilled of tailors that he cannot turn out a finer cloak than this." The Sultana laughed and turned to Omar. "And what have you made, my son?" Sadly, the prince threw the silk and the shears to the ground. "I have been taught to ride a war steed and to wield the sword. My lance has hit its mark in 50 battles, but the arts of the needle and thread are strangers to me, for they were unworthy of the ward of Elfi Bey, the Bashaw of Cairo." "O Omar, my true son!" exclaimed the Sultana. "Ah, that I could embrace you and claim you as my son! Pardon me, my lord and husband," said she, turning to the Sultan, "for the little trick that I have played upon you. But do you not now see which is the prince and which the tailor? Truly, the cloak which your son has made is magnificent, and I should like well to know under what master he has learned." The Sultan sat in deep meditation contemplating, with mistrust, first his wife and then Labakan. The impostor was much disturbed. He tried in vain to conceal his blushes of confusion. He was angry with himself to think that he had been so stupid as to be caught in the Sultana's trap. "This evidence is not sufficient," said the Sultan at last. "But Allah be praised, I know of a means whereby I can ascertain surely whether or not I have been deceived." The Sultan ordered his fastest horse to be brought, mounted in haste, and rode toward a forest which was not far from the city. In this forest there lived a good fairy named Adolzaide. According to tradition, she had often given good advice, in the hour of necessity, to Sultan Saud's ancestors. It was to her that the Sultan now hastened. In the middle of the forest there was an open place surrounded by tall cedars. In this place, according to tradition, the fairy lived. Seldom did any mortal pass this place. For generations a certain terror of it had descended from father to son. When the Sultan had arrived at this opening in the forest, he dismounted, fastened his horse to a tree, placed himself in the center of the circle, and said in a loud voice, "If it be true, O Adolzaide, that you have given to my ancestors good advice in the hour of necessity, then do not disregard the petition of their descendant. Advise me now in a matter in which man's wisdom falls short." He had scarcely uttered the last word when one of the cedars opened, and a veiled form, in long white garments, stepped forth. "I know why you have come to me, Sultan Saud. Your wish is blameless. Therefore I will give you my help. Take these 2 walnuts. They will open without breaking. Let each of the 2 who claim to be your son choose one. I know that each will choose the one meant for him." Thus spoke the fairy, and gave to her petitioner 2 nuts from off the fairy tree. The nuts were of gold, set with pearls. Upon the top of each one appeared an inscription set with diamonds. During his homeward ride, the Sultan puzzled his brain to think what could be inside of the nuts, neither one of which he could with all his strength force open. The inscriptions also gave him no light. On one was written, "Truth and honor," on the other, "Good luck and riches." The Sultan studied these inscriptions and thought that it would be hard even for him to choose. Each in its way was best. When he had again reached his palace, he sent for the Sultana and told her all that the fairy had said. She was at once seized with an ardent hope and a strong conviction that the one whom she loved would choose the nut which would show his noble birth. 2 tables were placed before the Sultan's throne. The Sultan, with his own hand, laid a nut on each of the tables. He then ascended his throne and ordered the slaves to throw open the doors of the saloon. A glittering throng composed of all the bashaws and emirs in the kingdom poured through the open doors. They saluted their master and seated themselves on costly cushions which had been placed in rows for their accommodation. When they had all taken their places, the Sultan signed to one of his slaves, and Labakan was ushered in. With a proud step the false prince marched through the saloon, bowed low before the throne, and said, "What does my princely father wish?" The Sultan arose from his throne and answered, "My son, there is still some doubt as to the right of your claims. One of those nuts contains the proof of your noble birth. Choose which one you will take. I doubt not it will be the right one." Labakan stepped up to the tables and considered for a long time which one he should select. At last, however, he said, "Most honored father, what could give greater happiness than the good luck to be your son? What more enviable than the riches of your favor? I choose the nut which has inscribed upon its shell good luck and riches." "We shall see later whether you have chosen the right one," said the Sultan. "Meanwhile, seat yourself upon the cushion by the Bashaw of Medina." Then at a sign to the slave, Omar was at once brought in. His glance was sullen, his countenance was sad, and his whole manner excited the general sympathy of those present. He knelt before the throne and awaited the Sultan's command. The Sultan explained to Omar that he was to choose one of the nuts. He arose from his knees and stepped up to the tables. He read attentively the inscriptions, and then said, "The last few days have taught me how uncertain is luck, and how perishable are riches, for they do take to themselves wings and fly away. But these days of trouble have also taught me that an imperishable blessing, namely truth, dwells in the heart of the brave, and that the shining star of honor fades not like riches. And though I should lose a crown by the choice, truth and honor shall be mine forever." He placed his hand upon the nut which he had chosen, but the Sultan ordered him to wait a while before opening it. He then signed to Labakan to come up to his table, and Labakan stepping up, laid his hand also on the nut he had chosen. A basin of water drawn from the sacred well Zem-Zem in Mecca was then brought in. In this the Sultan washed his hands, turned his face toward the east, threw himself upon his knees and prayed, "O Allah, our protector, thou who for hundreds of years hast preserved our line pure and free from all shame, allow not a worthless impostor to sully the name of Abbasid. Oh, I pray thee, be near my true son, with thy mighty aid in this hour of trial." The Sultan arose and ascended his throne again. The most intense interest fell upon all the assembly. Then said the Sultan, "Open the walnuts." And with that both nuts, which before had resisted all his force, now flew open. In the nut that Omar had chosen, there lay on a tiny silk cushion a wee golden crown and scepter. In Labakan's nut was a large needle and a twist of thread. The Sultan ordered them both to bring their open nuts before him. He took the tiny crown from out the nut, and oh, what a wonder now was seen! As the Sultan laid the crown in the palm of his hand, it became larger and larger until it had reached the size of his own crown. He placed the magic crown upon the head of his true son Omar, who knelt before him. He kissed him on the brow and bade him sit at his right hand. Then turning to Labakan, he said, "It is an old saying, the shoemaker stays by his last. And in this instance we see it verified, for it seems that you also shall stick by your needle. You have not, indeed, deserved my mercy. But clemency has been prayed for this day, on behalf of the one who should be found guilty of this deceit. Therefore I give you your worthless life, but beware that you never come again into my kingdom." Ashamed and utterly undone as he was, the poor tailor apprentice was unable to reply. He threw himself on his knees before the prince, and the tears forced themselves in his eyes as he said, "Can you forgive me, O prince?" True to his friend, generous to his enemy, the descendant of Abbasid must ever be, answered the prince, signing to Labakan to arise. "Go in peace." "Oh, thou noble son!" exclaimed the old sultan with joy, as he embraced his son Omar. Then all the emirs, bashals, and the whole assembly rose from their seats and shouted, "Long live the sultan's son, Omar the True!" In the midst of the general jubilee, Labakan slunk out of the palace. The nut was still in his hand. He went to the stables, saddled his horse Murva, and rode out of the gate toward Alexandria. His short court life was over now, and seemed but as a dream. Only the fine gold nut, richly set with pearls and diamonds, proved to him that he had not been dreaming. When at last he had again reached Alexandria, he rode up to the house of his old master, dismounted, fastened his horse to the doorpost, and entered the workshop. The master, who did not immediately recognize him, made him a low bow and asked how he could serve him. But looking more closely at his guest, he recognized his old apprentice, Labakan. At once he called loudly to his assistants and apprentices, "Here is Labakan!" They all with one accord rushed upon their old comrade, who had not expected such a reception. In a rage, they beat him with their flat irons and yardsticks. They pricked him with their needles. They nipped him with their shears, until exhausted poor Labakan fell down on a heap of old clothes. As he lay there panting for breath, his master began to reproach him for the stolen robe. In vain, Labakan assured him that he had only come there that he might restore everything he had taken. In vain he offered the valuable gold nut as a compensation for what he had stolen. The master and apprentices fell upon him again, beat him cruelly, and thrust him out of the door. Bruised and cut, he mounted his horse Murva, and rode to the nearest inn. There he laid his bruised and weary head upon a pillow and thought over the hardships of this world, the fickleness of luck, and the uncertainty of riches. He fell asleep with the firm determination to renounce all claim to greatness, and settle down as an honest and hard-working man. The next day he was still unshaken in his resolution. The severe treatment of his master and the apprentices seemed to have pommeled all nobility out of him. At a very high price he sold the gold nut to a jeweler. With the money he bought a house and fitted up one of the rooms as a workshop. When he had put everything in order and hung out over the door his sign, Labakan, tailor, he sat down and began with the needle and thread which he had found in his nut to mend his clothes which had been so slit and torn by his master's cruel treatment. A customer called him away from his work for a few minutes. When he would have commenced his work again, what wondrous sight met his eyes! The needle began sewing of itself, without being guided by anyone. It made such fine, even stitches as Labakan could not have made in his most careful work. This magic gift of the fairy was, indeed, a useful one to Labakan, and of the greatest value. But so too was the little piece of thread a good gift, for it never gave out, no matter how fast the needle flew. Labakan's splendid work brought him many customers. He soon became the most celebrated tailor far and wide. He cut the clothes and with the magic needle started the stitching in them. But after that the needle worked rapidly on without guidance until the garment was completed. Master Labakan had soon the custom of the whole city. His work was beautifully fine and extraordinarily cheap, but the one thing which puzzled his customers was that he worked without assistance and always with his workroom door fastened. Thus was fulfilled the inscription on the nut that he had chosen, good luck and riches. Recognizing his proper sphere of duty, he had accepted it without grumbling, and now, in the fullest measure, good luck and riches were strewn in the path of the good tailor. And when he heard from the mouths of all of the honor and renown of the young Prince Omar, how he was a pattern to the brave, beloved by all his people, and a terror to his enemies, then he compared the brilliant course of this young prince with his own, and said within himself, "It is better for me to have remained a tailor, for to display such truth and honor as does Omar, and to win such esteem and renown as does he, require other talents than those which I possess." So Labakan lived contentedly in a sphere, esteemed by all his fellow citizens, and if the needle had not lost its power, he is still sewing with the never-ending thread of the good fairy Adolzaide. At sundown, the caravan recommenced its journey. They soon reached Birkat el-Had, or the Pilgrim's Well, a point only 3 hours' journey from Cairo. The caravan was already expected, and the merchants soon had the pleasure of seeing their friends coming out from Cairo to meet them. They entered the town through the gate Bab el-Fak. It was considered a lucky omen for anyone coming from Mecca to enter Cairo through this gate, for the reason that the Prophet had himself passed through it when entering that city. When they had reached the marketplace, the 3 Turkish merchants parted from the stranger, Selim Baruch, and the Greek merchant, Zalukos, went home with their friends. Zalukos then escorted Selim to a caravansary and invited him to dine with him. Selim accepted the invitation and promised to return as soon as he had changed his garments. Zalukos had made all necessary preparations for entertaining his guest handsomely. He had really learned to love this stranger during their journey together. When the table had been set in the best order, and with a most tempting display of food and wines, Zalukos took his seat and awaited the return of his guest. After a short space, he heard heavy footsteps coming through the passage, and directed toward his apartment. On hearing the steps, the Greek arose in order that he might meet his friend with all cordiality, and welcome him to the dinner. But he started back terrified, for as the door opened, lo! That awful man of the red mantle, the unknown, stood before him. Zalukos gave another glance at him. There was no mistake. Here was the same tall, commanding figure, the mask from beneath which flashed out the black eyes, the red mantle embroidered with gold. All were too well remembered by him and too closely connected with the most awful hour of his life. Conflicting emotions struggled in Zalukos's breast. As an unpleasant remembrance, he had long since been reconciled to the fearful picture, and had forgiven him who was the author of all his misfortunes. And yet this sight tore open afresh all the old wounds. It recalled all the old anguish, all those hours of torture, the terror of death, the utter despair which had come over him when his blood had been spilt on that foreign soil. The recollection of all these horrors passed through his mind in a moment. "What want you here, O awful man?" exclaimed the Greek, as the apparition stood motionless on the threshold. "Depart, I implore you. Go hence at once, lest I be tempted to curse you." "Zalukos," said a voice now grown familiar even beneath the mask, "do you thus receive your invited guest?" The speaker pulled off his mask. He threw back the mantle. He was Selim Baruch, the stranger of the caravan. But Zalukos could not at once feel at ease. He felt himself really afraid of his friend, for in him he had seen, only too plainly, the mysterious man of the Ponte Vecchio. His customary hospitality to guests prevailed, however, and he motioned silently to the stranger to sit down with him to the meal. "I can well guess your thoughts," said Selim, at last breaking the silence. "Your eyes seem to question me. I would not have revealed myself, and your eyes should never have seen my face again. But it is only due to you that I should give you some explanation of my seeming cruelty. I therefore venture to thus appear before you. Lest you should curse me, however, I have now removed my disguise. You said to me once during our journey, the faith of my fathers bids me love him, for we are Christians. Moreover, he is more unhappy than I. Most truly you judge aright, my friend. Believe me, and hear me patiently while I make my own excuse. End of section 8. Recording by Foon.
Section 9 of Swanhilde and Other Fairy Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Swanhilde and Other Fairy Tales by Wilhelm Hauff, translated by Carolyn Norris HORWITZ. Section 9. The Stranger's Story. That you may perfectly understand me, I must be somewhat lengthy. I was born in Alexandria of Christian parents. My father, the youngest son of an old and distinguished Frankish house, was the consul for his country in Alexandria. When 10 years of age, I was taken to France by my mother's brother. There I remained until some time after the breaking out of the war in France. I then returned to Alexandria with my uncle to seek shelter with my parents, for my uncle's life was no longer safe in his own land. Fully expecting to find again at my father's house the peace and safety of which the French troubles had deprived us, we landed after a pleasant voyage. But alas, the peace we hoped to find was not in my father's house. The raging storms of those warlike days had not, indeed, reached Alexandria. The more unexpected, therefore, had been the misfortune and overthrow of our house, and the afflictions that had fallen upon my family. My brother, who was a gay young man and my father's first secretary, was engaged to be married shortly to a young girl, the daughter of an Italian nobleman who resided in our neighborhood. A few days before our arrival, the young girl suddenly disappeared. Neither our family nor yet her father could find the slightest clue as to her whereabouts. They at last concluded that when taking a walk she must have ventured too far alone and fallen into the hands of pirates. Even this idea was almost better to my poor brother than the truth, which we all learned only too soon. The faithless girl had eloped with a young Neapolitan who had been a guest in her father's house. My brother, agitated to the utmost at this breach of faith, made every effort to bring back the runaways, but all in vain. His search in Naples and Florence, though it caused much excitement in both cities, only served to accomplish the destruction of our family. After a short search in his native city, the Florentine nobleman returned to Alexandria under the pretense of seeing justice done to my brother. He came, in fact, however, to ruin our whole family, and thus to revenge himself upon my brother for having made the elopement of his daughter so public. At once he stopped all inquiries and search which my brother had started. And he knew so well to wield his power and influence, which he always used solely for his own advantage, that he caused the official doings of my father and brother to be mistrusted by their government. Through treachery and fraud they were arrested, conveyed to France, and there, without trial, executed at the block. This awful blow deprived my mother of her reason. In less than 10 months, death released her from this terrible condition. But during the last few days of her life, her reason returned to her in its full power. After her death, I was alone in the world. In the days that followed my mother's death, only one thought occupied my mind. One desire only permitted me to forget for a moment my grief and desolation. It was that mighty flame of vengeance with which her last breath my dying mother had kindled within my soul. When her last hours, my mother's reason returned, she summoned me to her bedside, and spoke with calmness of our sad fate and her approaching end. She then sent all others from the room, raised herself by a great effort on the poor couch, and said that I could only receive her parting blessing if I swore to fulfill her last wish. Awed by her words, I promised, with an oath, to perform whatever request she should make of me. At once she broke out into vehement curses against the Florentine nobleman and his daughter. In the most solemn words, she urged me to avenge on that Florentine the overthrow of our house and name. The thought of vengeance had long been slumbering in my breast. After my mother's death, it awoke afresh. I collected all that remained of my father's possessions, and swore to satisfy my revenge or die in the attempt. I was soon in Florence. Here I kept myself as secret as possible. My first plan was quite defeated by the position which my enemy held in his own city. I found that the old nobleman had been made chief ruler of the city, and had thus all power in his own hands. He could arrest me at once if he had the slightest suspicion of my designs. A most unexpected occurrence helped me in my difficulty. One evening, when walking through the streets, I met a man dressed in a well-known livery. By his unsteady walk, his sullen glance, and half-muttered exclamation, "Santo Sacramento" and "Maledetto Diavolo," I soon recognized old Pietro, a servant of the Florentine, whom I had known in Alexandria. From his manner, I had little doubt that he had fallen out with his master. I therefore determined to turn his bad humor to my advantage. He seemed much surprised to see me there, and complained to me that his master, since he had become chief ruler, had not dealt fairly with his old servants. My gold, joined to his anger, soon won him to my side. The greatest difficulty was now overcome. I had in my employment a man who could at any hour open my enemy's door to me in secret, and thus my plan of vengeance ran quickly on. The life of the old Florentine seemed to me too small a revenge for the ruin of our whole family. No, he must lose that which he loved above all in the world. This was Bianca, his daughter. Her first husband had died soon after their marriage, and she now was preparing for a second union. I was determined she must die. I shrank from the deed, however, and I did not consider Pietro clever enough to execute it with success. We therefore looked about for a man who might do the deed well. I dared not impart to anyone my plan or the name of the Florentine, for none would have undertaken to commit so great a crime against the chief ruler of the city or his family. At last, Pietro hit upon the plan, which I afterwards carried out. He suggested that you, as a stranger, and moreover a surgeon, would be the fittest person to execute our scheme. How we carried it out you already know. But my undertaking seemed to be thwarted, first by your careful precautions, and even after the recovery of my mantle, by your great fear of doing anything wrong. Pietro opened for us the postern door of the governor's palace. He would have conducted you back with equal precaution, but at the awful sight which, through a chink in the door, presented itself to our eyes, we both fled away in terror. Utterly overcome with horror and remorse, I rushed on, I knew not whither, but when I had gone about 200 yards, I sank down into the street porch in a swoon. When I again came to my senses, my first thought was of you, and the awful fate that must await you if you should be caught in the governor's house. I hastened back to the palace, but I could discover no trace of you or Pietro. The postern door, however, was open, and so I had some hope that you would avail yourself of this means of escape. As the day began to dawn, I feared greatly that I might be discovered. With this fear came an indescribable emotion of remorse, and an irresistible longing to be again outside the walls of Florence, never to return. I hastened to Rome, but judge of my agony when one day I overheard a man telling of this awful story to his companions, and caught his closing words. They caught the murderer. He was a Greek physician. Overburdened with anxiety, I returned at once to Florence. Already my revenge had seemed to me too great, but now I cursed it. I cursed myself. Revenge indeed was purchased at too high a price, for it cost me your life. I reached Florence on the very day that deprived you of your hand. It is needless for me to say what I felt when I saw you lay your hand upon the cruel block and suffer so heroically. But from the moment the first drop of blood fell upon the soil, I was determined to support and protect you all the rest of your life. What has happened since, you know, and it only remains for me to tell you why I have taken this journey with you. As a burden heavy and hard to bear, the thought pressed upon me that you had never forgiven me. I therefore determined to spend some days with you in disguise, and at last to lay before you my small excuse for the terrible misfortune into which I had brought you. The Greek had heard his guest in silence. When the narrative was concluded, he made an answer in a calm, quiet voice as follows. I know well that you must be more unhappy than I, for that awful deed hangs as a dark cloud before you, ever obscuring the sunlight from your day. From my heart I forgive you, but allow me to ask one question. How came you in that disguise in the desert? After you had bought for me the house in Constantinople, what next did you do? I went back to Alexandria, answered the Frank. Hatred against all men raged in my breast, burning hatred, especially against the country which is called Italy the Picturesque. Believe me, I was less miserable among the Mohammedans than in that land of Italy. Scarcely had I been a month in Egypt when there came to that land certain of my countrymen who had fled from the troubles in France. In them I saw only the murderers of my father and brother. I therefore collected certain young men of my acquaintance of like mind with myself, and we determined to become a terror to the French nobility, even as formerly the Mamelukes had been to the Egyptians. When our campaign was over, I could not bring myself to return to a life of peace. With a small number of chosen allies, I lived a wandering and fugitive life, devoted to battle and the chase. And today, I live among these people who honor me as their prince. In this life I am quite content, for if our Asiatic woods and plains are not so picturesque as are your European lands, yet they are far more free from the envy and calumny, the self-love and covetous ambition that abound in those fairer lands. Zaleucos thanked the Frank for his explanation. He did not, however, conceal from his friend the opinion that he would find life more comfortable and more befitting his high birth if he would but live and work in some Christian land. Then, warmly shaking his guest's hand, he begged him to remain with him for the rest of his life. The Frank seemed much gratified at this warm invitation. Now I know, said he, that you have quite forgiven me, and are indeed my friend. Receive my most heartfelt gratitude for your generous pardon. He arose as he spoke, and, standing before the Greek, drew himself up to his full height. Zaleucos almost trembled at the warlike and almost gigantic form, the dark and fiery eyes, the deep, mysterious voice of his guest. Your proposal is most kind, continued the Frank, and might be accepted with great joy by any other man. But for me it cannot be. Already my horse stands bridled at the door. Already my servants await me without. Zaleucos, farewell! The friends whom fate had so strangely brought together embraced each other affectionately. "And what shall I call you? What is the name of my guest who will ever live in my memory?" asked the Greek. The Frank looked at him in silence for a while, and then said as he pressed his hand once again, "I am called the Lord of the Desert. I am the robber Orbasan." End of section 9.
Section 10 of Swanhilde and Other Fairy Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Matt Bounds. Swanhilde and Other Fairy Tales by Wilhelm Hauff. Translated by Carolyn Norris HORWITZ. Section 10. The Boy and the Treasures of the Old Witch. There once was a poor widow who had 3 sons. The 2 elder ones went out to work to help support the family, but as they seldom did what their mother wished, or heeded what she said, they were no comfort at home. But the youngest boy always stayed by the old widow, to cheer her in her loneliness. He was therefore dearly loved by his widowed mother, but hated and envied by his brothers. At last the old widow died, and the 3 brothers started out to seek their fortunes in the world. After wandering about all day in quest of employment, they came, towards evening, to the seashore. Far out upon the sea there lay an island, upon which could be seen a bright light as if from a fire. The brothers stood and gazed at the light in wonder. They concluded at last that the island must be inhabited. Now, as it was already dark, and they knew not where to find shelter for the night, they decided, after some consideration, to take a boat which they found on the shore, and row over to the island to seek a night's lodging. They entered the boat and rowed swiftly towards the light. When they had reached the island, they searched about for a habitation, and finally spied a small hut, half hidden by the tall reeds and bushes that grew along the shore. Approaching the hut, the brothers saw that the bright light proceeded from a golden lantern set in the door of the hut. In the yard without stood a ram with golden horns. On these were fastened little bells, which gave out a clear ringing sound whenever the ram moved. The brothers were astonished at both these sights, but much more at the old woman who, with her daughter, lived in the little hut. She was old and very ugly. She was dressed in a magnificent velvet cloak, which was so wonderfully embroidered with gold thread that in every fold it glittered as if the entire cloak were pure gold. Her singular appearance convinced the brothers that she was no ordinary mortal, but was of a line of witches or some other strange beings. After some hesitation, they entered the hut. The old woman was standing on the hearth, stirring with a great spoon something in a huge pot which hung over the fire. Approaching her respectfully, the wanderers begged a night's shelter in the hut. This the old woman stoutly refused, but she told them to go to a king's court just across the water. As she spoke, she looked steadily at the youngest boy. His eyes were wandering all around the strange hut, and even in that short space of time had taken in everything worthy of note. The old woman said,
"What is your name, my boy?"
He answered promptly, "I am called Jack." The old woman said,
"Your brothers may go their way, but you can remain here with me. You look too smart for me, and I shall expect no good to come of it if you are employed at the king's court."
But the boy begged with all his might to be allowed to go with his brothers. He promised the old woman never to play any trick on her, nor do her any harm. At last he received permission to go on his way. Thereupon the 3 brothers hastened to their boat and rowed out into the sea, rejoicing exceedingly that they had all escaped in safety. Towards morning they came to the palace of a great king, where they asked for employment. The 2 elder brothers were hired as servants in the palace, and the youngest boy was employed as a page to wait upon the young prince. Jack was so bright and quick that he soon won the favor of all about him, and daily rose in the good opinion of the king. The elder brothers were envious of this. They could not bear to think of their younger brother being raised above them. They therefore consulted together how they might bring about his downfall. One day, when the 2 elder brothers were in the king's presence, they described to him the beautiful golden lantern, whose light shone over land and sea. It would, they declared, well suit so great a king to possess this wonderful treasure. When the king heard this, he asked,
"Where is the lantern to be found, and who can get it for me?"
The brothers answered, "That can no one do so well as our younger brother Jack. He knows best where it is to be found." Now the king became very anxious to possess the lantern, and sent for the boy. When Jack came, the king said to him,
"If you can bring me the beautiful golden lantern, whose light shines over sea and land, I will make you the head man in my whole court."
Jack was not slow to accept this mission, and promised to do his best. This pleased the king exceedingly, but the envious brothers greatly rejoiced over their plan. They thought that such an enterprise surely could not be attended with success. Jack furnished himself with a small boat, and rowed quietly across the water to the island where the old witch lived. When he reached the island, it was already dark. As was her custom at that hour, the old woman was preparing her evening meal at the fire. The boy climbed quietly to the roof of the hut, and threw a handful of bitter salt down the chimney so skillfully that it fell into the soup which the old woman was cooking. When the soup was cooked, the old woman took it from the fire, and would have eaten it, but she could not. It was so salty and bitter. At once the old woman became very angry, and scolded her daughter, who, so she thought, had put too much salt in the soup. But when she had weakened the soup to make it less salty, she still could not eat it because it was so bitter. She thereupon ordered her daughter to go to the well, which was at the end of the back garden, and fetch some fresh water to make another soup. The girl answered, "How can I go to the well? It is so dark that I shall not be able to find my way through the garden."
"Well then," returned the mother pettishly, "take my golden lantern with you."
The girl took the lantern and ran quickly down the garden to fetch the water. But as she leaned over the well to draw up the bucket of water, Jack, who had slipped nimbly up behind her, pushed her, head foremost, into the water. He then seized the golden lantern and sprang to his boat as quickly as possible. As time passed, the old woman began to wonder why her daughter loitered so long. She stepped to the door and at once saw her lantern shining far out upon the water. Thereupon she fell into a great rage. She ran to the shore and cried out,
"Is that you, Jack?"
The boy replied, "Yes, good mother, it is I." The old woman said,
"Have you stolen my gold lantern?"
Jack answered, "Yes, good mother, I have." The old witch called out,
"Are you not a great rogue?"
The boy replied, "Yes, good mother, I am indeed." Then the old woman began to weep and lament, and cried out,
"Ah, how stupid was I ever to let you leave the island! Well, I knew that you would play some trick upon me, but if you ever return, you shall not escape me again."
And her voice was lost in the distance. Jack rode back to the king's palace. The king was delighted to receive the gold lantern, and, as he had promised, Jack was made the chief man in the whole court. But when the two brothers saw that their evil plan had only bettered their brother's condition, they were even more envious than before. They consulted together how they might bring about his downfall, and win for themselves the high place in the king's esteem. One day, when they were in the king's presence, the two brothers described to him the ram whose horns were of pure gold, and the little bells that were fastened to the horns, which rang out clearly whenever the animal moved. They said it would well become so rich a king to own such a valuable beast. When the king heard this speech, he asked where this animal was to be found, and who could get it for him. The brothers answered, "No one can do that, unless it were our brother Jack. He knows best where the ram is kept." The king now desired greatly to possess the ram with the golden horns, so he sent for Jack. When the boy came, the king said to him, "Your brothers have told me of a ram whose horns are of pure gold, whereon are fastened little bells, which ring out clearly whenever the animal moves. Now I wish you to set forth at once, and do your best to bring the ram back with you. If you succeed, you shall not go unrewarded for your trouble, for I will make you ruler over 1/3 of my kingdom." Jack was quite ready for this enterprise, and promised to start at once. This pleased the king greatly. The envious brothers, however, rejoiced in their hearts, for they thought that Jack would never again be able to escape alive from the island. Jack made himself ready at once, and rowed over the water to the island where the old witch lived. It was quite dark by the time he had reached the island, so that no one perceived him. for the lantern was no longer there, but lighted up the king's palace with its great brilliancy. While in the boat, the youth turned over in his mind how he should get possession of the ram. This was not easily arranged, for the ram slept every night in the same room with the old witch. His quick mind, however, soon hit upon a plan which, although it was difficult and uncertain, was yet, under the circumstances, the best that could be done. At night, when the old woman and her daughter were going to bed, the girl went to the door to fasten it, as was her custom each night. But Jack had, unperceived, fastened a piece of wood behind the door so that it could not shut. The girl stood at the door for some time and vainly tried to close it. When the old woman saw that her daughter could not succeed, she thought there must be something wrong with one of the hinges. So she called out that the door might be left unfastened for one night, and in the daylight they could see what was wrong with it. Thereupon the girl left the door unfastened, and, lying down upon her bed, was soon fast asleep. Late in the night, when both mother and daughter were deep in sleep, Jack stole into their room and crept noiselessly up to the ram which lay stretched out before the fire. The youth had provided himself with some cotton wool, which he now stuffed into all the little bells, so that when the animal moved, they could not sound. He then seized the ram by the horns and dragged it to his boat. When he had rowed out a few yards from the shore, he took out all the wool. The ram gave his head a toss, and the bells rang out with a loud peal. The noise awoke the old woman from her sleep. Recognizing the sound of the bells, she ran hastily down to the sea-coast and cried out in a rage,
"Is that you, Jack?"
He answered, "Yes, it is I, good mother." The old woman asked,
"Have you stolen my golden ram?"
The youth replied, "Yes, good mother, that I have indeed." The old woman retorted,
"Oh, are you not a miserable scamp?"
Jack returned politely, "Yes, truly, good mother, I think so." Then the old woman began to weep and wail, and cried out piteously in the midst of her lamentations,
"Ah, how stupid I was when I let you go! I might well have known that you would do me some harm if I did not keep you. But if you ever come here again, you shall not get away so easily."
Jack now rode quickly back to the king's court, and when he had delivered the ram, he was made ruler over 1/3 of the whole kingdom, as the king had promised. But when the brothers saw how successful Jack had been in his difficult enterprise, they envied and hated him yet more. They thought of nothing day and night but how they might put an end to their brother's good luck. One day, when the 2 elder brothers were waiting on the king, they described in the most glowing terms the wonderful cloak that belonged to the old witch. They said it would better become a queen than an old witch to possess such a priceless mantle, and that this alone remained to complete the king's happiness. When the king heard all this, he became thoughtful and asked anxiously,
"Where is this wonderful cloak to be found, and who can procure it for me?"
The brothers answered, "No one could succeed in such a difficult task but our young brother Jack." At once the king became very desirous to possess the cloak, and he soon sent for Jack. When the boy came, the king said to him,
"I have noticed for some time that all your thoughts are centered on my young daughter. Now, your brothers have told me of a velvet cloak so finely embroidered with gold thread that the entire garment glitters as does the purest gold. Go, try your luck. If you can bring me this wonderful cloak, I will receive you as my son-in-law, and you shall be heir to my throne."
Who was so happy now as Jack? He promised to win the king's daughter or die in the attempt. The king praised him for his bravery and determination, but the 2 wicked brothers secretly rejoiced and thought that this undertaking surely would bring about the death of their brother. Jack jumped into his boat and rowed over towards the island where the old witch lived. On the way, he thought and thought how he could get possession of the glittering cloak, but this seemed to him very difficult, for the old witch always wore the cloak around her, even at night. At last, after he had thought a long time, a plan came into his head, which might succeed, although it was dangerous and uncertain. Jack took a large rubber bag which he had brought with him and tied it securely around his body under his jacket. Then, with trembling steps, he entered the old witch's room. When the old woman saw him, she was amazed and said,
"Is that you, Jack?"
The youth answered, "Yes, it is I, good mother." When the old woman saw that it really was Jack, she was rejoiced and said,
"Now that you have come into my room, you need not think that you will ever escape from here after having played me so many mean tricks."
Thereupon she seized a great knife and prepared to slay the youth. When Jack saw the great knife raised above him, he appeared greatly frightened and cried out, "If I must die, let me at least be allowed to choose what death I shall die. I would much rather eat soup until it killed me than to be slaughtered with that horrible knife." The old woman thought it could make no difference by what means she disposed of him, so she promised to let him have his way. She prepared a great bowl of soup, and setting it before Jack, bade him eat and be quick about it. That did he, but for every spoonful that he put into his mouth, he emptied 6 into the bag under his jacket. Just as the old woman was pondering how Jack could eat so much, he pretended to become very sick, and fell from the bench as if dead. But as he fell, he split open the bag so that all the soup ran out on the floor. The old woman supposed, of course, that Jack had died from overeating. She clapped her hands in delight and ran out of the hut in search of the daughter who had gone to the well. As, however, it was raining fast, she first laid her beautiful cloak on a stool in the room where Jack lay apparently dead. But as she disappeared through the door, Jack in a moment became alive and well. He sprang quickly up and, seizing the cloak, ran nimbly down to the shore where he had left his boat, sprang into it, and pushed out into the water. When the old woman saw that Jack was alive again, and also saw her cloak, which glittered on the water like a diamond, she was nearly beside herself. She rushed down to the shore and called out,
"Is that you, Jack?"
The youth answered, "Yes, it is I, good mother."
"Have you taken my beautiful cloak?"
asked the witch. "Yes, good mother, I have," replied Jack.
"Oh, are you not an arrant thief?"
exclaimed the old woman. "Yes, to be sure I am," the youth called back. Then the old woman began to cry and lament and said,
"Ah, how stupid was I ever to let you go! I knew well it would be ill for me if you went over to the court."
And with these words they parted, never to see each other again. Jack rode back to the palace with all speed. The delighted king kept his word and gave his daughter in marriage to the clever youth. And now Jack was happy and contented all the rest of his life. But his 2 brothers were nothing but servants at the court as long as they lived. End of section 10.
Section 11 of Swanhilde and Other Fairy Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by AnnaLisa Bodtker. Swanhilde and Other Fairy Tales by Wilhelm Hauff. Translated by Carolyn HORWITZ. Section 11. The Princess on the Glass Mountain. There was once a king who was very fond of the chase. He seemed to have no greater pleasure in life than to hunt down wild beasts. Early and late he was in the woods with his pack of hounds and his attendants, and he was always successful with his sport. One day it happened that he could find no game. He searched throughout the woods from morning to sunset, but without success. When evening came on, the king and his followers set out for home. As he was riding along, he saw, running before him through the woods, a dwarf wild man. The dwarf's hair was long and shaggy, and his clothing was a rough bear's skin. At once the king set spurs to his horse and, riding after the dwarf, caught him. Both the king and his followers were surprised to see such a strange being, for the wild man was as ugly as he was small, and his hair was matted together like sea grass. When the king spoke to him, he would neither answer him nor speak a single word. Thereupon the king grew very angry, for he was already provoked at his want of luck in the chase that day. So he ordered his servants to bind the wild man fast, that he might not escape, and carry him back with them to the palace. When they reached the court, the wild man was confined in the castle. It was the custom in those days for the king to have a banquet each evening with his courtiers. This feast was kept up until late in the night. That night, as they sat at the table making merry, the king lifted high his hunting horn and said, "What do you think of our chase today? Who shall say of us that we ever return from the chase without bringing some prey with us?" The courtiers answered, "What you have said is indeed true, and there is not to be found in all the world another such huntsman as your majesty. And today you have caught a wild animal, the like of which has never before been seen nor heard of." These speeches pleased the king beyond measure, and he asked what they thought he had best to do with the wild man. "By all means," replied the courtiers, "have him confined in your court. Then may all people from far and near see for themselves what a great hunter is your majesty. Only have him kept securely, for he is no doubt cunning and clever, and will try his best to escape." When the king heard their reply, he was silent for a while, then answered, "I shall do as you suggest, and it shall not be my fault if he breaks away. Moreover, I swear that whosoever shall help the wild man to escape, he shall die without mercy, were he my own son." Thereupon the king took up his glass and emptied it as a pledge for his word. But alas, his oath was dearly paid for. The courtiers looked at each other in surprise. They had never heard the king speak so strongly before, and they saw clearly that the wine had gone to his head. When the king awoke next morning, he remembered his foolish oath. He therefore sent at once for his workmen and had a strong iron cage built in his palace garden. In the middle of the iron cage there was a door fastened by a padlock so strong that no one could break it, and on one side of the cage there was a hole just large enough to push the food through. When it was all finished, the king had the wild man brought into the garden. Then he placed him in the cage and himself took the key. There the poor dwarf sat confined day and night, and people came on horse and on foot to see him, but no one ever heard him complain or utter a single word. After a short time, war broke out with another kingdom, and the king was obliged to go forth to the battle. Before he left the palace, he said to the queen, "You will reign in my absence. I leave the land and people under your care. But one thing you must promise me, namely, that you will have the wild man well guarded while I am gone, so that he shall not escape." The queen promised to do her best in everything, so the king gave her the key of the cage. He then went on board his ship, hoisted his flags, and sailed away to the wars. The queen stood on the shore and watched until the last flag disappeared in the distance. Then she and her attendants returned to the court. Now the king and queen had an only son. He was as yet only a child, but he gave promise of a brilliant career in the future. One day, while the king was at the war, the little prince was wandering about the palace gardens and came at last to the wild man's cage. He stood near the cage and played with his golden ball. While he was thus playing, he threw the ball so hard that it bounced through the little hole in the iron cage. The wild man picked it up and threw it back to him. This seemed to the prince great fun, so he threw his ball again into the cage, and the dwarf returned it as before. Thus they played for quite a time, but at last the wild man seemed to grow tired of the play. He kept the ball and would not return it. When the little prince found that neither threats nor entreaties would bring back his ball, he began to cry. Thereupon the wild man spoke for the first time since the king had captured him. "Your father," he said, "has treated me shamefully. I will not give you back your ball unless you will set me free." The little boy answered, "How could I set you free? Give me back my ball, my lovely gold ball." The wild man said, "If you want your ball back, you must do as I tell you. Go in and ask your mother to brush your hair, and while she is brushing it, do you steal the cage key from off her girdle without her knowing it. Then come here and open my cage. You can then replace the key in the same manner, and no one will ever find it out. Then I will give you your gold ball." The boy did just as the wild man had told him. He asked his mother to brush his hair, and while she was doing so, he stole the cage key without her perceiving it. Then he ran to the cage, opened the door, and let the wild man out. Before he left, the dwarf said, "Here, I give you back your gold ball, as I have promised, and thank you very much for setting me free. And at any time when you are in need of help, you may be certain that I will repay your kindness." Then he ran off into the woods. But the little prince went back to his mother and replaced the key in the same way that he had taken it, without her knowing it. When it became known at the king's court that the wild man had in some way been freed from his cage, the queen sent her servants far and near to search for him, but he had escaped and could not be found again. As the time passed, the queen became more and more anxious to recapture the wild man, for she now daily expected her husband to return. At last, she saw far out at sea the flags on his ships and all the people collected on the shore to welcome him home. He came back victorious, but his first question was whether they had kept the wild man well guarded. Then the queen had to tell him that the wild man had escaped, she knew not how, and could not be found again. At this, the king became furious. His rage gained the mastery over his better nature, and he swore that the offender who had freed the dwarf should die, were it his own son. Everyone in his whole court was summoned, and each in turn questioned, but no one knew anything of the wild man's escape. At last, it was the young prince's turn to be questioned. When the king asked him if he knew how the wild man had been freed, he answered, "I know that I deserve my father's anger, but I cannot conceal the truth, for it was I who let the wild man out of his cage." At this answer the queen turned pale, and all who heard his words were sad, for there was no one who did not love the young prince. After a long silence, the king spoke as follows: "Never shall it be said of me that I have broken my word, and though you are my own flesh and blood, yet you must die, as I have sworn." Then the king ordered 2 of his servants to take the young prince into the woods and there slay him. He moreover ordered them to bring back the heart of the young prince as a proof that they had obeyed his command. Now all the people lamented and mourned for the young prince and for his sorrowing mother, and they begged earnestly that mercy might be shown him. But the king's word was irrevocable. The servants could but do as they were commanded. They took the boy between them and led him deep into the woods. Here they met a swineherd minding his herd. Then said one to the other, "It does not seem to me well that we should take the life of the king's son. Let us rather buy one of these swine and carry its heart to the king, for no one will know that it is not the heart of the prince." And this seemed a good idea to the other servant. So they bought a swine from the keeper, slew it, and took out its heart. But the young prince they bade go on his way where he could, only never to return to his father's court. And it can well be imagined what grief and sorrow there was at court when the servants returned and reported the death of the young prince whom they all loved. The prince did as the servants had told him. He wandered further and further from his father's court, traveling as fast as he could. He had no food except the nuts and wild berries that he found in the woods. When he had wandered on for a long time, he came at last to a mountain. On the top of this mountain there grew a very tall tree. Now the boy thought, "I will climb that tree and see if I can discover any path." No sooner said than done. When he had climbed to the very top of the tree, from where he could see for miles around, he saw at some distance a great palace which shone in the rays of the setting sun like pure gold. Then was his heart glad, and he turned his steps in the direction of the palace. The next day, as he was running on his way, he met a shepherd boy, who most willingly changed clothes with him. Thus attired, the young prince at length reached the distant palace and asked for employment. He was hired as a shepherd boy. Every day, from sunrise to sunset, in the woods and in the meadows, he tended his flock. And as time flew by, he forgot all his sorrows and grew until he was larger and stronger than anyone in the whole kingdom. Now the king of this country had an only daughter. She was more beautiful than any other maiden in the land, and her grace and proud bearing well became her high rank and the throne to which she was heiress. When she had reached her 16th birthday, she had so many suitors that she could not count them, and the number increased ever as the days went by. But as she would not decide in favor of any one of them, the king at last became impatient to know what answer he should give them. So he summoned his daughter and begged her to choose among her numberless suitors which she would have. This she refused to do. Then the king became very angry and said, "If you will not choose for yourself, then I must do so for you. And though my choice may not suit your fancy, nevertheless you shall marry him." When the king had thus spoken, the maiden said, "If I must marry so young, think not that I will have anyone you may happen to choose. No, I will have the man who in a full suit of armor, mounted on his steed, can ride to the top of yonder glass mountain from the steep side. Him I will have, and none other." This seemed to the king a good idea, and he consented to make the trial. He therefore had it proclaimed throughout his kingdom that the one who could ride to the top of the glass mountain should not only receive his daughter, but half the kingdom beside. On the day appointed for the first trial, the princess was escorted to the very top of the glass mountain. She went by a secret path cut in the steps on the further side. Upon a golden throne, placed by order of the king at the top of the mountain, the beautiful princess sat. Her crown was on her head, and in her hand she held a golden ball. She was so beautiful that all the suitors willingly risked their lives in the hope of winning so fair a bride. At the foot of the mountain were assembled all those who were to make trial for the prize of the princess's hand. So glorious were their noble steeds, so bright was their shining armor, that the whole plain below sparkled like gold in the sunlight. From all parts of the kingdom the people flocked to see the horsemen attempt to ride up the glass mountain. At the appointed hour, the trumpets sounded, and the drums beat as a signal for the riders to start. Then all the suitors, one after the other, spurred on their steeds and tried with all their might to gain the top of the glass mountain. But the mountain was high and steep, and was as smooth as ice. So difficult was the ascent that no one could ride but a very little way up, and then head foremost down the mountain horse and rider rolled. Arms or legs were broken in this rapid descent, and many a horse was killed or stunned by the fall. The cries of the fallen, the clashing of their armor, and the shouts of the people raised such a tumult that the noise could be heard far away. While all this was going on, the king's son wandered with his flock deep in the heart of the woods. But when all the noise and tumult from the glass mountain reached him, he sat down on a stone, buried his face in his hands, and bemoaned his sad lot. "Ah," he thought, "would that I might try my fortune in scaling that difficult height." Suddenly he heard steps approaching, and as he raised his head, there stood the wild man before him. "Many thanks," said the dwarf, "for the service you rendered me on that day when last we saw one another. But why sit you here, so sorrowful and downcast?" The prince answered, "How can I be other than sorrowful? I cannot be merry. On your account I am banished forever from my father's palace. And now I have not even a horse and armor that I may strive to win yonder beautiful princess." "Oh-ho," said the wild man. "Is that all? I can easily help you in your trouble. You helped me once when I needed your assistance. Now I will return your kindness." With these words, he took the prince by the hand and led him still further into the forest and down a flight of steps, deep into the earth where was his own subterranean abode. There he showed the youth a glittering suit of armor made of the finest steel. It was so bright and shining that rays of light seemed to flash out from it on every side. Nearby stood a proud bay steed, all saddled and bridled, stamping and neighing with impatience to be off. The wild man said, "Hasten now, put on yonder armor, and ride off to try your fortune. Fear nothing, and meanwhile I will tend your sheep." The prince needed no second invitation. He buckled on the armor, fastened the spurs on his feet and the sword by his side, and moved as lightly in his steel armor as does a bird in the air. Every link in his armor jingled merrily as he sprang into the saddle. Tightly he grasped the bridle rein, and with lightning speed galloped off toward the glass mountain. The suitors of the princess had just finished their great test of horsemanship. Not one had won the prize, although they had all tried their very best. As now they stood at the foot of the mountain, discussing the discomfiture of the morning, and wondering what possibilities there were of some one among them winning the prize upon the next day's test, they saw galloping from the forest a young knight. Straight toward the glass mountain he rode. He was cased in steel, from head to foot. Gay plumes waved above his helmet. His shield was on his arm, his sword at his side. He kept his seat so firmly and rode so proudly that everyone was anxious to see the stranger knight. Who could he be? They asked. No one knew him. None had ever seen him before. But the prince gave them little time for thought or question. Scarcely was he out of the woods before he had reached the mountain, and without stopping for a moment, he raised himself in the saddle, dashed his spurs into the steed, and went flying up the steep ascent as though it had been an open plain. But he did not ride to the top, for when about halfway up, the steed suddenly swung himself around and came dashing down the mountain with such speed that the fire flashed from beneath his hooves. In a moment, he had disappeared into the woods. It can well be imagined that the people were greatly astonished. They talked of nothing else but of the stranger knight and his magnificent steed and armor. As for the princess, who from her high seat on the mountain had caught but a glimpse of the glittering stranger, she was so struck with his proud bearing that she dreamed every night of the brave young horseman. Thus the time passed until at last another day was appointed on which the suitors of the princess were for the second time to try their skill and luck. Again the princess seated herself upon her throne at the very top of the glass mountain. Again, at the foot of the mountain, all the suitors assembled with prancing steeds and shining armor, so that the whole plain sparkled and glistened as does the rippling sea in the sunshine. And once again, all the people for miles around flocked to see the great sight and to watch the efforts of the horsemen. When all was ready, the bugles sounded and the drums beat as the signal for the start. Then each suitor spurred his horse and tried with all his might to force his way up the steep side of the mountain. Yet none could go but a little way on the slippery ground, and as before, one after another, horses and riders slipped and rolled head foremost to the mountain's foot. And the cries of the fallen, the shouts of the people, and the noise of clashing armor was heard far within the forest. Just at this time the prince was watching his flock as usual. When he heard all the noise and shouts of the people, he sat down on a stone, buried his face in his hands, and wept, for he thought of the beautiful princess and wished that once again he might try his luck with the others. Suddenly he heard footsteps, and looking up again, he saw the dwarf before him.
"Good day," said the little man. "Why do you sit here so sad and sorrowful?"
"I have cause to be sad," answered the prince. "On your account I am banished from my father's palace, and now I have not even a horse and armor that I may try to win the lovely princess."
"If that be all," said the wild man, "I can easily comfort you. In time of need, you gave me your assistance, and now I will help you in return."
With this promise he took the prince by the hand and led him again deep down into the earth, and showed him a complete suit of armor made all of the purest silver and sparkling like a diamond. Nearby stood a noble steed, black as coal, with trappings of silver to match the armor, already saddled and bridled, stamping and neighing with impatience to be off.
"Now," said the wild man, "make haste, arm yourself, and be off to try your luck. Meanwhile, I will watch your sheep."
With all speed the prince buckled on his armor, made fast his helmet, spurs, and sword, and moved as lightly in his silver armor as does a bird in the air. Then he sprang into the saddle, grasped the bridle, and rode off toward the glass mountain. The suitors of the princess had finished their unsuccessful trials of the day. Not one had won the prize. Suddenly they saw a horseman dash from the woods and gallop toward the mountain. From head to foot he was cased in silver armor. Helmet, shield, and sword rested gracefully upon him. He sat his horse with such ease and grace, and yet so firmly. He managed his horse so well that all eyes were fastened upon him. The people recognized him as the stranger knight who had ridden so gallantly on the first day of the sport, and who had so suddenly vanished into the woods. But the prince did not give them much time for wondering. Scarcely had he reached the plain, when rising in the saddle and dashing the spurs into his steed, he rushed like a flash of fire up the mountainside. Yet he did not quite reach the summit, for just as he neared the top, just as he saluted the princess with a wave of his helmet, his steed suddenly wheeled around and like a flash of lightning flew down the mountainside and into the woods. This caused a still greater commotion than did the first day's occurrence, and everyone wondered who the stranger could be. But all were certain they had never before seen so magnificent a steed or so stately a knight. Moreover, it was said of the princess, by those whose eyes were the sharpest, that when the stranger knight greeted her at the top of the mountain, she blushed as red as the reddest of roses. Again the days passed by, and then the king appointed a third and last day on which the suitors were to try their skill and luck. The princess was again seated upon her throne on the very top of the glass mountain. There, as before, she sat with the crown on her head and the gold ball in her hand. Again all the suitors assembled on the plain at the foot of the mountain with their finest steeds and sparkling armor, and the sight was gorgeous to behold. Thither, from miles around, the people flocked in dense crowds to see the final contest between the rival suitors. At last all was ready. The signal was given, and then one after the other each suitor spurred on his steed with all his strength, hoping to gain the summit of the mountain. But as before, one and all failed in the attempt. For the mountain was smooth and steep, so that no horse was able to ascend but a little way, and then, stumbling backward, down to the very foot of the mountain rolled horse and rider, unsuccessful as before. The shrieks of the horses, the cries of the wounded, the shouts of the people, and the clashing of armor raised such a tumult that the noise could be heard far within the forest. Now the prince at this time was watching his flock as usual, and had led them far into the woods. When he heard all the noise and shouting, he sat down on the ground, buried his face in his hands, and wept bitterly, for he thought of the lovely princess and would gladly have risked his life to win her for his bride.
"Good day. Wherefore are you crying so bitterly?"
said a voice beside him, and looking up he saw the wild man standing close by.
"I cannot restrain my tears," said the prince. "On your account am I banished from my father's house, and now I have not even a horse and armor that I may try my fortune and see if I can win the princess." "Oh ho," said the dwarf, "I can easily bring you comfort. You helped me once, and now I will return your kindness."
He then took the prince by the hand, led him to his cavern far beneath the earth, and there showed him a suit of armor with helmet, sword, and shield, all made of pure gold. So glittering was the gallant display that the rays of light reflected from the armor shone like the sun itself. Nearby stood a giant steed, as white as snow. His trappings were all of the finest gold set with precious stones. He was already saddled and bridled, and he stamped and neighed in his impatience to be off. So restlessly did he champ at his bit that the white foam was tossed from his mouth.
"Now," said the wild man, "be quick. Put on your armor and go. Try your fortune."
The prince obeyed without loss of time. He buckled on the armor, the helmet, and the spurs, and fastened the sword by his side. And now he moved as lightly and nimbly in his golden armor as a fish darts through the water. Lightly he sprang into the saddle, tightly he grasped the bridle rein, and was off like a flash for the glass mountain. The suitors of the princess had finished their final contest. Each rider had tried his very best, yet none had won the prize. As they stood on the plain talking disconsolately of their failures, suddenly they saw a young horseman dart from the woods and gallop straight toward the mountain. From head to foot he was cased in sparkling gold. His helmet and shield, his spurs and sword were all of the same dazzling metal. He sat so proudly and yet so gracefully in the saddle that his horsemanship was unequaled by any knight whom the people had ever before seen. All greeted his appearance with shouts and cheers, for they recognized in him the knight who had appeared on the 2 previous days. But the prince did not give them much time to see him, for as soon as he had reached the plain, he raised himself in the saddle, dashed the golden spurs into his steed, and sped like a flash of lightning up the steep mountain slope. When he had attained the very summit, he sprang from his horse, saluted the princess with all knightly courtesy, bent the knee before her, and grasped the golden ball from her fair hands. Then throwing himself again upon his steed, he dashed down the mountain, so that fire flashed from under his steed's gold-shod hoofs. Then he vanished into the woods like a glowing meteor. Now there was a great rejoicing among the people. The drums beat, the trumpets sounded, and all were merry and glad. And the king made proclamation far and near that an unknown knight had won the great prize. What the princess thought the people could not say, but it was whispered among them that the crimson blush of pleasure covered the princess's face when the stranger knight took from her hands the golden ball. It now only remained for the knight of the golden armor to make his appearance and claim his bride. None knew where he lived, but all expected on their return to find him waiting at the palace with the golden ball. But he was not there, and he did not come. All wondered greatly at his delay, and the longer he tarried away, the paler and more restless the princess became. The king at last grew impatient, and the knights and nobles were incensed at the victor's long tarrying, and murmured more and more each day. As the king could think of no other way to find the unknown knight, he proclaimed throughout his kingdom that on a certain day all suitors of the princess, high and low, rich and poor, should assemble in the palace court, and then the princess herself should choose among them whom she would wed. On the appointed day a countless number assembled in the court. Then the princess stepped out, attended by her maids, and went around among them all. But though she looked closely at the face of every knight and noble, yet she found not the one whom she sought. When she had gone around to the very outermost circle of the throng, she suddenly spied among a crowd of village people a young man who seemed to rivet her attention. He wore upon his head a common hat, and had thrown carelessly around him the gray cloak of a shepherd. His hat was pulled low down over his face so that his features could scarcely be discerned. But the princess made her way quickly through the astonished crowd, pushed back the hat from his face, and grasping him by his arm, she cried out loudly, "He is here! He is here! I have found the victor at last!" At this, all the people laughed, for they saw that the one whom she had found was only the king's shepherd. And the king himself exclaimed,
"Now heaven forbid that I should ever have such a son-in-law."
But the young man was in no wise abashed. With head erect he made answer, "Do not grieve yourself, O king. I am the son of one as great as yourself." Thereupon he threw off the shepherd's cloak, and lo, the people ceased from their laughter, and broke out into a universal shout of joy, for there, in place of the gray shepherd, stood a handsome young prince, cased from head to foot in armor of glittering gold, and in his right hand he held the princess's golden ball. Then all the people recognized him as the same brave knight who had reached the summit of the glass mountain. At once there was great rejoicing throughout the whole kingdom, and the prince took his beloved princess in his arms, embraced her fondly, and told her all about his home and his parents, and why he had been obliged to live in disguise far from his father's kingdom. The king was rejoiced to have such a son-in-law. He had the marriage feast prepared at once and set with such splendor and magnificence that the like was never before seen nor heard of. All the king's sons and all the knights and nobles from far and near were invited to the wedding, and the prince received his beautiful bride, and with her half the kingdom. The wedding festivities continued for a full week, and then the prince took his bride to his own father's palace. There he was received with the greatest rejoicings, and the king and queen both wept for joy at once again seeing the son whom they had so long mourned as dead. After a short stay, the prince and princess returned to their own kingdom. There they lived many happy years, but the wild man of the woods was never heard of more. End of section 11. The Princess on the Glass Mountain. Recording by AnnaLisa Bodtker.
Section 12 of Swanhilde and Other Fairy Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Zarina Silverman, Los Angeles, California. Swanhilde and Other Fairy Tales by Wilhelm Hauff, translated by Carolyn, Norris, HORWITZ, Section 12, The Story of Two Brothers. There was once a king who was ruler over a mighty kingdom and beloved by all his subjects. His queen was very beautiful, and he loved her more than all else in the world. After a while, a child was given to them. But some months after the child's birth, the queen died. The king was terribly distressed at her death. He transferred all his affections to his little daughter, and he loved her so dearly that he could not bear to have her out of his sight. In time, the little princess grew to be the most beautiful maiden that could be found in the kingdom. The fame of her beauty spread far and wide, and countless princes and nobles came to woo her. Her father, however, refused them all. But when he saw that the princess really fancied several of her suitors, he rested neither day nor night, for fear she might be induced to leave him. On an island which was surrounded by broad and deep water, he built a high castle, and there he placed the princess with her maidservant. One night the princess had a strange dream. She dreamed that she wandered about the castle until she came to a secret flight of steps. At the end of the steps she came to a secret door. And when she had opened the door, she looked out upon a mountain which she had never seen before. Down the side of the mountain ran a clear rippling stream, which glittered in the sunshine like a sea of gold. She stooped and drank of the stream, and it seemed to her, in her dream, that she had never tasted anything so delightful. When the princess awoke the next morning, she could not banish the dream from her mind, and she related it to her maid. The maid was astonished when she heard her mistress, for on that same night she too had dreamed the very same dream. Both maid and mistress saw plainly that there was some mystery connected with their dreams, and they desired exceedingly to find the stream. They looked, therefore, carefully around the castle, and discovered at length a hidden flight of steps, at the end of which was a secret door. As they passed through the door, they saw the very same stream of which they had both dreamed, flowing down from a mountainside, and they were dazzled by the brightness of the stream as the sun shone full upon it. They stooped and drank thereof, and behold, it was as sweet as cordial. As they raised their lips from the water, lo! in the very spots where they had just drank, 2 lily stalks sprang up. At the end of each was a lily bud. As the maidens gazed in amazement at the flowers, behold! the buds opened, grew, and expanded until they became 2 huge lilies. In the center of each lily there was a little child. When the babes saw the maidens, they held out their arms and cried to be taken up. So the princess took the babies with her to the castle. When the king came that day to see his daughter, he heard of all that had happened, and saw at once that the babes were no ordinary children, but were sent up from the water by some magician. He took both babies back with him to the palace, and there had them tenderly cared for. After what had happened, the king thought the castle must be near some magician's cave, and feared to leave his daughter there longer. He came, therefore, to think better of his hasty resolution, and had the princess brought back to the palace. Then he summoned all her suitors, and bade her choose among them one whom she would have, naming but one condition in the choice. This was, that the princess was not to leave her father's palace, but was to remain there with her husband, and after the king's death to ascend the throne. Both babies were boys, and the king named the one whom the princess had taken from the water Wassermann, and the one whom the maid had taken up he named Wassersein. The boys grew to be large and strong, and when 15 years of age they asked permission of the king to go out into the world and seek their fortunes. The boys had often been to the stream from which they had been taken when babies, to see if they could not learn something concerning the strange way in which they had been brought into the world. Before setting out on their journey, they went to take a farewell of the stream. As they turned from the water to start on their travels, they saw by the side of the stream an old man. With one hand he led 2 dogs, and in the other he carried a spear, a bow, and a quiver of arrows. He approached the lads and said, "You are about to start on a long journey. Take these 2 dogs with you, and never, under any circumstances, be separated from them. They will be faithful and true to you." Then he handed to Wassermann the spear, and to Wassersein the bow and arrows, saying, "These also you will find of use. And now I will tell you how you came to be found in the water. You are brothers, both sons of a poor peasant, who offended me some time before your birth by cruelty to some insects of which I was particularly fond. I, therefore, stole you away from him and caused the princess to find you. Now, if you will do but right and be kind to all creatures, I will help you to fame and riches. One thing more only I have to say to you. Never speak before anyone of the things which have happened at this stream." The youths would have thanked the old man for his great kindness, but as he spoke the last words he disappeared. When they had gone some distance, the lads came to a thick forest. They began to hunt with their dogs for something to eat. Suddenly they saw a great bear. Wassermann called out to his companion, "Do you shoot, and I will throw my spear." But the bear begged for her life and said, "Do not shoot, do not throw. I have in my cave 2 cubs, and I will give you each one if you will spare my life." This seemed fair to the youths, and the bear brought her cubs to them and said that they would pay well for sparing her life. The next day, as they were hunting in the forest with their animals, they came upon a great lioness. Wassermann immediately called to Wassersein, "Do you shoot, and I will throw my spear." But the lioness answered, as the bear had done, "Do not shoot, do not throw. I have in my den 2 whelps, and I will give you each one if you will spare my life." The youths consented, and the lioness brought them her 2 whelps, saying that they would more than pay for sparing her life. The animals followed their masters and were obedient and faithful in all things. When the youths had wandered some distance, they came to a place where 2 roads met. At the very point where the 2 paths crossed there grew a mighty oak. Then Wassermann said, "Here, brother, I think, our path must separate. Do you go one way, and I will go the other, and, I doubt not, we shall meet again." Wassersein answered, "In this, as in everything else, you must have your way. But how shall I ever hear how you are getting on in the world, and whether or not you are safe and well?" Wassermann replied, "See, I thrust my knife into this tree, and this shall be to you a sign. When this knife rusts, then I am in great danger. If it is bloody, then may you know that I am dead." After these words, the youths bade each other farewell. Wassermann went one way with his animals, and met with many wonderful adventures, which will be rehearsed later. Wassersein chose the other path, and he had not wandered long before he came to an ancient-looking palace, surrounded by woods, and nowhere around could a footprint of man be seen. Just as Wassersein neared the palace, a great storm came up, and the rain poured down in torrents, so that the youth was forced to seek shelter for himself and his animals. He went therefore to the castle door and knocked, but no one answered. After he had knocked for some time, the door was opened by an old and very ugly woman. She asked who it was that knocked so loudly. Wassersein answered that he was a wanderer who sought some employment and begged for shelter from the storms. The old woman replied, "You are welcome, for just now I need a servant, and if you will serve me faithfully, I will pay you well." Thereupon she led him in and gave him food and a place in which to sleep. Now, this old woman was a wicked witch, and by her looks she meant no good to Wassersein or his animals. Next morning, as soon as it was light, the old woman came to Wassersein and said she would show him all that was worth seeing in the castle and the surrounding grounds. The youth followed her and saw so many wonderful things that it would take too long to write of them all. At last they came to a meadow. On this meadow there were thousands of ducks, so that the whole ground was covered with them. The witch said, "These ducks belong to the castle, and you need not be afraid to tread on them." Then she went on ahead to lead the way. But Wassersein pitied the poor ducks, and was careful not to hurt one. Moreover, he strictly forbade his animals to disturb them. When at last they came to the end of the meadow, the king of the ducks stepped forward and said, "Many thanks, noble sir, for your kindness to my ducks. If you are ever in danger or perplexity, think of me, and I will come and serve you." Thereupon the duck king disappeared before the witch had noticed him. Then the two went on and came to a second meadow, which was completely covered with thousands of armies of ants crawling on the ground. The witch said, "These ants belong to my castle, and you need not be afraid to crush them." But Wassersein felt sorry for the industrious little ants, and was careful to pick his way among them and not to tread on one. He also charged his animals not to harm them. When they reached the end of the meadow, the king of the ants crawled forth and said, "Many thanks, generous youth, for your care of my ants. If you are ever in trouble, think of me, and I will give you aid." But the witch did not see or hear the ant king. The witch and youth now passed on until they came to a third meadow. Here they found swarms and swarms of bees, a countless number, so that not only the air, but the ground also, was filled with the buzzing insects. The witch then turned to Wassersein and said, "You need not fear to kill these creatures, for they belong to my castle and they cannot hurt you." But Wassersein pitied the busy, active bees, and was careful not to injure one. He also charged his animals not to hurt a single bee. When they came to the end of the meadow, the bee king flew forward and said, "Many thanks, good friend, for your care of my bees. If ever you need any help, think of me, and I will serve you." Then he flew away before the witch had noticed him. The next day the witch said to Wassersein, "Now it is high time that you should begin your work. Your first work shall be this. Long, long ago, here in the castle court, I lost a golden key, which unlocks the door of the western turret. Now it is my wish and my command to you that you find this key before sunrise tomorrow. If you cannot, it will cost you your life." With this threat, the witch went away. Now Wassersein was sadly troubled, and knew not how to escape from this great danger, for he knew not where to look for the key. He wandered about sadly all day, and when evening came he had not found the key. As now the youth sat on the ground in the court thinking of his great danger, the thought came into his mind, "Perhaps the ducks could help me." Scarcely had he thus thought when the duck king stood before him and asked, "Why are you so sad?" Wassersein answered, "The witch has commanded me to find a golden key which was lost here long years ago, and if I do not find it, she will take away my life." The duck king replied, "Be comforted. I have not forgotten your kindness to my ducks yesterday. Now I will serve you in return." Then the duck king called a troop of his ducks and went with them to a pond at the end of the court. They all dived to the very bottom and searched there until they found the missing key. The duck king then carried it quickly to the youth, who was rejoiced when he saw the key, and went merrily back to the castle. Early next morning the witch came and asked if Wassersein had fulfilled her command. When the lad showed her the gold key, she changed color, and her face became ashy pale, and she left the room, saying, "You did not do that without help." Later in the day the witch came again, and led Wassersein to an apartment where she had mixed a great quantity of different grains in a huge pile on the ground. The witch said, "Your second work will be to separate these grains. You shall put every grain of barley in one heap, every grain of wheat in another, and every grain of oats in another. When I come in the morning, if I find one grain of barley in with the oats, or one grain of wheat with the barley, it will cost you your life." With this threat the witch left the room. The lad sat himself down on the ground and began to separate the barley, the wheat, and the oats, grain by grain. But, as he had expected, the evening came, and he had only separated the smallest bit of the pile, and he saw it was quite impossible to finish even half the task before morning. But as Wassersein sat brooding over his sad fate, suddenly the thought crossed his mind, "Perhaps the ants could help me." Scarcely had he thus thought, when lo! the ant king stood before him and asked, "Why do you grieve so?" The lad answered, The witch has commanded me to separate all this mass of grains and put each kind in a separate pile, and I cannot do it. It is quite impossible, and if I do not accomplish the task before morning light, I will be killed." Then the Ant King replied, "Be comforted. I have not forgotten the service you rendered me, and now I will repay you." The Ant King then disappeared, but soon returned with a countless number of ants. They all set to work at once on the pile, each ant taking a grain at a time. In a few hours every grain was on the pile where it belonged, the barley, the wheat, and the oats, each in a separate pile. The youth thanked the Ant King heartily, and then all the ants departed. With the first rays of the sun came the old witch, and asked if Wassersein had done as she had commanded him. He answered, "Yes," and showed her the 3 piles, and not one grain could be found where it did not belong. Then the witch became black in the face with rage, and went out of the room in a fury at the same time, saying, "You did not do that without help." Later in the day, the witch returned and led Wassersein to a great hall, in which stood 7 pictures of 7 beautiful maidens. The witch said, "This shall be your 3rd work. You shall tell me which of these 7 pictures is the enchanted princess who reigned over this kingdom before I came here. If you can tell me correctly, then your power here will be greater than mine. But if you cannot tell me, it will cost you your life, as it has many another youth before you. Tomorrow, at sunrise, both your fate and mine will be decided." With these words, she stamped her feet and left the hall. Wassersein stood before the pictures and studied them carefully. They were so beautiful that the sight made his heart glad. Raiment, attitudes, and features were so exactly alike that no one could discover any difference between them. He studied the pictures, but when he saw that there was no way for him to tell which was the enchanted princess, he threw himself down upon the floor and gave up all hopes of life. Suddenly it flashed across his mind that perhaps the little bees could help him. Immediately there appeared the Bee King, who asked him wherefore he seemed so downcast. Wassersein answered, "The witch has commanded me to tell her which of these 7 pictures is the enchanted princess who used to reign over this kingdom. If I cannot show the right one by sunrise tomorrow, I must die." "Oh, be of good cheer," replied the Bee King. "You served me the other day, and now I will show my gratitude." The Bee King then flew away, but returned almost immediately with a multitude of other bees. Now the whole swarm lighted upon one of the pictures and rested there for some moments. By this sign Wassersein knew that this was the picture of the princess. He marked well which one it was, and thanked the bees with all his heart. Then he was left alone. At the earliest dawn of day, the witch came and asked Wassersein if he had found out which picture was that of the princess. He answered, "Yes," and pointed to the one on which the bees had alighted. When the witch saw that her power was at an end, she shrieked aloud, tore her hair, and scratched her face. As the old witch uttered her cry, all the pictures became alive. The beautiful princess fell into the arms of Wassersein and thanked him for delivering her from her long enchantment. The 6 witches in the other 6 pictures raised themselves in the air and flew away with the old witch with such violence that they carried away with them the whole roof of the palace. In that same instant, the whole court underwent a great change. All the doors flew open, and all the courtiers and servants became alive, and the princess was hailed by all as queen. Then a great wedding feast was prepared, and Wassersein received the beautiful princess for his bride, and reigned with her over the kingdom in content and happiness for many years. But in the midst of all his joy, he could not forget his brother. Every day he went to the tree at the cross path to see by the knife how his brother fared. The tale must now turn to Wassermann. After leaving his brother, he traveled on until he came to a great city, where all the people were dressed in mourning and went about noiselessly, showing plainly by their whole demeanor that there was some great trouble and affliction in their land. When Wassermann came to the nearest inn, he inquired of the host what was the cause of the people's great grief. The host answered, "Surely you must have come from afar, that you know not the talk of the whole kingdom. I will tell you. The king's castle is built on enchanted ground, and every year a dragon appears and demands a young maiden whom he devours. But alas! This year the maiden whom he has chosen is the king's only daughter. There is no one to be found who can deliver her from this horrible death, although to the man who will slay the dragon, the king has promised the princess as a bride and half the riches of his kingdom. 1 week from this very day the dragon will come and demand her." Now, as Wassermann heard all this strange news, his courage was roused within him, and he determined to try to win the princess and thereby gain riches and fame. At a mountain which lay not far from the city, the dragon always met the maiden whom he had demanded. Thither Wassermann went with some workmen. At the foot of this mountain he built a little hut out of large stones and iron. He so constructed it that the door could be opened only from the inside. On the appointed day, Wassermann stood by his little stone hut and awaited the princess. He had not waited long before he saw a golden chariot drawing nigh. In it sat the king's daughter, while many people from the city followed after the chariot. But when the princess saw the mountain, she buried her face in her hands and wept bitterly. Then Wassermann stepped forward, saluted the princess, and asked, "Noble princess, why do you sit here bathed in tears?" The king's daughter answered, "I have good cause to cry, for my father has promised me to a dreadful dragon. Go hence, fair sir. Today there will be a sad sight here to witness." Wassermann replied, "I fear not the dragon. I would await him were he thrice the monster he must be. Will you but promise to return my love, I will gladly risk my life for your safety." By this promise the princess was somewhat comforted, for she trusted the noble youth, and they talked together for some time. Suddenly, from beneath the mountain came a loud rumbling noise. Then the youth sprang up, exclaiming, "Hark! The dragon comes. It is time to prepare myself for the battle. Adieu, fair princess. The thought of you shall strengthen me in the fight." Then, taking the maiden by the hand, he led her to the little hut which he had built at the foot of the mountain. There the princess sat, filled with a great fear and anxiety as to the issue of the battle. But Wassermann at once went forward to meet the dragon, and was speedily engaged in furious strife. The dragon defended himself savagely with teeth and claws. He threw from his mouth fire and stones, so that the people dared not approach for fear of their lives. But Wassermann struck the monster thrice in the eyes, ran his spear through its back, and dealt it many a heavy blow. The lion, the bear, and the dog also did their part in the battle, and they rested not from the strife until the dragon lay dead in the grass. Wassermann had not gained the victory over the great dragon without receiving many deep wounds. But he was carried back to the palace amid cheers and shouts of triumph. There he was carefully cared for, and when sufficiently recovered, the king prepared a great wedding feast, gave him the princess as his bride, and proclaimed him ruler over half his kingdom. One evening, when Wassermann and his bride were sitting together, he noticed a great fire flaring here and there, as if all the woods were in flames. The young prince asked his wife what this could be, and would have started off at once to see what was the matter, but the princess was terribly frightened at the idea of his going, and answered, "Oh, do not go, by all that is dear to you in the world, for it will surely cost you your life. This fire has raged every night since you slew the dragon, and I fear it is the work of some magician. Perchance even a friend of the dragon would entrap and slay you out of revenge for the monster's death." Wassermann replied nothing, for he did not wish to grieve his bride. But he could not sleep that night because of his great desire to go forth into the wood and discover the cause of the disturbance. Early next day, before it was light, Wassermann arose, called his animals, and went forth as if to hunt. He wandered about in the enchanted wood all day, but he could neither see nor hear anything that could account for the strange sight he had seen the night before. Toward evening a thick darkness fell upon the forest. It was accompanied with heavy frost and fog, and Wassermann could not find his way out of the wood. He therefore gathered together some brushwood and kindled a fire to keep himself and animals warm. Now, as he stood by the fire warming himself, Wassermann heard a whining voice saying, "Oh, oh, I am freezing." Wassermann looked around, but could discover nothing in the darkness, except that his animals seemed very restless. After a while he heard the same voice again, saying, "Oh, oh, I am freezing." Again the youth looked around, and now he saw an old woman sitting close by on the stump of a tree and shivering with cold. Wassermann pitied the poor woman, although her appearance repelled him, for she was extremely ugly, and looked more like an old witch than an honest woman. He sought to raise her from the tree and bring her nearer to the fire that she might get warm. The old woman, however, appeared to be very much frightened, and said, "I dare not go nearer to your savage animals." Wassermann assured her that the animals were not dangerous, but the woman would not believe him. At last, however, she said, "Lay this twig across the backs of your animals. If they do not stir, then shall I see that they are obedient." The youth did as she desired. Immediately the old woman sprang up from the stump and became a great genie. Then said she, "You have killed my brother, and now I will avenge his death." Startled by these words, Wassermann sprang to his feet and called upon his animals. But alas! they lay motionless on the ground as if they were dead. Then the youth saw what a mistake he had made in placing the magic twig upon the backs of his animals. But there was no help now and no way out of the danger. With one blow the mighty genie laid him motionless on the ground and flung his body in among the bushes. At once the great darkness vanished from the haunted wood, and all was as before. It was upon the next morning that Wassermann, ever mindful of his brother, went as usual to the crossroads to learn if he might, from the condition of the knife, of his brother's welfare. But lo! when he reached the tree, he found the knife rusty and bloody. Then he knew well that Wassermann was dead or dying. This bad news made Wassermann very sad, and he would neither eat nor drink until he had started on his way to take vengeance on his brother's murderers. At once the young king summoned his animals, bade farewell to his bride, and hurried along the same path that his brother had taken. In time he came to the city where his brother had first stopped. Here he found the people in a great state of excitement and grief. He asked the cause of their sorrow, and one replied, "A short time ago there came here a youth named Wassermann. In feature he was much like yourself, but somewhat taller. He slew the great dragon that had demanded our princess to be given to it to devour. But now for full 3 days nothing has been seen nor heard of this brave youth, although men have been sent out in all directions in search of him. We fear he has fallen into the hands of some wicked magician, perchance a friend of the dragon." Wassermann expressed his great sorrow at what he heard, but did not say that he was Wassermann's brother. Early next morning Wassermann called his animals and went off in search of his brother. He soon reached the wood and searched about all day without success. Toward evening there came over the wood a thick darkness, and with it a heavy frost and fog, so that Wassermann could not find his way out of the forest. He therefore collected some brushwood and kindled a fire, that he might keep himself and animals warm. Suddenly he heard a low wailing voice saying, "Oh, oh, I am freezing." Wassermann began to look about him, but in the dense darkness and fog he could see nothing beyond the circle of the fire. But his animals were restless and snarling as if they thought some foe was near. After a short while the voice broke forth again, saying, "Oh, oh, I am freezing." When Wassermann looked around the second time, he saw not far off an old woman, shivering with the cold, sitting on a log. Her face was hideously ugly, and she had the appearance of being a witch. Wassermann therefore determined to be on his guard while she was near. He, however, pitied the old woman, and tried to raise her from the log to bring her nearer to the fire. But she appeared to be much frightened, and said, "I dare not go so near to your savage animals." Wassermann replied that they would not hurt her, but she would not believe him. After some argument, the old woman said, "Lay this twig across the backs of your animals, and then I can see whether or not they are obedient." Wassersein promised to do as she wished, but secretly he threw the twig in the fire, and it was burned up. Then the old woman, supposing the animals to be under her charm, sprang up quickly and became a great genie. Then said she, "Your brother killed my brother, so now I will take vengeance on you, as I have already done upon him." Wassersein, however, was not frightened. He called his animals, drew his sword, and went forward to meet the genie. Then began a furious struggle. But the four were too much for the genie, and when she found she had no chance of victory, she began to beg for her life. Then Wassersein replied, "My first condition is that you release my brother's animals from your charm." This, after some remonstrance, the old woman did. Then Wassersein said, "My second condition is that you immediately restore my brother to perfect health." This too the woman did at length, though with the greatest reluctance. But she saw there was no other chance of life. And when the old woman had restored his brother to life, Wassersein called quickly to the 6 animals, "Forward, all you animals, tear her in shreds." And at once the 6 animals fell upon the genie and tore her into so many little bits that she was scattered over the ground like leaves in the fall. And immediately the fog and darkness disappeared, and all again was quiet in the wood. The brothers embraced each other fondly, and then returned together with all speed to the castle. And on their way they related all their adventures to each other. At the castle the 2 brothers were welcomed with joy unbounded. From there, after a brief visit, Wassersein returned home to his bride, and after that each in his own kingdom reigned many happy years. The end. End of section 12. End of Swanhilde and Other Fairy Tales by Wilhelm Hauff, translated by Carolyn Norris HORWITZ.